had our 2 regular budget workshops where we listened to the departments. They presented to us, each of the departments presented to us what they felt they needed to do the services that we asked them to do. What our residents want and what our city needs to operate and, and continually improve. So this meeting, the purpose of this meeting, and we had our last budget workshop on Monday. The purpose of this meeting is to have some time to discuss where we are, what we intend to fund, what we don't intend to fund. I want to state that if for some reason during this meeting, we still feel that we have questions that are unanswered or whatever, we can always schedule, and hopefully we don't need to, but we can always schedule another meeting to discuss this, before we approve the budget. So with that said, I think the easiest way to do this is to have one of the council members start saying what they've looked at, and then we can, across the board, this way we'll listen to each council member of what the things that they've looked at that they think are things that, would help us lower our costs for this year. And I want to state again, the reason that the city is experiencing this situation is we've been hit with really, really high insurance rates, 40% increase in our insurance rates, which are hundreds of thousands of dollars, and medical insurance for our employees. These are things we have no control of. They've just across the board, they've gone up for a lot of cities, and it's significant costs that is money we have to find the funds for, and is going to make it difficult to fund a lot of the things that we would normally fund. Again, they're out of our control, but the reality is we have to pay for insurance, for both medical insurance and property and liability insurance. So with that said, we've also, another increase that we've had is also, and I'm laying this out, is our city manager. Our city manager, former city manager, was actually performing 2 jobs. He had been doing the city a favor for years. Probably, how many years was he here?
18
years. He was performing the job of the city manager and performing his previous job as our finance director. When he accepted the position for the city manager, he said he would just continue to be the finance director. That's pretty unheard of, but he was doing that for us for all these years without being paid for the finance director. He was just being paid for the city manager. So we're extremely grateful to him. When he retired, that meant we had to hire a finance director, and we're very, very lucky to have Chris as our finance director. And but that's an additional cost that has also been added to our budget, which are significant costs this year. Okay, with that,
If I may, I just wanted to add to some of your comments. This budget being presented to you this evening is exactly almost a replica of the exact budget that was presented to you last year. We were already in last year's budget. You were presented a $318,000 deficit in last year's budget that we had to address. This fiscal year, the difference is exactly, Mayor, what you mentioned. It's $450,000 more worth of property insurances that were added onto the $318,000. It was $128,000 worth of healthcare for every single employee for the city, for their families. And then it was, again, the additional expenses of hiring a new city manager. So that's the difference between last year's budget to this year's budget. I just want to make that very clear to everybody that that's the difference.
Yes.
So we've already started, Chris and I have already started off with a very, very challenging budget.
And in addition to that, a lot of, like everywhere else, a lot of our cost, our projects have increased in cost in the middle of the projects. It's just the reality of supplies and equipment that has to be ordered. So these are all things that we're dealing with. And I just want to make sure everyone understands that there's going to have to be some consensus and thought process here as to how we get, I will not raise, will not vote to raise, but the taxes for our residents. And I don't think anyone else in the council is willing to do that either. So we're going to have to figure out a way to, and it can be done. Everything can be done. And that's the purpose of this meeting.
The chair.
Yes, sir.
Before we get started, obviously, we already know how difficult this is going to be for all of us, and especially when we have to make tough decisions and a lot of community stuff that I appreciate and definitely don't undervalue. But I'd like to know where are we at with because I think it's such a big reason that we have this situation is the property taxes. I'm sorry, the property insurance. Where have we been able to, what are the next steps that we're taking to try to see if we can get different bids or somehow try to lower that from other potential, companies that are out there available?
So yes, we are working on that. We actually, Bill has worked with our current insurance provider on reducing some of those property property that is insured under our current policy that may or may not need to be there due to its assessed value of depreciations, et cetera. So he has been working very diligently these past 2 and 3 weeks to work on that property assessment schedule. With that being said, we have to start with that in order to even go out to bid.
Okay.
A bidding process typically takes anywhere from 30 to 45-day period. And that's on a very fast pace.
Mayor?
Is there a way that we can get around that because of a necessity thing?
So yes, so we did, Roger and I have discussed on several of occasions, how can we get around that? It's been told to me that the competitor will only provide us a quote if it's a competitively sealed bid process. So in order for us to get around that is that basically we would have to ask for a request for quotes and treat it as if we're doing a competitively bid process. We'd have to advertise it accordingly. We'd have to give each of the insurance carriers some type of scope of services that we're expecting to hear back from them to get in return for some of these costs. And then we would have to basically open it up on a date certain that we would advertise. So again, without
chair.
having that property schedule, a finalized property schedule, we have to start with the bottom with this property schedule. So
I
until
just-
we have that in order, we really can't go out there and ask for a true number because we're going to get pretty much the same.
Well, I think, I'm sure you know this, obviously a priority because you're talking about a significant, maybe, even at this point,
Mhm.
considering the effect it will have on things that we
Absolutely.
cherish. I think we need to do
We're on
whatever we
it.
have to do to get that competitive.
We're on it. And just understand, there's only two carriers out there.
Right.
And I just want to
It's
say,
The Florida League and Brown and Brown.
and
That's it.
the reason that it's gone up so high and all the cities are in the same situation, I know some
That's right.
cities went up 200%, is because of the storms that hit, the hurricane that hit the West Coast
That's
last
correct.
year and devastated Fort Myers and Sanibel and everything like that. And as soon as, because of the costs that they're incurring, the insurance companies from that, we're all paying the price. That's just the reality.
And that's what I was gonna mention, because I've got like a lot of people, if you're a property owner, property and liability insurances have skyrocketed for absolutely everybody because that's what happens when you have a big, event like what happened on the West Coast. They pass that along to everybody in the state. Everybody in South Florida is experiencing these kinds of hikes on the insurance. I mean, it's not listen, I'm all for like haggling and trying to get the best deal, but this is not uncommon. Like this is what everybody has been telling me. I've heard story after story about this. This is just unfortunately the consequence of them raising their rates because of those storms.
But you're saying that
This-
Bill is looking at the and assessing the buildings because I looked at
has.
I looked at the policy and obviously to me, some of those replacement costs are extremely high. That's something that obviously the insurer is always going to want to be, the higher the better for them.
Sure.
So is he getting, just
Well,
based on
and
what his
we're-
opinion is he getting on those things? Because it's
Yeah.
a difficult one too.
And he's almost confident that he's got a property schedule that we feel comfortable with, that is going to be able to cover all of the city's assets, anywhere from infrastructure down to tiki huts, bollards, et cetera, that we feel comfortable with, that we can go ahead and ask for these quotes. under that competitively bid process.
And I want to say that's something that recently at a Florida League of Cities conference where with a lot of elected officials from other cities, we were talking about that with the property insurance.
Mhm.
And they were saying, be careful about undervaluing your properties too much, because when the storm hits, you've got to think about how much it's going to cost to get there. It's not how much that's worth, it's how much it is to rebuild. And that, there's a balance there. You're exactly right, Councilman, but it's a difficult thing because if we only insure it for a certain amount and that is not going to cover replacement, especially some of our newer facilities. So Councilwoman, you had something you wanted to say.
Yes, I just wanted to ask Roger if you can elaborate on what we discussed before when it was brought to my attention about the insurance. And I mean, I understand that everybody's going through this process of high insurance, but there's always going to be someone out there that will beat the matter. So we talked about the RFP and how we can go around that. So if you can just for the record explain
Yeah,
how this can work out
absolutely.
for us to our
So,
benefit.
Council, Mayor, good evening first. As you've seen actually in several resolutions in the past, when a purchase is done, in the best interest of the city council can always waive competitive bidding requirements. Now, to Tammy's point, I'm not sure what competitors are willing to accept in terms of providing a quote. But hypothetically speaking, if a property insurance provider is willing to give us a quote, and that quote is, something that this council is willing to waive as the best interest of the city, and we can show that there's good cause, we can waive competitive bidding requirements. But again, that does require a potential vendor to be willing to give us a quote. We can't just waive competitive bidding and select someone without a quote, obviously. So look, when it comes to competitive bidding, if the council can determine, hey, we have a quote that we really like, we don't want to go out to bid, this is going to be a good price, we can waive it if it's in the best interest of the city.
Through the chair, Tammy, when did we start bidding after we found out about this increase?
We started working on that property schedule the next day.
Okay, so we've been in the game for. a
Oh, we've
couple
been
weeks
in
now,
it
so we
for
should have
all-
something.
For the last 3 weeks to the month. Mhm.
Okay. Any other questions for Tammy, Roger? And we'll, obviously it'll be an open floor if we need to, but for Tammy, Roger, and Chris, before we get started. Okay, I think the best way to do this is, I'm going to ask council member and I'm going to ask Councilman Fahet because you've been here the longest, most budget. You've been here an extra budget season
Okay.
than the rest. So for you to get started with where you see are possibilities of things that we would not fund this year based on what's been presented to us. And then we can kind of
On the wish
make
list?
notes of that. Not on the wish list, I think across the board,
Oh.
right? This isn't a wish list. This is,
So what I feel like I could share is what I think. So thank you. You stop me if you feel like if I'm going in the wrong direction. I think I want to make sure that everybody understands how. So this was tough, and I know that staff and all the departments had to provide a budget, and you asked them to cut and trim the fat wherever possible to try to get lean, because we absolutely positively don't want to raise the millage rate. That would be horrible because we don't, as residents, don't want to pay more. But we needed to balance the budget. And so basically we have a bunch of wish list items, and really the only way that we can afford some of these things, and we can't afford everything, is to dip into the unassigned fund balance. And so again, for people that aren't familiar, there's a Government Finance Officers Association that recommends that cities should have 15% of their annual budget expenditures as like reserve, 15%, because they feel like that is prudent. And then we, a number of years ago as a council, decided that we would have 25% because we're an area that's susceptible to storms, and we just thought it would be extra prudent. So we have 25%. And I believe by ordinance, if we dip below that 25% of budgeted annual expenditures, we have to replace it like as soon as possible. So you want to have reserves, and we're 25% is our watermark. And we have above that as unassigned fund balance about $600,000. And I feel like that that's the only, do you want to jump in, Chris?
Yeah, we want to correct you on that number.
Okay.
Yeah,
please.
quick correction there. Before any actions on the budget, we're 1.3 million above the minimum of 5.7. We're current 5.7 is the minimum. We're currently at 7.
Okay. So what does that mean in terms of excess that there is?
That
above and
means
beyond?
before any budget action this evening, you're at excess of 1.3 million.
1.3, right? And then we're at a $700,000 deficit, right? In
Correct.
the-
With the.
At the
Right.
lower current operating millage, 716,
So
correct?
we set the cap at 6.99. Our current millage rate is 6.91. And so in my eyes, I feel like we should operate at the very least at 6.91 so that we don't raise the millage. I mean, that's a way that we could increase revenue, is we could raise the millage rate, but I don't think that anybody wants to do that and pass that along to the residents. So I'm operating under the assumption that we're going to, at the very least, try to leave the millage rate at 6.91, and I'd like to try to find a way to lower the millage rate. And that there are some funds that are unassigned fund balance, which is beyond the 25%. That is the prudent amount that we like to have, and I feel like that those are the funds that we can use to fund some of the things that are very important. And there are some very important things that we may not be able to fund, but I feel like that's where we would get that money from. And so I had some ideas of some things that I feel are items that I feel are important, and I'm willing to advocate for those. Would you like me to share those, Mayor? Okay, so
Let me just, and
Mhm.
I just want to stress to everyone here, this is a workshop. This isn't a regular meeting. This is a workshop. So that's exactly what it is. It is, we're discussing ideas, working, if you hear something that, upsets you or whatever, this is the purpose of this, is for us to have a chance, because of the sunshine law, we don't meet and we can't discuss anything any other time except in a public meeting. So this is our chance to discuss these items. Okay. All right, go ahead.
okay, thank you. So something that I feel is very, very important. And if you've been following along, it's something that I've tried to keep on the front burner, which is having CGA, which is our planning, zoning and land use and planning advisors, and they do our city planning, our daily, day-to-day city planning. And they have a proposal for $140,315, and we were given this at the last budget workshop, where they prioritized, they color coded and prioritized what the most important things are. I'll remind everybody that we had an economic development board that worked for over a year, that came up with a bunch of recommendations, and we have been told repeatedly that in order to implement those things, we need the consultation of land use and zoning experts like CGA to tell us, to kind of guide us in terms of how we can implement those things in the Northwest 36th Street Business Corridor. I think there's also a little something that in their proposal for the Central Business District, and then we've even been talking about the Abraham Tract. But in terms of what was prioritized for them, that was 140,315. I think that that's really important. I also think that everybody would agree that having an extra officer would be helpful to our police force. And that, when you have a new officer and you include benefits, is about $100,000. All right. And the other thing that I thought was important, you guys might remember that there was a wish list item for $230,000, and that was a bundle of the new tasers, because unfortunately our police officers, the tasers that they use that are made by Axon, which kind of has a monopoly, those are discontinued. They don't service them. You can't buy parts anymore. They probably do that on purpose. It's planned obsolescence so that you'll get the new models. There was a $230,000 wish list item that included those tasers, but also body cameras, which I think are important, but they kind of bundle it together. I spoke with the chief and asked what the price would be just for the tasers, and it's about $40,000. So to me, I feel like if whatever number of dollars we have above and beyond the 25%, which is prudent, and then some by ordinance, I think 140,000 roughly for CGA for the consultation that we need for changing our zoning to help promote economic development, a new officer at about 100,000, And I think that those tasers are important for our officers to have. And then anything that is left over above and beyond that 25%, I think should be put into getting tenths of a millage to lower our millage rate, which I believe is about $152,000 for every tenth of a mill that you lower. Is that about right?
That's correct.
So I say we get, so an officer, get them the tasers because they need it, and then CGA to help us in terms of economic development. And then I feel like everything else should be given, you know, if we lower the millage rate from 6.91 to 6.89, I think that's a win, and everybody understands we're cinching our belt, and it was a lean year. But I think, you know, it would help everybody out during these tough times.
Councilman, do you have any cuts?
Any cuts from the budget?
Mhm.
At this time, no.
Anything that you suggest that we not fund this year?
That isn't already on the proposed budget, no. I think it's lean. It was designed in a way to be, I've heard stories about departments were submitting a budget and it was sent back to them and they had to streamline it more. And you hear the story about the people in public works and, you know, like how they're scraping things together to make it, where I think that it's lean. And honestly, the only reason I would dip into that, because you guys might remember last year, because 2 years during the budget, I proposed at the very end, before we set the millage rate, to go into those funds that are above and beyond 25% and lower the millage rate, and we did. Last year, we did not, which is why we have a little bit more, because the thinking was, hey, if we get annexation, we want to have a little wiggle room, because we may have to have a whole bunch of infrastructure that we now have to provide. And then we know how that all went. And so now we have that extra money, and I think that should be used to fund some really important things in terms of the future of the city.
Right, thank you. Who would like to go next?
I mean, I'll go. It's
Okay.
pretty simple.
All right.
So I'm gonna just start off with, it's just been a crazy, crazy year. So many things going on. I think that since I came on board, this has been the hardest budgeting season for me because I'm always used to giving, not taking. So, I'm gonna just go straight to this wish list, which I think that a wish list is a wish list. I mean, for me, there are items in here that I would consider as operational costs. They shouldn't even be on the wish list. It shouldn't even be a discussion. It should just be, we need it and we take care of it. So, starting with police, I think what they are requesting here, we have here 5 patrol vehicles, the teaser package that Councilman Fahad just discussed. 5 new officers. We have a total of 992,000 and change just there. If that is a need, and for me, it would be considered an operational cost, not a wish list, because I think that this relies on the effectiveness of your team and your safety. So I'm on board with that. Parks and Recreation. For me, I see 3 operational costs that are very important that they're not on the wish list. So for next budgeting season, I want a wish list and excuse me, I'm like a little bit under the weather. I would like a wish list and an operational list to see what's really important and what's really a wish. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but it does to me. Parks and Recs has a new vehicle request, a pool heater and a main pump. That's a go for me as well. I mean, I don't have a pool without it. So, let's see. The CG planning is huge because we are trying to increase, to change up our real estate landscape. Right now, we have a lot of dead real estate that's not providing us much revenue. And we want that revenue because what that's going to help us do is offset a lot of these costs and avoid a lot of these, walking on eggshell moments where, are we going to get this or we're not going to get that? And I understand your livelihoods depend on it, but I also want to make sure that I have money to pay my employees and to pay my police. I mean, if we keep going at this rate, I don't want to start letting go of people because that's scary. Like there's no need for that if we can kind of like fix the landscape here. So the thing with CGA is, we are looking to hire them to go ahead and fix the 36th Street. That is a big issue for all of you. And also now George was talking about the Abraham track. So if we reform those areas to improve them to be real estate, retail, revenue generating machine, that's gonna give us a lot of cushion, where we don't have to be nitpicking in the weeds and like, I can go ahead and give you everything right now, but then we would have to put this millage at 9. And I don't want to do that. Okay, so it's not about just increasing an interest, a millage just for the sake of making a lot of people happy, because I'm really gonna just be throwing fire to the pit. Because come the next budgeting season, it may not be, it would be worse. So we're just trying to be a little bit conservative here and just being very vigilant on what we're doing. Currently, the city has, as of September 30th, 2023, which is now coming, we invested into the golf course, which is, again, for me, that wasn't a wish list, that was a tremendous need. We're at 4 million in debt as a city. So just so you know, we're still trying to pay back here. So I don't know if you really wanted to get deep down into this. The purpose, going back to CGA, if we fix that, we get, residential revenue, we get that retail. Our general ledger is going to increase tremendously. And once we get to that point, I'm really looking forward to having such tense budget meetings where we could just start going ahead and giving more. But unfortunately, it came to us as a council to really address these areas in need. These areas of need could have been addressed many moons ago, but I guess there's a time and place for everything, and we're starting now. So I hope nobody has any rough edges. Really, I'm just trying to protect you and trying to protect the city, and I've always had like a fear of losing my city, because if we can't pay our bills, we got to give you up to Miami-Dade, and I don't want to do that. So there's going to be years that are going to be harder than others. So I just hope that when those times of trial come, you stick by your city just the way that we stick by you. So I have nothing else. I need some water because
Let me get this straight.
Yeah.
What you said are things on the wish list that you would like to fund.
yes.
Is there anything from the budget that you don't want to fund? Because remember, I mean, there's a lot of stuff on this wish list.
I
but the money's
mean,
got to come from somewhere.
Basically, everything that's here by department has already been stipulated in the budget. I don't want everything on the wish list. I mean, if I don't have money to give to a lot of things, I mean, we're contemplating on COLA matters. We're contemplating, we have the police agreement coming up. We can't talk about it, but I'm recognizing you. I see you here, and thank you for being here. But the only items that I would like to focus on and fund are the ones that I mentioned, which is the new vehicle for Parks and Recs, the pool heater, the main pump, the CGA planning, because I need those areas to repurpose. If not, this city's not gonna have a lot of money, at least, I don't know. Oh, and the real estate market is going to tank. Let's just think about it. And we rely heavily, the city relies, 90% of it relies on residential tax.
Okay.
And we're pretty much capped. So that's why we're trying to not reinvent the wheel. We're trying to target areas that no longer serve a purpose how they did before. The landscape has changed. So we are trying to set us and our future up for a more solid, financially stable future. So we don't have these contentions of like, oh, I can't afford, now I have to, snip 10 officers. Now I have to, and I know everybody in all the departments have been under strain. And you may have not had to go through that for a very long time. But if it's like that, just know that it's for a reason. It's not because we're trying to like make your lives impossible. It's because when you know numbers and you're understanding the financial landscape here, you just want to make sure that you take care of your city. So yeah, CGA planning is super important, and police, what they requested for there. It's heavy. I mean, I don't know, but
So let's do this when we go through, is if each of you could add together what you're proposing
what, like
Cost.
numerical?
in these costs, in these things that you want to fund, so we
Yeah,
have
that's
an idea of,
I have it itemized.
okay, all right. Councilman Santeen or Councilman Vasquez?
Can I just
Yes,
Go ahead.
add one clarification there? This wish list items became more of both operational and wish list items because of the fact that we had gone back to every single department on 2 different occasions for them to minimize their budgets to the bare bones that they could. So therefore, that's why most of these vehicles and all of these other items were put on the wish list item. Because that's when the departments came back to us for the second time and third times to give us bare bone budgets, which is what you have today, which is still giving you a deficit of $717,000 in the budget.
The chair,
Yes,
to
sir.
clarify that, I guess,
Go ahead.
I got one of the recent ones that we requested another, fine tuning of the budget from all the departments. It actually gave us back $537,000, correct? Isn't that what I have here?
No. What was given to you on Monday's budget meeting after the budget
Okay.
was a third and fourth time that we had gone back to the departments and we asked every single department as of Monday to give us another 5% reduction on top of the other 2 reductions that they had already given us, which was already in this budget book. So that list is in addition to, could be in addition to, as a 5% reduction. And again, it's not, if you look at some of the departments, they could not possibly give us the entire 5% because it's impossible.
Well, and
We
if you-
would have
if you
reduced
look at some of those
services.
lists,
We would have
you couldn't.
had massive layoffs. We would have had
Right.
0 COLAs for police and for general employees. And we would have had none of that happening if that were to take place, which is the list that you were given on Monday.
So the list, sorry, through the chair. So the list that was given to us on Monday that we still were missing half of the departments. This was their second time to come around to complete the list.
That's the completed list after every department gave us what they believed could be another 5% reduction. And if you see, it's cutting services, citywide services, it's cutting personnel, it's cutting COLAs. We haven't even discussed FOP negotiations. None of that is taken consideration in that list that you have there.
You're saying it's affecting COLA?
No, she said it's not.
Not fun.
That, Mayor and
Go ahead,
Council,
Chris.
that 5% list was an ask from one of the council members to come up with what every department would have to give to make the deficit go away. None of that has been flowed through the budget. Those are just ideas. And the majority of it is giving up services and personnel.
Okay, and let me redirect this a minute to kind of center us again. The budget items here in this budget, the 2 budget workshops that we've had for each of the departments, this is what the departments have provided to us that they need in order to provide the services that we asked them to do, the work that we asked them to do, that they've been hired to do for our city, for our residents, for, our community, for facilities, everything. So this is there. They're telling us this is what we need. It's our responsibility to look at it and decide,
Fine tune it or not?
fine tune it or not. Are we funding it? What we want. And then in addition to that, and I think that's a really good point is, and I know that happened this year, which hasn't necessarily happened in more previous years because we had the ARPA funds. We were a little flush with a little extra money.
We had a surplus.
ARPA funds and stuff that the federal government was kind of throwing out, and it helped us cover the cost of a lot of the things that increased because as everyone knows, when you throw out more money, everything goes up, so ultimately, I'm not sure how, if you were to tabulate all that, if it was that beneficial, but anyway, so
I guess we just got
this
2
5%,
departments.
Councilman,
Yeah.
is actually one council person asked after all this, just said, tell me what it would be to do a total, another 5% reduction. In general, that's a practice that they used to use. Sometimes the problem with that is that the next year everyone inflates their budget because you're going to be asked to reduce 5%. So it becomes like a game. So this is bare bones of just after everything that they've told us that they need to do. And I do really believe with Tammy and Chris, and I know Bill and all the department directors that they have worked really, really hard on this budget to present us what they think is fair to what they can do to provide the services that we ask them to do.
All right, I understood. I just got the latest update with the couple departments that we're missing. So I'd like to have a little bit more time to look into even their recent suggestions.
Okay.
It doesn't mean that some of that stuff could still be part of it, so we can help out on other community needs. So I'll need a little more time just to look through that, but
An extra comment from
Go ahead.
Chris
Yes,
before we
Chris.
go on about the.
Sorry to interrupt. I just want to clarify, Councilwoman Bravo, with the items that you're adding to the list, which are totaling $1.3 million, Plus-
Wait, what am I adding to the list?
The wish list.
The wish
the wish list items, all for police, public,
1.147195.
Okay,
it's about $1.3 million, the total including CGA.
yes.
That's the one that I'm missing.
So when you add those plus the 700,000 and leaving the millage at 691, you'll be $2 million out of fund balance or 700,000 below your required minimum of 25%.
So to piggyback on that, this is exactly why I'm stressed out, because I cannot afford operational costs.
I'm just letting
No,
you know, I'm just letting you know
Thank you for clarifying.
that
You're a
you'll,
finance
you'll be
director.
below the minimum.
I respect that completely.
And that's why I think, you know, what Tammy and Chris were saying is that a lot of things that would have normally been in the budget after several budget
That's
workshops
correct.
that you had with the department directors, you cut back some of those.
put them
things.
onto the wish
For
list,
instance, 5
knowing that
extra
this was
police
happening.
officers, you know,
That's correct.
And
It
that's
would be
also
nice to
with,
have, but
that's
it's
also
very
leaving the
costly.
village at 691. If you go down 681, you're another 150,000 short
right?
under your,
And the other thing that, you know, that's happened, I know the past few years, with the inflation that's just projects that, parts aren't available and, there's been delays and, you know, in getting the contractors to work and all this, that, everything has gone up. So we need to have sufficient amount and above our reserve to pay for those things. As you know, when we sit here and how many times do we have something that comes before us? And
come
it's the city manager asking for more money to fund a project that's underway because it just went up $30,000. So, you know, we can't cut it down to, you know, we all know that we've got, like all of us in our household, you budget for what you need, but you need to have a lot of money there for rainy days, particularly when you're running a city, because we have way too many things going on, good stuff, projects and things and all, but there's a cost involved with everything. And we can't just say, well, you know, stop then. We're not do anymore. You know, we'll continue in 2 years when we find the money. We have to come up with money to fund these projects.
Mayor, I had,
Yes, sir.
Well, like, let me, if you don't
Okay.
mind.
Do you
Keep
want
going,
to
keep
go
going.
ahead?
No, that's
Is that
fine. I
okay? You want
just-
Councilman go or you? wanna go?
No, in reference to that list, I was still gonna, because I got a recent
Do you
update
want
to
me
that.
to let
I would
Councilman
like-
Vasquez or you want to?
No, no, I'm gonna go over the
Okay,
other things. That's
okay.
something that I still want to kind of, is there stuff there that if it helps community needs, I think that we could still consider it.
Okay.
So don't want to just say no to that. Yeah, I think like most of us, the consensus here is obviously we need to think about the future and how we're not going to have the situation where we keep having to, you know, kick the can down the street. And this, the CGI and the planning and zoning changes
CGI.
on those areas that we've talked about, that's a no-brainer. But we're not going to see the fruits of that for years. So we got to be realistic at that. We are going to have to, as a community, that realize that we're going to have, you know, we want the services. Everybody who's moving into this community wants more services. Fine. So I don't think about raising the millage rate, but I'm not going to do the political thing and just lower the rate of where we're at just so I look good in front of the residents. It's such a minor amount anyway, one millage rate. Yeah, you seem for some residents it is, but the majority of the residents in this community want better services. So I'm not an advocate to lower just to lower. So start there. But definitely priority number one, well money spent, even though we won't see it right away, is the new planning and zoning guidelines. And of course, contrary to some of the rumors out there in our community, I'm not going to go there because it did get me a little bit upset, but I'm for police. And so obviously you need a new officer, you need tasers. That's something that I need to prioritize and I'm willing to do. To me, some of this other stuff, I do like to look at it because I think if those things start to affect some of the community needs stuff that we have on the wish list. I mean, ultimately, if we have to, because they're necessity stuff that I feel are important, because sometimes it's hard to put a value on it, but the value is huge, and these community needs stuff is big. So yeah, maybe this year we have to dig in a little bit more than we wanted to, but I'm definitely not going to just say lower the millage rate just for the sake of that. So for right now, I think obviously the priority to me is the planning and zoning, which is a big ticket item, but it's well money spent, and then stuff for the officers. And Need, of course, wish we could afford the whole wish list, but that's probably not realistic. And some of the stuff for the Parks and Recs, I think we have to kind of see where the community is. I mean, everybody can ask for whatever they want, right? But you're not going to get it all the time. But when you can see there's a huge demand for stuff, that's part of giving the right service to our community. So we have to take consideration for that. So for right now, because I'm not going to lie, I was looking into some of the recent reduction on the budget, because but I need a little more time to, especially I just got one of the sheets with some of the departments, so it's not a broad stroke and accepting it or not accepting it, but definitely there's some stuff there that I think could help us keep some of the other community needs stuff. So that's it for right now, I guess.
Mayor, can I add, you had asked me if there was anything that I wanted to cut from the proposed budget, and I said not at that time, but now I wanted to just share something that I wanted to propose. So if we look at some of the annual subsidies that we have the River Cities Festival that we fund, there's a police appreciation dinner and employee luncheon, 2 car shows that we do, which I think is important to the community. The historical museum, we've always subsidized to help them with storage. Last year, we, and again, that I think you made a very valid point. When you have a budget surplus, it's easy to kind of take care of everybody. But when you have a deficit, you got to see where you can cut. So this budget just proposes going back to the storage fees for them, which I'm in favor of. But with regard to the Curtis Mansion subsidy, I had Chris and Tammy work with me to look at what the city's subsidy has been over the last, I believe, 9 years, and it's been $35,000 each year. Now, the city owns that property, but I can tell you that to the heights that they've grown to now is because of the people on the board of the Curtis Mansion Incorporated, CMI. These are people that are committed to the preservation of the property, and I think that they've done an outstanding job. As a matter of fact, when I asked, during our first budget workshop, I asked, if there was a way that their director, Giulianias, could give us some fund balances and various information and everything. They had paid invoices, super organized, they had everything. And in looking at it, just in the last 3 years, what they have done is I think that they manage the property for us, but they've really kind of hit a good trajectory. They've come a long way and they're off the ground. And I believe that in looking at the numbers, the city needs to look at to what extent we continue to subsidize that in terms of the management. Tammy and Chris and I were looking at if we cover utilities, FP&L for them, which has our subsidy has paid for that in the past, and also groundskeeping. They have landscapers that do a great job there. And again, this isn't the kind of thing where we'll have Public Works mow their lawn. It's a venue that needs good landscaping. So we think that if we cover utilities and groundskeeping, I think that they're now at a trajectory where they can start to allow us to pull back a little bit in terms of our subsidy. So we've been subsidizing them to the tune of $35,000 a year. But I think that could be lowered if we cover utilities and groundskeeping. I think that would be at this point appropriate for the city, and it would be about between $15,000 and $20,000. And I think that's somewhere where we can trim a little bit off of this proposed budget. But again, I think they've done a phenomenal job. But at this point, I think that we can start to kind of do like we did with the river cities, where we kind of made a big investment and then we've been weaning it back to a lower level due to the success that the river cities had the last couple of times. And I think that we could do the same with the CMI subsidy.
Thank you. Councilman Vasquez?
Yes, good evening, everyone. The councilman that asked for those reductions, I think it was me, right?
That was you.
That was me. All right, just for the record, everyone knows, right? This is, let me say a couple of things before I go into details about how I operate, looking at budgets, just generally speaking, right? And 37 years in higher education, I spent a good part of those years in administration. So I dealt with budgets and budget reductions, budget request reductions, and all of that. And the other, almost half of that, I spent as a professor and a union member, trying to get as much as we could, right? And making sure that, we had a COLA. I look forward to that every year just to see how much it would be. So, and, the mayor and the city manager clarified, we got hit with this big bill, right? Unanticipated, although I know I got all of my insurances went up. Car insurance, home insurance, everything went up considerably. And and it's our responsibility as a city council to approve a balanced budget. That is, no debt, not to carry any debt. So that's the situation that we have. And we are negotiating a renewal contract with the police department, and we don't know yet, right? Hopefully sometime in the immediate near future, we get that done and everyone is happy with what is done. So after I left the meeting on Monday, I started thinking about it, and I called Tammy and I called Chris and I had asked them, when I saw the budget, and I said, okay, so I understand this budget is similar to last year's budget, right? That's what Tammy said. And in addition to that, we've got from the insurance and other that we carried about a $700,000 hole. Am I correct in that?
Correct.
Pardon my use hole. That's to talk about what's deficit. Nah. In my house, we talk about the hole. There's a hole in this bucket. All right. So anyway, we only got one bucket, right? And that's where we have to draw everything from, as the mayor has pointed out. So I have a hard time looking at the wish list because I want to know how we get to the balanced budget first. So I'm not about, as a city manager mentioned, we're not going to be, well, I'm not about reducing COLAs or anything else in terms of service. In fact, I don't want to see any cuts to city services, period. I think the managers were pretty clear on what their needs were, and they explained in quite a bit of detail why these budgets, reflected what they did. And we heard stories about how you have to fill in gaps. I know, for instance, the police department, from what I know about the operations of the police department, it'd be great for them to have a lieutenant for each one of their 3 shifts and a sergeant for each one of their 3 shifts. So, so it's hard to sit here and go like, okay, no, but that's on the wish list, right? But not to reduce any services. But we have a real deficit problem, right? We have a real deficit problem. And the options that we're given are, squeeze more blood out of the departments, right? Which I don't think they have any more blood to give. Or dip into our reserves to cover this significant deficit. I'm going to say something that's not popular, but I'm generally, when I came to run, when I ran for the city, my main goal was to look at every which way which could increase revenues. Right. And I think we have some plans in place that are going to help us generate some revenues, but that's down the line. It takes a long time to build up those kinds of revenues that we would need in our budget so that we don't have to consider going into our reserve. And so to me, it really comes down to this. And I'm not going to talk about the wish list right now. And I really don't want to talk about reducing the department budgets because, as I understand it, it's going to affect services. Right? And one of the things that residents are always talking about is services. Sometimes they complain and there are not enough services and so forth and so on. But I think we provide some pretty good services to our residents. If we stick to the millage that we have right now, that debt is over $700,000, correct?
Correct.
Let's make sure everyone here understands. If we raised the millage to the cap that we had done on July 20th, the millage cap, we still have a debt of about 600,000. Am I correct?
Correct.
All right. So that's
No.
a couple 100,000 here, right? Okay.
It's 122,000.
122,000. So we either get the $700,000 from the reserve, right? You follow me? Or we increase the millage to the cap that we, and still have to get $600,000 from the reserve. Either way, that amount of money is not going to come out of the departments. It's just not going to come out. That's what we're looking at. And so there are some other options that were mentioned about some other unfunded money, but it's one bucket. Right? And so that's the decision we have before us tonight. If we decrease the millage, then whatever difference that is, 100,000, 100 something thousand per 0.10, that only increases the amount of money that we have to take to reserve. It's called the reserve for a reason, right? And the 25% is a number that it's past practice. We should not go below that. We have about $1 million over that. So that's 700, 600, whatever number comes out of that 1 point something million that's in the reserve. Stop me if I'm
1.3.
1.3. If I'm
600.
it's got to come from there, right? And as I mentioned at the beginning, we are in the negotiations with the police department, so that has to be accounted for. Whatever it is we agree to, and I hope we agree to sometime soon, that also has to be factored in. So I really don't have I never considered it my role to nitpick what the managers put in their budgets. That's the city manager's role to look and say, well, push back this, and I know that you guys have made some other cuts, right? But my impression is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tammy, I think I heard you at the beginning say that these other adjustments, which comes up to about $1 million on these last two sheets, has an impact on services and personnel. So that doesn't make sense to me to do. So everyone has to give in a little bit here. I don't want to go in this direction, but I'm open to raising the millage to the cap level. We still have to get money from the reserves. And so I'm with Councilman Santeen not to lower the millage rate. Those are my general senses of things that I see. That's the way I feel about it. Now, if I had some items on the wish list that, once we get past this other part, that there is some money for, I don't really want to go and say, oh, I would like this, that, or the other, because I don't really want to get into, offend any of our managers in any which way. But, if we were going to go in that direction, and for instance, in the case of the police department, and of course, we're all favor the police department. Anyone here doesn't favor the police department? Raise your hand. No, I'm just kidding. I'll see Councilman Fahed's one police officer and raise two. I'd like to see the department be able to hire an additional police officer, a lieutenant, and a sergeant. Because operationally, those are important. Right? I know that you all get creative in how you cover the 3 shifts with only 2 lieutenants and 2 sergeants. Am I saying something that's not correct here, Captain? Well, per shift. Thank you for the clarification, Captain. Okay, so having said that, I mean, there's, on this wish list, there's a lot of good stuff in here. It's all good, right? That's why they call it a wish list, right? Your parents used to say, what do you want from, write the letter to Santa Claus. Yeah, that's the wish list. Let's get the senior center those chairs. I'd like to see us fund the Centennial Committee. I was the one who sat up here and said, we got to create a Centennial Committee. By the way, today is the 97th. Happy birthday, Miami Springs. Looks great for 97, right? But there are things here. I mean, I agree with the CGA folks who are going to help us be aggressive about raising revenues and engaging projects on 36th Street and the Abraham track to increase the revenue. There'll be some revenue increase once Curtis Parkway gets their certificate of occupation. Right? That should be coming in at some point, we hope. But there isn't much from this wish list. I'd love to see the recreation department get those batting cages. I have a particular penchant for baseball, right? And I know the importance of those things. So it's hard for me to, pick and choose among these, but that just gives you a sense of, where I am with this. And I am, as far as I'm concerned, everything's on the table. When my wife and I sit down and do a budget, everything's on the table. We know we hit credit cards, whatever, it's all on the table. And we have to make those adjustments. So let's see. I just want to make a clarification about hotels, right? We have this, because this is a big issue for us, the hotels and the services that the police department, the Miami Springs Police Department renders to those hotels is substantial. But I want to be clear. Hotels pay taxes to the city. But last year when I sat down with city manager William Alonso, and I said, I want to understand what the impact is numerically, on the budget of the police versus what the hotels provide. And the amount of money that is coming out of the police department's budget to cover those calls that are made from the hotels, right, above what the hotels pay in taxes to us is about $600,000 a year. Okay, that's the real deal. When we talk about bed tax and all, that's the impact. And of course, that number just keeps going up, right? Because everything is going up and all the costs are going up. And I appreciate Captain, sending us those monthly pie charts to, indicate where the police calls have gone, and 40%, more or less every month, a little more, a little bit less, it also impacts our budget because it impacts the services of the police department to the residents of Miami Springs every time they have to be at the hotels. And if it's a complicated call, which most of them usually are, and requires a sergeant and so forth, those are all folks that are not on the street. Right? So,
You done, Councilman?
yeah, I'm just looking to see if there was anything else that I wanted to say. Not a fan of taking money from the reserves, but we have really no choices right now to go into. And there's no, can't go to the bank and get a loan
Through the
to cover
chair.
these.
Okay,
These
I have
expenses.
Councilman
I'm
Behet's
sorry,
gonna go
go ahead.
first. Go
Oh.
ahead.
Okay,
Councilman.
thank you.
I
I just
haven't-
want,
Let me just
oh,
finish.
sorry.
Guys,
go
I'm
ahead, go
Sorry, I
ahead.
thought you had finished.
So, like I said, I'm on record here. I'm willing to vote to raise the millage cap to millage to the cap that we set to get some of that. And I'm a taxpayer. But the bottom line is it's got to come out of the reserve. That's it. That's it. And the more we take out of the reserve, the less reserve we have for all the other things that could happen.
Okay.
That's it for
Councilman
now, Mayor.
Behet.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to amend something because, and thank you, Councilman, because you reminded me of something that slipped my mind as I was coming up with my list, is that we need to get some money socked away for the Centennial Committee because we got 3 years to go. And so what I was proposing about reducing our CMI subsidy to 15,000 to cover utilities and groundskeeping, I think those extra $20,000 there should be put towards the Centennial Committee. So Chris, I don't know if you want to, because I have this written down. I have 140,315 to CGA. One additional officer at 100,000 roughly because with benefits and everything. And then I had talked about the $40,000 for the tasers for the officers, and then the $20,000 that we're gaining from reducing our subsidy to CMI. That to me that puts us at 300,315, and I believe the excess. Unfunded excess of the reserves is at about $600,000. So that leaves you about $300,000. And I feel like we should lower the millage rate. I do not think that we should raise the millage rate to the cap. And I know that with all due respect, I mean, if Vice Mayor Santin said, that he's not in favor, and he has a right to disagree, but he's not in favor of lowering the millage rate for the sake of lowering the millage rate. That's precise. I want to lower the millage rate so that I could lower the millage rate. Because that number means something, because residents that are going to move here want to know. And we have among the highest millage rates of all the municipalities in Dade County. And I think that we're offering, this budget has a 4% COLA. We got residents here that don't get a cost of living increase. I think that lowering the millage rate is important. And I think that when we were working towards annexation, that's one of the things they're like, oh yeah, we want to be annexed by these people that have one of the highest millage rates in the county. I think that that's meaningful. And I think that lowering it is the right thing to do.
Just a point of clarification. I said everything's on the table.
Okay.
I didn't say I would vote for this or vote for that. I'm saying this is all on the table as far as I'm concerned. If we don't raise the millage rate to the cap, then we've got $700,000 to get from the reserve. I just want to be clear on this. And if we lower the millage rate, whatever percentage, whatever that number is, 130,000 per 10,
Approximately 152.
152
152.
for every 10th of a mil.
So that's $800,000 from the reserve. You follow what I'm saying? There's nothing else coming in. So I just want to be clear on that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Just,
Councilman,
That-
I mean, Vice Mayor.
just to rally what Councilman Fayette said. I'm not saying to lower the rate, just we need to see what's there. I am not going to lower the rate if it's going to affect something important for the community. That's what I'm saying.
Through the chair, we're talking about a 0.09%. You're gonna see maybe a little less than I mean, everybody has a different tax, but we're talking about pennies here. So from 6.99 to 6.91, it's really to kind of like stop a bleed. So you don't lose a couple $100. We're not talking about thousands of dollars. I mean, we just lowered I'm all about lowering. I mean, when I came here, we started lowering and lowering. But I mean, we did that to kind of stop this bleed. We were recuperating from COVID, but again, at 0.08, it's not going to make a difference. Except that we won't have to borrow so much from our general ledger. I think it'll cost more for us to, well, that's another topic, but we're talking about pennies here. So honestly, if we don't have to touch the general ledger so much, I don't mind doing a 6.99 because like I said, I'm a homeowner here. I pay plenty of taxes. The difference is not going to be a lot. So I'm in favor of lowering, in favor of going up, but really we're talking about pennies when it comes in retrospect to this. And like I said earlier, the market is going to take a leap, not for the best. So I would be in favor, honestly, to leave it at 6.99 instead of 6.91, because the difference is going to be, again, very minimal, but it's holding a bleed on the city side when it comes to our general ledger. You understand? Because we're not going to be able to rely on this come the next year, because our revenues on the residential side is going to be a lot lower. So in retrospect, I typically favor with you on that, definitely, but it's not going to make a difference.
Just to be clear, we're
Yeah.
not leaving it at 6.9, it's 6.91 now. So to get to 6.99, you've got to be going up.
Right, but that's the cap that we set.
Yeah, I know, I get it.
Are you done? Everybody?
Yeah,
Okay.
Go for it, man.
All right. Let me make this very clear. I will not vote to increase our budget at all. Not only that,
Millage rate, you mean.
excuse me, our millage rate. Not only that, I'm going to ask that we lower it by 0.0, what is it, Chris, that I said is possible, the minuscule amount. And that is extremely important to me, and I want to make it clear, I will not vote. And I mean, this is a democracy, any vote can carry, every vote is equal, but I will not vote to increase our millage from what it is. In fact, I'm going to propose that we lower it by,
If we lowered it to 6.9050, it would be an additional 7626 to come out of the reserves.
$7,600.
$7,626.
Okay. So then you're talking about, it's not much, it's not. But I tell you what it does. It's our reputation. It's our history. It is the only thing that we can say for sure when people complain about our high millage rate in the city, that we can say for the past 10, I don't know how many years, Tammy, you know more than I do, but at least 10 years, maybe more, we have been consistently lowering it. And we are still like number 5 out of 34 municipalities in Miami-Dade County. We're number 5 as far as the highest. So something has to give, and it can't be increasing the millage. And once we increase the millage, even that small amount, which Councilwoman, you said of, it's not that much, we'll increase it to
Pennies.
we can never use that justification again. When we were seeking annexation, which we're still pursuing, that has been something that we have been very strong about, that every single year we have lowered the millage without the annexation. We've been able to do it. So not only will I not vote to increase it, I will request that we consider lowering it even more so that we can keep on that trajectory, that we can say honestly that every single year for the past 10, 12, whatever years,
2014.
since 2014, we have been lowering the millage. The city has managed to lower the millage, and it's been a small amount, but and the thing is this, once we increase it, it's not much right now, we'll increase it to a little, whatever, to provide a little more services. What are we, the federal government? Next year, we're going to keep increasing and increasing and increasing. I mean, you never can go back down once you take that step because our services, our costs and everything are going to increase. So with that said, I have looked and believe me, no one, I don't think anyone supports our employees or thinks more highly of our employees than I do. I am eternally grateful for everything that they do, not just since I've been on the council, but everything they've done for the 30 something years that, that I've lived in this amazing city. There is nowhere I am convinced, and I tell everyone that every time I am across the state, that this is the best community in all of Florida. We have the best of everything. We have our hometown, little centralized location, the best location in Miami-Dade County for sure. And then we have this hometown atmosphere, this hometown friendliness and community in the middle of any cultural thing that you would seek, the Arch Center and Miami Beach and American Airlines Arena or whatever it's called now, the Keys are just an hour away, Miami Beach. I mean, everything you can think of is immediately around us. And yet we managed to keep this community. And part of that is our high millage rate. It costs a lot to keep what we have, to protect what we have, because a lot of what we're doing is in essence protecting what we have instead of raising it and tearing it down or whatever is, making do with, trying to keep our charm and still progress. So with that said, I've been looking at a lot, as all of us have, and I know, and I appreciate everything that all the council members have said of cuts, but I haven't heard cuts. What I've heard is, things you'd like to add. And I agree with Councilman Vasquez. How do we look at wish list items if we're not, also considering some of these cuts? And believe me, I don't doubt that every single department, I know I've been here when you've been having, or just in the building when you've been having the budget workshops with Tammy and Chris, and that, that this is bare bones for the services that we want you to provide. And you provide excellent services, and our community is what it is because of those services. It's really hard to identify what makes a community like ours so wonderful, such a wonderful place to live. But I can tell you, I run into so many people who, when they find out we're from Miami Springs, they go, I wanted to live in Miami Springs. We've tried to buy a house there. We couldn't afford a house there. Oh, we've been looking for a long time. That's our goal, to live in Miami Springs. It's just amazing. And it's because people look at us as, what, that is a really nice place to be. And that is by certainly because of the services that our employees provide for our community. I don't know of any other community that has, the services that we provide, and that's why our millage rate is so high. That said, I will not vote to increase it. I will only accept to at the most keep it, but I think we have a responsibility to future councils and for the future of Miami Springs and the future residents when we're from here. And I don't want us to be the council that, they went up a little bit, because it doesn't matter if we went up and all it was an $8,000 increase. All that will be said is, yeah, they went down and now they went up. And from then on, we'll never be able to justify. That is a really important fact
Through the chair.
that we can say, I'm in the middle, that we can say that for, no matter how high our millage rate is, and it is one of the highest in the county, and I still have trouble wrapping my head around why that is. But we're working on it. We're trying to resolve it. The police. No one values our police more than I do. I can tell you, you're out there every single day taking care of so many issues and getting all these complaints for doing your job. It's just, it's one of these jobs that you do it with a smile, you do it with service, you do it with, the wanting to protect the community. And we never say it enough, but we greatly, greatly appreciate everything you do. Adding 5 police officers or even adding 1. We added a police officer, and I'm being very frank, and some people aren't going to like what I say, but I have a responsibility to tell it the way I see it. We added a new police officer 2 years ago. Okay. Nothing's increased in the city, and we added a new police officer. We can't possibly afford to add 1 more police officer at this time. the problem right now is, as we all know, and as, we've discussed numerous times, and as Councilman Vasquez brought up, is that our police are being drained, their services are being drained to the hotels. That's something that we've got to figure out how to deal with. And if we have to have discussions again with Miami-Dade County as to that they subsidize, they support our police when it comes to the hotels, because we're providing a service to Miami International Airport and to tourism and the Greater Miami Convention Visitors Bureau and everything. So if those are conversations that we need to see again, how we can get some help on that, we'll have to do it. But as much as I would like to have 5 new police officers, and believe it, I mean, no one would like to do that more than I don't see that as a reality. There's other items that are on this wish list, like the pool heater. Obviously, we need to maintain what we have, the facilities that we have in the city. We need to maintain them, and we need to maintain them to a high quality. It shouldn't just be patching them. And I know our workers and Liz and Laz are here, and they do wonders with Band-Aids and patching things. But when something needs to be replaced or repaired in our community, we got to do it. The fact that the senior center is asking for $4,000 for 20 new chairs. I mean, are we really going to tell them, no, you can't have 20 new chairs? Is it 20? I don't even know how many it is.
Yes, 20 chairs.
20 chairs.
20 chairs. I'm not sure why 20 chairs cost so much, but that's another question.
There.
Okay. But so there's some things here that, on the wish list that, come on,
Can't just put a.
we have to do, and other things that clearly on the wish list would be wonderful to do. But we can't. And the ones that I was going after right now are the ones that are really the high end, like the 5 police officers. I mean, there's just no budget for that realistically. But some of the other things that I would like to throw out there, and I've been looking at, again, at what the departments have provided. The 4% COLA. We have had a 3% COLA for our employees for, is it 10 years? I think maybe 16 was the last time that it was. One time it was 4.
It was
Used to
4
be 2,
one
then it
time
was
for
3. Then I
general
think in
employees,
2016 it went up to 4
and then
one time, and then went back to 3, and it's always been 3. Last year we went up to 4, and we bumped it up to 4 because inflation was, rearing, and, we just thought that we could do it at that time. Realistically, we can't keep doing that. I feel we have to bring it back down to 3. I know this is painful, but we have to bring it back down to 3, because 3% is what we can keep going forward, because it's not just now, it's going forward, is what is within our means. And it's something that the employees, they have to have a COLA. There are a lot of cities that I can tell you do not have COLAs every year. They just don't. And we've been able to do this every single year consistently. The other thing is, one of the things I found, and I think this is just a clerical error in the city manager's budget, we have the assistant city manager, but it was listed at, I know this interim city manager, you were getting an increased pay because you were performing 2 jobs. So that should, for this budget, be adjusted back down to the salary. That was
on an interim basis.
right. So that's like a $30,000 difference there. The other thing is, I'd like to suggest, and again, some of these things, aren't going to be popular, but I'm looking at ways that we can realistically still do some of the items on our wish list that have to be done, and meet our responsibility for future councils and future residents. And if we say that a resident doesn't care about their taxes going up a little bit, maybe not if it goes up a little bit, but once we start in that trajectory of, instead of going down, going up, I can assure you it's going to keep going up, because the costs are not going to go down. The expenses will never go down. The salaries, everything we have. So, again, I won't vote for anything that is an increase, and I'm expecting a decrease somehow. We've always been able to do it for the past 10 years. I think we can figure it out. The other thing is there is a position with the assistant city clerk position. Okay, my understanding is part of that position, the assistant city clerk, was to help the planner, right? But we
Correct.
don't have the planner anymore. That planner, we went with CGA. And I agree with, I think everyone here on the council has said the importance of having CGA, because CGA is really, it's costing us money right now to have these professionals here. But they are an investment in the future of Miami Springs, and we will reap that investment back in the way of increased revenues to the city down the road. So I think the CGA, the planning and land use and development is extremely important, but they're doing their own scheduling through that website that they have, or the email. You send out an email, I think, or something, right? And that when they schedule, and
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
the assistant city clerk, she schedules the meetings for CGA. She provides the support still.
what support? Because she was providing support to
Receives-
one.
Applications, they're only here only 1 day a week. So the people that come throughout the week, the building department sends it over to her. And she'll take the request, she'll take the application if needed. Schedule an appointment for the following week.
Okay, but is that something that can be done directly with CGA? Because we're paying them more money. So, and I think my understanding is that they can handle, and perhaps we can look into that. What I was thinking is with that position, that position could go to one of our vacancies that we have right now in Public Works, a Public Works Administrator. So it's not cutting the staff member, it's transferring them to an administrative position that we have a vacancy in right now that's budgeted in here,
Yes.
right? So we'll have a savings of that cost for your department, but that's already budgeted in Public Works as an administrative assistant vacancy that you have, that I
Correct.
believe you have budgeted, and that there's a need for. And my understanding is in Public Works, you have a lot of vacancies that are budgeted, but you're having trouble filling. Okay. Some of the other items on here, when I try to look through them through the department, it's hard to know because obviously the departments themselves are the ones that are professionals in what they're doing. If you're telling us that you need these items and they're not on your wish list, obviously I'm sure you need them. You provide excellent services, so I'm not going to question that. But as far as the wish list items, then we need to decide which of these wish list items we can realistically fund. And some of them aren't really wish list items. I mean, they're basically necessities, even though they were put on the wish list. So I would suggest that we identify which ones of those, I think, from what I'm hearing from everyone, the CGA, right?
Yeah.
Because that is an investment in our future, and we will recoup, maybe not while I'm on council, but future councils will recoup that investment to the city and generate revenues that will be very useful in bringing down our millage and in staffing and all these other things.
Well,
To the chair.
Yes.
Chris, what would be the rollback rate? If we would have gone with a rollback? Do you have that handy or no?
I don't have that right offhand.
No problem. So
But it is our reputation. It's our reputation of Miami Springs. Either we continually work to reduce our millage, or, it's just occasionally we do and occasionally we don't, because I think that's got to be first and forefront responsibility for us, because it's a legacy that we leave for future councils, and you can't backtrack on that.
the chair, respectfully, since I've come onto council, I've requested for reductions tenfold. Now, my concern is, and I gave you a bold list of what I would like to see, because I see them as operational. Do I think 5 police officers it's probably not, but if we're going to be bold and confident, right? If we were to do this, we couldn't. You are absolutely right. Come the next year, I'm taking a side of caution. come the next year, again, just. And we come in 30% lower in revenues, we're gonna have to increase it. So I understand, I want to lower it just as much as you do, and I agree. And we didn't actually, I didn't want to get into the COLA topic today because I didn't know exactly, what type of really big cuts we really wanted to talk about, right? Because I just didn't want to get into the nooks and crannies. But if you're looking to cut significantly from the budget, I'm for keeping it at 6.91. But based on what we were discussing, I'm citing on the on caution. But come the next year, the council that will sit here we're going to be looking at completely different numbers. And at that time, we may go up, we may not. But I just wanted to make it clear that I'm not for hiring millage, but based on what I'm seeing, I'm veering on the side of caution. That's all.
Through the chair.
I'm not.
I understand that. I understand that. And what I'm trying to make sure everyone understands is it's not this year. It's not like, oh, well, this year we go up and that doesn't matter. This year goes up and we have shattered a reputation, a fact, a path, a trajectory that we've been on. And if we're really serious about even attracting new businesses, if we can't commit to, there's no reason that our millage rate should be the 5th highest in Miami-Dade County out of 34 municipalities. And people look at that. And if we were serious about pursuing annexation down the road, I can tell you that they are just waiting to show that
We raised it.
that we or that we yes.
Yeah.
And if we have to stay the same, I think we can manage to lower it just enough to keep saying that we continue lowering, because that is more important. That reputation, that fact is going to be much more important to future city councils and to our future residents here in the city of Miami Springs than whether we, add a little, well, I don't want to say little because everything on this wish list is a valid concern.
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just a clarification, right? I don't want anyone leaving here or listening to the meeting thinking that I'm in favor or against lowering the millage. God, no. And I'm not an accountant and I'm not an economist. I'm a historian. But I took an accounting class and I understand basic ledgers, right? You got one side of the ledger, income, and on the other side, expenses, right? And you should always try to balance those two. So if you lower the income, right, then you got to find an equivalent on the other side to lower as well. Am I correct in that?
You got it.
Yeah. So I don't have a problem lowering the millage and $7,000, wherever it is, but then you got to find the equivalent on the other side of that ledger is my point. So in principle, if we want to keep lowering the millage, then we have to do one of two things, either reduce expenses or increase revenues, right? And yes, we have long-term plans for increasing revenue. And certainly if annexation had gone through, is my understanding, at least from talking to William, we could have potentially cut the millage rate in half because we would have increased the revenues coming from the acquisition, right? That would have been a great thing to do. But, I'm just operating on this general principle. If you cut something here, that's a revenue, right, which is the millage, then there has to be equivalent on the other side so you could keep it balanced, right? That's just the operating principle. At least that's the way it is in my house for sure. So I don't want to leave anybody with the impression that I don't want to reduce the millage. I'm with you on that, Mayor. But we have to be also responsible on the budget that in order to keep it balanced, otherwise we're going to take it from the reserve. And that's not where we should be getting it from. We should be getting from other sources of income to the city and revenue to the city. Okay? Just
To the chair.
to understand my thinking on
Yes,
this.
sir.
To the chair, back to, I don't want to talk about, I know you mentioned it, Mayor, in all respect to you, because you worked very hard on the annexation. My heart,
Several councils, not.
no, I got you for a while, but in
Uh,
other councils before for
several
20 years.
pages and Several councils.
But
that worked very
this,
hard.
right now, that's something in the future. We got to keep our foot on the pedal because we're not going to let it, like Medley, I think the commissioner's already taken the steps to make sure that other municipalities don't pull a fast one. So not saying not to lose sight of the ball, but I think the biggest reason they did not want us to go there is because they thought that we can't handle it. At least that's the majority of the people that I've heard from. So we're doing all the steps to try to show them that we could by the steps that we're taking with CJA. So, and when we did give back the request for the annexation application at the end, we lowered the rate. So if annexation comes back to the table, we're going to end up lowering it. Now, how much do we lower it? Depends if we do better with the things that we want to do for the future. Because 3 years from now, we're going to find ourselves that we can't lower it to the amount that we gave them today. Because the number today is significantly lower if we got the annexation. So
You're
to
right.
us, I just
And
think
I
the
don't wanna
millage rate
go-
is not
I
a
don't wanna
big,
Go into the details of getting that, but what was very important and depending on what business you talk to, but I can tell you that there was always a different reason, because once we solved one problem, then, well, that's not really it, because it was our millage was too high. Well, we passed the resolution. We're lowering it to 2.5 to 3.0. Oh, well, that's not really it. It's, all of a sudden it's something else. But what really counts is the commissioner's vote, the vote on the commission. And the vote on the commission consistently was,
Brought it up.
you have to show us that your millage continues to decrease. You cannot, so that is something that to me is really sacred, because that's going to come in handy for annexation for who knows what down the road. It's hard for us to look in the future, but that's a record that I do not want to be on the council that breaks that record for Miami Springs after it was over 8 point something at one time. Then it was in the 7 point something, and we're in the 6 under 7 now. And I think that's a legacy that we should continue.
Mhm.
We didn't start it, but I really feel it's incumbent upon us to continue it for the city and not be the ones who bump it up. The city will never live that down.
no, but in all respect, Mayor, we have to wait to see where all
Well,
those numbers fall,
so
because
let's
like I
see.
said, if I saw there that $15,000 or $7,000 difference is just to say it, but that takes away from one of the community stuff. I'm willing to take the hit. I'm saying that that's for the reason that we did it,
So,
but I'm not saying that we're there.
Well,
Of
let's
course,
do
the push
this.
is to go
Let's-
lower. We're just not
Let's
there.
Do the chair.
Go-
One last
One
comment, I
second,
promise I'll
Councilwoman,
stop.
just a minute.
Okay.
Let's do this. Let's revisit the wish list items, because I think everyone has said wish list items on there, and let's purge it down to the ones that pretty much at least 3 of us are in consensus of
yeah, I think there's
Because
consensus on CGA.
some
Yeah,
things.
definitely.
Okay, does that sound, let's
Well-
do that, because we've all, said a lot of
On
wish
this,
list
actually,
items,
the
but
CGA, the whole proposal there's certain things that maybe, like, I don't know, if it's hard now for Sylvia to start negotiating that, but, there's certain things that I wanted you to tell me what you can and can't, like, what are the things that are priority to you too? Because there's stuff there, 8,000 here, 16,000
She
there.
listed it in the priority.
Yeah, but those
her
are on the
list.
bottom. That's what I'm saying. So why do we need the
Yeah, but-
bottom stuff that are not
Are you-
priority?
Vice Mayor, are you looking at this one from the other day? It's
Yeah, so
already
those-
prioritized
So
on here.
those things that are not highlighted, why, they're
Why
basically
it's not a priority?
It's not a priority. So, but when you start doing the numbers, it's 18,000, 8,000, that's 26,000, and 16,000, that's $42,000. I don't know.
That are
Think
not,
out there, is
you're
that
talking
just
about?
for help, but I'm just saying, is it the visualization, you want to, I guess you want to, I don't know if you want to put it on the spot now. I'm just saying, like, I'm completely in favor of
Sylvia, you want to
the
come?
majority of the priority, all the priority stuff.
See.
Yes.
But
There's-
what's your question?
Why
Why
can't we
the things
drop
that,
those things?
why can't, why you're
It's not priority.
saying,
Why not priority?
okay, so why the things that are not color coded? Why are they, I mean, she said here, they're not strategically significant nor urgent.
Right, this is just a perspective of sort of a lens to run these through, because I know that in the conversations that we have had with you, there are things that sort of rise to the top. It's not that these are not important, they are. Believe me, I would love to digitize your maps. I would love to do
Master report.
these graphics. In fact, I think that the visualizations are really important to these efforts that we're going to undertake with respect to the Northwest 36th Street corridor, the Abraham tract. I think those are going to be very beneficial and useful, but they're not going to make or break the effort. So if you felt like you wanted to add them, it would be, cherry on top, but we can still do a sound study without doing those. For example, now the digitalization or digitalization of the mapping
That's important.
is gonna have to get done at some point. You need maps,
Yeah, no, it's
but
important.
you have maps right now. So it's not make or break. We do have maps. We may still need to do some of that in the process of doing your EAR. And we're going to try to figure out a way to do it in the most cost efficient way possible, because we have found some discrepancies, some errors in the copies of maps that we have, things that are out of date or, so we may have to take care of some of those things, but we're going to try to do it through some of the other process. And if we can have the funds for that right now, then we could do it later in a more comprehensive manner.
The visualization is 8,000, several of them. Is that to kind of help us visualize what you guys are doing, or what's exactly that?
This is,
entail?
well, I mean, right now, this is sort of an upset limit for that, because we really didn't know, still don't know exactly what the extent is. It may be less. One of the things that I found out was that you actually do have some GIS files. When we first met here with the administration, we understood that there were no digital files of the maps that do exist. And so our thought was we may have to start from scratch, and that's a big effort. We still don't know how much we're going to have to do with the maps that do exist, because they're very old. And I haven't even had an opportunity to open those files to see what they look like. But once we do that, we will be able to say, is it $1,000? Is it $2,000? Or is it really going to be $8,000? So in some cases, some of these amounts are more of a not to exceed limit than this is exactly what it's going to cost. Some of these effort may be a little less. The mapping is one of them where we're not going to really know until we get into it.
Yeah, mapping is important.
Anything else that I
No,
can?
no, just, I'm thinking,
I'm here.
we're cutting from everything, and this is definitely a priority, but, like I said, if I thought those two visualization services of 16,000 would help something else, for now, I think, something that I want to like to consider, but.
I think we all agree that this is an investment for the future and providing the
Definitely.
monetary funding that they'll need so that we can give everyone huge colas and,
So,
and add extra employees and everything. And
through the
Mayor?
chair.
yes,
Yes, I believe in investing money to raise money. That's just.
I think we're all on
This is an
track with that.
investment
So
for the future.
I think what we need to decide is, let's
So-
do this one is,
Mhm.
do we want to say all of it? Or, I mean, it's not, like you said, Councilman, Vice Mayor, it's not.
Yeah, I
that
was
much
just talking about the
difference.
two visualization, which is 16.
What's the total with everything?
140.
350.
With everything,
What's some-
including the non-colored items.
Yeah.
174,
Oh.
275.
174.
And with
Where
the
do we
colored
get the-
We got a
items.
different
The
number.
colored items only is 140,275.
Okay, I would suggest we go with the 140
Yeah.
for now. CGA.
Okay,
is-
yeah, I have the
I-
numbers correct.
I think that this is a big chunk of cake, if you can, do this for us,
Right.
right? And these
Okay.
other things from what you're saying and mapping and all this will probably take a back, be on the back burner anyway.
I think the mapping might be.
Sure that you understand that once we begin some of these projects, some of them may actually spill onto the next
Budget.
fiscal year.
Right.
So there may be a possibility of
Rollover.
splitting the budget. For example, we have the code cleanup, the update. It's really important, but it can wait a little bit. We could start it a little bit later and it could go into the following year. So that could be a sort of a phased
Mhm.
approach. And, so I just wanted to remind you that that is possible.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia. Councilman.
Mayor, yeah, so and maybe I'm just being overly simplistic. And to try to explain this for residents in the simplest way possible. We've got a certain amount of money. We have this budget that the city has worked really hard to make it as lean as possible. We have a certain amount of money that is over in excess of 25%, which is beyond what the standard is of what's prudent. That would be 15%. So we have it set at 25% in terms of reserves, just to be extra prudent, and we have money beyond that. And
We have money beyond that, more than the 25.
right,
Explain
more
what you
than
mean
the
by that.
25, right? We
Yes.
have money beyond the 25% that is excess of the unassigned fund balance, right? So
Of how
so
much? Go ahead and,
it's $600,000,
that way, so
right?
everyone's clear.
No,
Just to
said
clarify,
wrong again?
let's go back to the beginning of the meeting.
All right.
The GFOA recommendation is 15% or 2.5 months of expenditures.
Mhm,
That number is $3.4 million.
mhm.
You, in the past, resolution or ordinance, put a 25% minimum reserve in. That's 10% above the recommendation. And that number is, if this budget went through at the one of the two numbers, would be about 5.7. So you're 2.3 above the minimum that the GFOA recommends.
Mhm.
So
That's at the cap, right? The
Correct.
millage
We have
cap?
to make it up in 2 years.
yeah, you're either going to use, 716 from the reserves or 594. In both scenarios, you're either going to be 600 or 700,000 above your recommendation. You'll be almost 3 million still above the GFOA's recommendation.
But above our
But-
recommendation will be
600 or 700,000 above.
that's
But
not
remember, this is
everything.
the purpose of this reserve, whether you do 15%, 18%, 25%, hurricanes,
Right.
uncostly expenditures, insurance costs rising that you cannot control. That's the purpose of a
But we
reserve.
by ordinance have to be at 25%.
Correct.
Which is
Or-
1%.
Or you can go down below and then,
And
like
then
you
you have
stated,
to
you have 2
replenish it.
years to
But you have-
replenish the
yeah, you have
reserves.
2
So,
years.
so let me here, because I tried to make it simplistic and I think it got complicated again. You can answer this yes or no, Chris. If we pay the 140,315 to CGA, if we hire an additional officer at $100,000, I just want to know if my numbers are right. If we add $40,000 to replace the tasers for the officers, and if we include $20,000 that from the lowering of the CMI subsidy towards the Centennial Committee, it strikes me that we will still have a little bit of wiggle room to lower the millage rate, lower than 6.91. Would you agree with that?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, then
You would be
I-
taking,
I think that is the thing to do.
Yeah.
In my opinion, you don't have to do but I'm just saying, like, I feel like we can afford one officer. We can get the things we need for CGA. I think the tasers are important. That's been explained to us. And then we're starting off a little seed money for the Centennial Committee. And if we can lower the millage, because I 1,000,000% agree with what the mayor said about lowering the millage rate. Under no circumstances should we raise it up to the cap to anything, or it needs to be lowered. So if we can afford an extra officer that can patrol the streets, if we can replace the tasers for the officers because they're needed, because the ones they have have been made obsolete, and if we can fund CGA and give some seed money to the Centennial Committee and still lower the millage rate, I feel like that's a walk-off home run. To me, if we have the wiggle room to do all those things, I feel like that's a huge win.
Okay, so I also wanted to add, and I don't know if this was already in here, we talked about the building department, the storefront For them, that was already in the budget?
That's in the budget.
Okay, so we don't have to worry about. the
That's in their-
wish list. I
the
wanna make
separate-
sure That we're getting them that.
That's separate building fund revenues
Okay.
included in their budget.
So let's find common ground on the wish list, okay? Because I think you made a good point. We can do this. Now, we're saying, okay, let's do this. Let's find common ground on the wish list. How's that?
Sure.
Okay, so on the wish list, I think the easiest thing that I see common ground is the CGA.
The
right?
CGA 140.
Everyone is for that?
Yep,
Is
Yes.
that correct? Okay, and so the CGA is the 140.
140.
143.15.
Okay. And thank you, Sylvia, for being here and also being so accessible all the time to all of us. I know you work a lot with
And patient.
Tammy and with Roger. Okay, so since you brought up your items, let's do yours. Okay, the
So,
next one you said,
We
was-
have consensus that we can add another officer to patrol the streets?
I'm not for that.
I am.
I'm in favor of it.
Yes.
Councilman?
Favor.
Yes.
I think we're just, all we're doing is adding another officer to, meet a hole in the bucket with, the hotels, and we need to figure out a way to have the county take responsibility for that. And by adding another officer, which we added one last year, and we're still in the same place, so I would not be in favor of that. Not because I don't want other officers,
no, I got you.
but because the only thing we're doing is facilitating the county not dealing with,
it.
with an issue that.
Councilwoman
that-
Bravo, were you in favor
responsible for.
of adding an officer?
I said before, if I was gonna go with a bold list, because hypothetically speaking, honestly, if I could afford all of them, I would, but and this one, I agree with Maria. Our landscape hasn't changed. The problem hasn't changed and the money hasn't, the increase in raises, it hasn't changed the problems either. So
Right.
I think we need to get, the footprint, the size of Miami Springs, nothing's changed. What needs to change is maybe.
We added a
strategy.
new
I'm not
officer
sure.
and nothing's changed 2 years ago. But again, this is a consensus. So let's say, okay, Councilman Santeen, you're.
To add a
saying
police officer.
Yes, and Councilman.
Add a police
Pat-
officer?
Okay, and Councilman Vasquez,
Yes.
you will be you're saying yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so we have new police officer,
So we'll highlight it.
3. 2. And the cost for that would be,
Roughly 100
It's
grand?
approximately $100,000.
okay,
I want to remind you though, when we add a police officer, they need a car. They need equipment.
But I think, wasn't that part of the? I was under the impression from talking to you that it would include, the uniform stipend, the health benefits, the police car. Is that not?
No,
No.
it wasn't including the car, and I believe it was about 12 or 14,000 for uniforms.
so 50,000 more?
So give us a sense of how much one officer would cost.
Well, the cars,
I mean, obviously they
Which-
gotta have a car, right? So like,
the cars in the wish list are 50,000 each.
And the training is quite expensive too. Officer training, we're spending like 80,000 on training.
I have the chief online who would like to
Yes.
say something.
Okay. Chief, thank you for being here.
Can you hear me okay, Mayor?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
yes,
Yes,
go ahead,
Go
chief.
ahead.
Okay, just a point of clarification and respectfully, there are some things that have changed. First and foremost, we have 2 vacancies in dispatch. How does that affect our police officers? We haven't been able to fill those vacancies because various departments throughout Miami-Dade County and Broward County are hiring and they're offering signing bonuses. So we try to fill our vacancies at dispatch by offering overtime. So that's why our overtime budget goes up. But there comes a point where our dispatchers are burned out, their mothers, their daughters, their caregivers. So when we can't fill it with overtime, guess what? We have to pull an officer off the street to fill dispatch. Another thing, several other things that have affected the landscape, so to speak. Just on Friday, August 11th, on one shift, the afternoon shift, we had 3 Baker Act calls that our officers are involved with. When you total the time that the officers were involved on the Baker Act calls, totaled over 4 hours on those calls, okay, on one shift. And not a week goes by, you know, I know the captain is there and several officers are there that can attest to this. We handle at least 3 to 4 Baker Act calls a week. Another thing that has changed on the landscape. On Wednesday, the 16th, we had a call at one of the hotels of a fight in the parking lot. 4 individuals involved, one of them possibly armed. Well, they took off in a red vehicle. One of our officers spotted the vehicle driving recklessly through the city. We stopped the vehicle in front of a house on Falcon. One individual ran inside the house. The officer was able to detain 3 of them outside while backup arrived. When we got the individual out of the house, that individual had 1 bench warrant and 4 what we call alias capias warrants. Why is that important? When we take that individual to Miami-Dade to verify the warrant, Miami-Dade now requires 2 officers to go. So that, combined with the fact that once you take the individual to TGK, if we have a lockup in TGK, you can have an officer sitting there for 3 or 4 hours. So that's why the landscape has changed as far as, you know, not just the hotels. Obviously, the hotels are the #1 calls for service, but that combined is the reason why I had originally requested the officers that I did. As far as training is concerned, we have historically hired certified police officers. That means they pay their way through the academy. But, and I don't know if Mr. Collins is there from HR, he can tell you that for one officer that we hire, we typically go through 10 applicants because either something is wrong in their background or, you know, a variety of other things. So we have sponsored some officers that we pay for them to go to the academy. And I'll be honest with you, I don't regret having done that because they've turned out to be fantastic officers. Normally, we've sent dispatchers that have wanted to go to the academy. We've sent PSAs. We've sent individuals that have worked at the rec center. As a matter of fact, there's a young man graduating September 1st that Stephen Torres, who's worked at the rec center, and they've turned out to be phenomenal officers. So that's when the expense of training an officer is higher. If we hire a certified officer, the expense is much lower. So I don't know if you have any other questions regarding that. So I just wanted to make sure and clarify that.
Thank you, Chief. And can you give us an idea of the other expenses? You said the training's expensive, but what are we talking about? Because we're trying to figure out the new police
What it
total
would cost to
expense
add.
of the vehicle.
Okay, if we
training
send an
for that
if we send an
employee.
officer to the academy costs about $6,000 a year, give or take. I believe it's $6,100. And there's equipment that's required for them to have during the academy. There's uniforms that they're required to have during the academy. Plus, when we sponsor an officer to the academy, they're also making a starting pay less 5%. So once he graduates from the academy, passes state exam, and he's sworn in as a police officer, then he's making the starting pay of an officer. But so you have the expense of the academy, plus the equipment, plus his salary. As far as the other, and I apologize that I'm not there in person. I don't have the figures in front of me, but I believe the captain might be able to elaborate the other costs, and my assistant, Ms. Quintana, might be able to elaborate a little bit more on those costs.
And the vehicle, well, my understanding is when they're new, we share a vehicle? How does that happen?
No, well, the first 4 months while they're on the road, they're riding with a senior officer. It's called the field training officer phase. And once they're cut loose, where they ride on their own, they're assigned a vehicle that stays at the city. It's one of the spare vehicles. All right. So once they complete probation, that's when they get a permanently assigned vehicle to them. Now, when I was asked to do a 2% cut, I respectfully told Tammy and Chris that I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it in good conscience. So the items that were put on the wish list, some of them being vehicles, are actually operational necessities. And I think I elaborated a little bit at the last, or my first budget workshop. we've identified 12 cars that are over 100,000 miles, and we've spent close to $400,000 on maintaining those cars and keeping them roadworthy. So we need to get newer vehicles, because those, it's going to come a point where those vehicles are just not going to be serviceable anymore. So a new car with the equipment, the lights, the striping, the computer bracket, the cage, I believe it's roughly around $50,000.
Okay, and Chief, so am I hearing you say that the new vehicles are more urgent need for you than a new officer?
Well, as far as officers are concerned, I don't think there's any chief in the country that's going to turn away officers. You know, as I mentioned, some of the things that are tying us up, aside from the hotels, and why, you know, we face shortages as far as being able to staff the road. I need officers to be able to properly, you know, patrol the city, to provide a safe environment. And, you know, I love my other department heads, and respectfully, if you don't have a safe and secure environment, you can't have some of the other activities that, you know, you want to have in the city. So I think that goes hand in hand. I need officers, but I need to be able to properly equip them.
Excuse me. To the
Yes,
chair.
go ahead.
In reference to the police, you said $100,000. Is that the number, or is there a difference in that number?
Seems like 150 if you include the car.
Well, no, but we're talking about the car and the other stuff.
Right.
Yeah, no, I'm fine, because I was fine with the one
Right.
vehicle anyway. But in reference to me personally, but I just want to make sure the police, you say 100,000 to get one new police officer. Is that, I mean, how do you get the 100,000
I
for a new
mean-
police officer? I don't know. It'll start that way.
No, they don't-
Have your
I'm sorry,
list
go ahead.
there. I mean, depending on the level of officer,
Okay.
a lieutenant was a certain cost, a
Okay.
sergeant was a certain cost, and the regular police officer was a certain cost. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, the lowest was approximately 100,000 with benefits, correct?
Just a lot of, there's just a lot of variables to consider. Like you said, it depends on what rank we decide to make them, just regular officer, sergeant. lieutenant.
Well, if I may,
Go ahead. Chief.
hello?
Yes, go ahead, Chief.
When an
ahead.
officer graduates the academy, he starts as a step one police officer. If it comes a time that they've, you know, the time period has passed and there's a promotional exam like we need to give next year, then they pass successfully the exam, they're promoted to the rank of sergeant. Now, the only variable there with an officer, if I hire an officer coming from another department, which we've hired a couple, we don't start them at the step one. Depending on the years of service, the years of experience that they have, they can come in at one of the higher steps. So they wouldn't be starting as a step one rookie officer based on their experience.
So 100,000 is an estimate of.
Well, I
whatever
think the
where it
100,
could most likely be, or more.
Councilman, I think the 100,000 is,
If you look at this page 1 of 2 in the police department, section 6. This is- Sorry, I'm looking at it upside down.
Fine.
Section 9, and then I don't know how you get to this one, but page 1 of 2 for police department salaries on the right, you'll see.
And-
Why 100,000 is on the low end
Mayor,
plus the other expenses. And
Mayor-
believe me, no one is more for, more police and supporting it.
I'm
have
just trying to
have
get an idea, because obviously
yeah, and-
I'm already said that I'm for adding a
Right.
police officer in a vehicle. So I'm just trying to get, a better grasp on
and
the total cost. That's all.
Vice Mayor, this is the way I'm thinking about it, right? I mean, obviously, we wish that we had a surplus to be able to, get, 5 officers, and there's a lot of things that we wish we could do. In terms of getting a new officer and what we would need, right? I mean, because obviously you could hire a sergeant, right? But then that's going to come at a greater cost. And I think that most people, if you had to, sacrifice it, like what's the minimum you would take, you would want an officer that's patrolling the streets, right? Rather than more leadership. I'm not saying that leadership isn't necessary. I mean, I'm a leader. I'm just saying, I think that adding a brand new officer that could be, you know, be put into the bench and build the bench and have another person that could be boots on the ground and patrolling the city. I think given, you know, how much we're penny pinching here, I think that even if it costs $150,000 because we're getting the car, I think that we can afford that. And Chris, I'll ask the question again. If we have $150,000 for a new officer, added to those items that I'd say, there's still that wiggle room to lower the millage. I feel like if there's consensus, an extra 50,000 to be able to have a car for them. I know that we need more cars for all of them. I know that there's also some cars that are on the way from a previous budget that we had to like cancel the order. But if we're talking bare minimum, I really wish that we could get one more officer, and I think that there's some consensus for that.
Well, let's just, all we're trying to do now, I think we've already said that there's two consensus for that. We're just trying to figure out what the cost is so that we know
Right.
Sure.
where the cost is,
So
okay?
the equipment,
So
what's the cost?
we're talking about
That's the only thing I'm missing.
100,000, just salary, starting salary. And, you know, benefits, whatever, medical, or
Academy,
whatever,
6,000,
the 6,000 plus
one
a
vehicle,
car,
50,000, and the equipment would be what?
20. I'm guessing,
I just want to know so we can have a better idea.
equipment's about 20 per
It's actually
officer.
a little bit less.
6,500 was what I recall.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so
So 6,500, 6,100,
6,500 in equipment,
50.
50,000 for a
One
car.
Includes uniform,
62,
equipment,
Right,
vests,
and
all the-
100,000 for salary and benefits.
so about 162,
162,
170,
6, yep,
60, okay, 160,
62, 600.
round it to 160.
Right, the current starting salary for an officer, step one is 60,855.
Okay, and at every step they get the step increase of the 5%
Okay,
for every year.
thank you.
Can I get a clarification? Madam Chair?
Yes,
Okay, because I'm trying to keep numbers here.
you're trying.
And yeah, ma'am, at the end of the day, I'm looking at the reserve and that's where everything's coming from there, right? I'm sorry, I'm just pointing. it-
Well, Councilman, let me just say, all we're doing right now is just trying to get the wish list items that we all kind
Right,
of can
right,
agree on, or at least that there's consensus so that we know how much that totals up. And then we may be able to just say, okay, that's fine, or we may still have to nip away at those. Okay,
All right, well.
Through the
let's-
chair.
I just need a
What was the
ball-
number
so that's
you
all
came
we
up
are.
with?
ballpark number on. the wish list.
162 something you said?
160, yeah, 162, round.
162, 600.
160.
I'm at 162, 600, 61 for the training, 65 for uniforms and equipment, 50,000 for the car and 100,000 for the officer.
162, 600. So we've got 140, 135 for
140,
CGA.
315 for CGA,
We've got 162, 600 to add an
Correct.
officer.
correct.
I had
All right,
proposed that
Well,
we
you-
spend the $40,000 so that we can all have the tasers that now can be serviced and we can buy parts for. Because I think that they need to have a less than lethal option. And the tasers that they have are obsolete. It's 40,000. They wanted, you know, to take advantage of savings and bundle it with body cameras. It would have been $230,000. But I think if we had to like a bare minimum, I think the tasers are important because they're obsolete. And if one breaks, they don't have a way to replace. It's $40,000.
and the body cams, we don't have them at all.
We
This
do
is
not.
something new. I mean, those seem pretty important to me, but or most departments have them? Or two, okay,
We had cameras on our current tasers as we did tasers model before that.
Mhm.
They discontinued putting cameras on the tasers so that we would purchase body cameras.
Okay.
That's where we're at now. Now, without any cameras, we have none. There's no
Right.
dash cam and no body cams.
okay. So the tasers by themselves are 40,000?
Over
Is
a
that-
5-year period,
Over
it's it's $39,960 a year over
A year.
5 years.
Okay.
Through
And
the
then
chair.
oh, yes, go ahead, Nan.
Captain, do you prefer the camera and the laser, the taser separately? Or did you like the combo of the taser with the
In
camera?
a perfect world, I would love to have both. It decreases liability on the city immensely and provides us with a tool to use for evidence gathering as well. And it makes our cases
So
better.
that taser has a camera too? No.
The current ones do. The ones that we were proposing is body worn camera and a taser. They don't make cameras on the tasers.
Got it. Okay, understood.
I-
One last
Oh,
thing.
sure.
I remember in the first budget meeting when Chief came, I had asked him how many cars you guys have currently, and I think he mentioned, I don't know if Chief is still available. He said about 34. I think that was a ballpark number, and we currently have, correct me if I'm wrong, 47 police officers.
Correct.
And I got a little bit concerned because you just mentioned that there was about 12 vehicles that were over 100,000 miles that had to be fixed, which cost, did he say how many?
$400,000.
$400,000. So I think we have a shortage of vehicles. Me personally, I'm gonna have a lot of officers, and then they're gonna probably have to go and amass something, and we're gonna be short of vehicles, or if one gives out, I think we're short on vehicles. Would you agree that we're definitely
need-
short on vehicles?
Every budget that I've been a part of, as well as prior to becoming part of the administration, I've worked here for over 30 years. We almost every budget would be a minimum of 4 cars until we started the take-home car program. And we got a large amount of cars, and then we stopped for a little while. But the problem is now our older vehicles, they're breaking down. We have a PSA vehicle right now. It's being shared by 2 PSAs. That's several years old, and it's on its last legs itself.
But can I get clarification? Because the numbers that you recall from that there's 34 cars and 47 officers, you don't have 13 officers that don't have cars, right?
No,
No, but-
when that number was originally given, it was we were discussing patrol at that moment, but we have
Gotcha.
administrative vehicles also.
All right.
Motorcycles.
Right.
So forth.
Okay, so
So
go ahead.
Every
But we
officer
are going to
has a
run-
car.
Every officer has a car.
Right.
Or a
obviously-
motorcycle.
I got you.
Obviously,
Right.
if we hire more officers.
I got you. So I get it. I think it would be great to have the body cameras, but it's $230,000. And that means the way we're paying this is out of reserves. And if that means that we can't lower the millage rate, then again, these are all tough conversations, but is there consensus that we could get the tasers at least and hold off on the?
Are the tasers
Yeah.
a whole new set of, you're just getting all new tasers for everyone? Is that what the 40,000 is?
Yes. Yeah, so that covers everything, training equipment that you need to go with it. I guess the access to the evidence.com where you can, view all the deployments and everything, all that's included into that package. So
What's the body cam cost?
Separate
Camera.
I would need Ari to pull that information for you, because we
Be two-
we have several different. quotes for
40.
this.
Right.
so it'd be 100.
So the way that we packaged it was a package deal between the tasers and the camera, which I think confusion in the first meeting with the 230,000 and the 112,000, Councilman Fahed, that you were asking Chief about before, was there was a potential grant on the table. It hasn't officially been awarded or declined yet. So the quote in itself alone would be over 5 times each year, coming out to a total of $109,247,000 per year. The reason that it was budgeted at 230 is if that grant was on the table, it would only cover the camera portion. That specific grant doesn't cover anything taser related, only camera. So if we were to get it, we would be receiving $80,000 from the grant, but we would have to match $80,000.
Right.
So we would have to pay in advance years 2, 3, and 4 of the camera portion just to reach those 80,000 in order to receive that grant. So we would be paying upfront a lot more just for that reason alone. But let's say the grant is completely off the table and we don't get it. The quote is just, again, 109,247 per year for both the taser and the camera package bundled together.
Okay.
That grant something you guys were gonna apply. So
We already applied. It's sent through. We're just at the mercy of.
So we
of
have
them.
to kind of budget
So,
and
to match it, right?
so let me just get this
Have it.
straight. You're saying for the taser and the camera now, it's 109,000
It's 109 on the quote, yes,
on the quote.
per year for
And-
split over 5.
Said 230.
Right, the 230, but then it came down to 100 and because on the wish list, yes,
Said
the
the
230.
230.
but-
Right, so when we were budgeting with Chris and Tammy, we made it that way, thinking ahead and thinking if we were going to get the grant, which we might or might not, it's still
If
up
you
in
were
air.
going to get the grant because you would have to use.
We would
you'd
have to
pay.
Match
for
the
the grant.
80,000 that
Right,
we're
right.
being granted, and again, that's only for the camera portion of this
So
bundle,
if you
so we
were to get
can't.
it,
Sorry,
If you were to get it now, the grant.
if we were to get it, then they would give us $80,000 for the camera portion only, and we would have to pay 80,000 to match it. So that's why we'd be paying more upfront the first year, because it's only for the camera. So out of 109, it's tasers and cameras together. But let's say just the camera portion alone is half of that, then we have to pay in advance year 1 and year 2 of just the cameras in order to spend the 80,000 so that they can give us 80,000.
So just to clarify, that's why we asked the police department to please put the $230,000 as a package onto the wish list, so that when they were awarded this grant, we would come back to council and they would get the package deal, which would include the tasers and the body cams at the $230,000. So now by you separating them at the end, we're going to end up paying more because now they're not a bundle package anymore. And then we'll still possibly get the grant,
Possibly.
but it's not that bundle package anymore. So
We'd have to get pricing for the cameras on their own.
for the
I
body
guess.
cameras on their own.
So is-
Separate.
As the combo, what's the number again? If we
The
decided to do
combo,
this and budgeted
tax
for it?
exempt would be 109,247.30.
110, okay.
And that is applying that for the grant, with the grant. I'm confused now. Or no, the
That amount
230,
is
the
the-
230,
that
the figure 230 is with, you know,
With-
matching
with the
grant.
Grant match.
So UNSC would have to match the grant, and then years 2, 3, and 4 are our upcoming next fiscal years. Obviously, the package deal would be a lot less since we paid up front the first year more.
I would be to add to the taser and the body, I think the body cam is,
I mean, 100,
It's important.
110 is better than 230.
Yeah.
I just wanted to be clear about something because someone, as I was thinking out loud about this, somebody asked like why there's that recurring cost. Anytime, and correct me, Captain Deal, if I'm wrong, anytime you deploy the taser, they have to replace the card. They replace the cartridge at no cost
So
because
You have an
you're paying.
extended, these devices are completely covered for any kind of malfunction, they break, they're stolen, et cetera. They replace them. Like you said, you'd make a deployment, 4 probes are deployed, they replace them, it's all free.
Right.
And there's also instructor certification included in this as well. And it's replenishment of the duty cartridges and the training cartridges on a yearly basis. It's all
And
included. in this.
I spoke with some people that knowledgeable about this in other municipalities, and they were saying that the price seemed very reasonable, or because my understanding is that the camera package, everything that comes with it, that the chief was explaining about all the software and everything that needs to come with it, is very, very expensive. I mean, I think that it's great savings. 110 again is better than 230.
Yeah.
You know.
To me, I mean, it seems like tasers and body cameras are equipment that we
Yes.
really need.
Was this
That, you know, I mean, they're pretty, today, that's common equipment for, it's not something, you know, like science fiction or, you know, or out there, state of the art. It's pretty much what is expected. So I would like to suggest that we budget for that and not the extra police officer, because this is equipment that our officers need now to
Mhm.
perform their jobs. I mean, this is, Councilwoman, you were saying operational. I think
That's
this is
operational.
operational. I mean, you know, we have officers and without tasers and without cameras, and we're gonna, you know, to me, this is a more pressing need for the police department than the new officer. And again, it's not that I'm against new police
Defer to
officers.
the chief with regards to that option.
I'm gonna bet the chief is gonna say he'd rather have an officer.
If-
Well, he's not.
If I
gonna say
can, if I can just interject here for just a minute.
Yes.
In no way, shape or form am I objecting to the department not getting their tasers. My only concern is looking at this as a grant opportunity. If you expend those expenditures for a taser package or equipment before a grant is awarded to you, the possibility, no, it's the possibility of getting a reimbursement prior to a grant being awarded to you. The grants just don't happen that way. Typically, you got to get awarded a grant, then you spend the money, and then you ask for the reimbursement on a grant. So I just don't want to have their package jeopardized beforehand, if we
Thank
buy
you,
these
Tammy. Yes,
tasers,
Yes. thank you.
okay, so I would much rather come back to you
And ask
at
to
a
fund
later
that.
date when they've got the award. And again, in no way, shape or form am I telling you they don't need the tasers or the body cams. What I'm saying is that I don't want to jeopardize the funding of the grant by spending money ahead of the grant, of an award of a grant, which all of them, and they can clarify, I don't,
I think that's an excellent point. Yes.
That we'll know something by the end of
Okay.
August.
By the end of August, you'll-
so
Which is next week.
if they can come back to us and say that we got awarded the grant, great. But
But
you know,
if
I
not-
don't want, come October 1st, they go out and put a PO in. We buy all of these tasers, and then later on in mid-October, November, this grant comes through, and then now we can't use the grant because we spent the money before the grant was awarded.
Yes.
And it happens all the time, and you cannot spend any funds prior to an award of a grant.
So
If
what
you
is
don't
that?
serve, doesn't matter.
But just because
No,
you,
no.
just because you budget it doesn't mean that you'd lose the flexibility of waiting to
Right.
purchase it, right?
Can,
Um,
I'm confused with the 109 and the 230. So the 109 is with the bundle without grant, right, Tammy?
I'm sorry,
The 109 that she mentioned is a combo without grant.
Correct.
Okay, so.
I'm gonna
just
defer to
thought-
them on
Okay,
the breakdown.
I just don't know
because-
where the 109 from the 230, we're just, but for budgeting purposes, I think we could have budgeted at the 109. Am I
Mhm.
understanding this correctly? Or I just don't know where the 230. came
Without
from.
the grant.
I'm
The
confused.
230
The
comes
109
at the
is-
bundled package.
But she said 109,000 is for the bundle.
It's 109
Without
without the matching if you got the grant.
without the grant.
Correct. So without
we
the
just
grant,
paid-
with the bundle is $109,000.
Right,
If the city paid without a grant, it's over a 5-year period, it's 109,000.
right. So I'm
Mhm.
not even thinking about a grant because that's just a what if. So we have
So-
to budget with real numbers
So-
per se. It would
Back
be.
to-
What you're saying though is the grant has a good probability.
We don't
Like,
know.
we don't know. So what I'm trying to say is that instead of the 230, which is what's not gonna cost per year, I would have liked to see a number that was more in conclusive what she was saying. I have no problem with it. I have no problem with. taking
And just
tasers.
to
Just-
follow up on Councilman Fahed's question, if we budget the amount, we're budgeting the amount. It doesn't mean we're gonna pay it on October 1st. The quote, I believe, was good till October, November.
Till November 30th.
You'll know
No,
way,
but I
you'll know
mean,
well
I'm
before then.
money.
Yeah, so there's
No
no
one
need to
asked
spend
for
it.
Because I'm
course.
here cutting costs from different departments. And if I have to take the 230 in mind, it's gonna shift my
That's what I mean.
my mindset on what I want to cut and what I don't want to cut. But now we have more of that flexibility. So that's how I was just.
I think we could either budget tasers, which we had a consensus on, and if you all have a consensus on cameras with the tasers at 109.
My, like you said, I would like to put
Let's
both
see
on there.
this. Okay,
Go,
so
go.
let's see for that,
So
the 109 for the tasers and body cam.
Yep.
What is the,
I'm in favor.
Yes.
everyone?
I'm in
Okay,
favor.
So 5. I'm keeping a tally, a very loose tally here.
Can,
109 for,
Eric, can I stop you for one
Yes, sir.
second now?
sir.
So now, based on using off the memo, the 716 deficit that left us in an excess of 600,000, we're currently at.
Chris, don't worry. We're gonna come back. We're just trying to get an idea of,
I
I'm
got it
just
here.
letting you know, you've already used 412.
Yeah.
And if you want to lower the millage a tenth, that's 150.
Right.
You've already used, you're already at the 600,000
yes.
approximately.
We'll
I
have
only
to talk
had
about
three
this before.
things, right?
Thank you,
So, like,
Chris.
Yeah, but that's you, but there's 5
No, I
others or
get it,
so,
but
you know, so, okay, so.
I'm just letting you know as,
All I'm
as we
doing now
go.
is just going through the wish list and trying to find the main things, and we'll have to come back and chip away at it again. I mean, obviously, this isn't gonna work, but at least we're, okay, tasers and body cameras. And Chief, are you still on?
Nope.
Okay, to my question as to, I won't go for both. Well, I didn't go for the new officer, but between the body cameras and tasers or a new officer.
That is something that Chief Guzman would have to answer. I feel as though we need both. It's,
No, I understand you need both, but if
I agree
there's
with
one or the other, because they're both about the same cost.
in that, me personally, I would take the tasers, no body cameras, and take an officer.
I'm sorry, you would take them
Just the
Officer
tasers
for the-
and an
And I'll
officer.
take the tasers and
and nobody
remove the
can.
body.
off the body cam.
Or
Just $70,000 difference.
What I said?
I agree with the captain 100%.
There we go.
Okay,
It'll be a $70,000 difference if we decide to take away the body. cam.
okay. And the tasers are,
40.
40,000.
I don't know if, Mayor, if you heard me, but I agree with that 100%.
yes, thank you,
Yes.
chief.
All right, so just have a $70,000 number in your head, because that's the difference. In
Okay.
case we got to go
Do you have
back to
anything
it.
else on your?
This one, they're gonna take it for everything we're worth.
Okay, let's go to the next wish list, Councilwoman Bravo. What were items that we haven't already discussed on your wish list?
Wait, can you address the last one, the 20,000 towards the Centennial Committee?
Oh, okay.
Which again,
Okay, so
would
what you were saying is,
be from at least in what I'm proposing from the CMI subsidy decrease?
okay,
Having
so,
20,000 towards Centennial so that they have some seed money?
okay, but what you're proposing, explain it again. You're.
Okay, so
Thank you,
We-
Captain, for coming,
Thank you.
and all of you.
we had been subsidizing CMI at $35,000 a year for the last 9 years. They have done a phenomenal job of getting off the ground. They've been managing the property. When we looked at what we've been subsidizing with those $35,000, 15,000 of that would cover FP&L, which is utilities, and the landscaping and groundskeeping. Obviously, I'm sure that if something structural happens in the property, it's our property that could be something that could be taken on a case by case basis. But rather than subsidizing to 35,000, if we just cover groundskeeping and utilities, then that would mean it's about $15,000. So that would be 20,000 less than what we've traditionally subsidized towards CMI. I think that that's a reasonable cut, given the standing that they have from looking at their fund balance and how well they've done. They've got a good trajectory. Again, there are some who, we've had conversations about how we can increase revenue, and that's a property that we own. But I think that CMI is very interested in the preservation of that historic site, and I think that they're doing a good job. And if they're in a good position financially to kind of have a little less subsidy from us, I think that we could still cover. They're still managing the property for us. I think that we can do 15,000, and that would save us 20,000 in that subsidy that we've traditionally done the last 9 years. And I feel that 20,000 could then be put towards some seed money for the Centennial Committee, because they need to start to get the ball rolling. That was just a little kind of taking from one to another.
Let me, I know Mayor Wheeler is here. And he is, on the board, the president of the board of CMI. Do you want to say anything? And Julie, you're here to maybe answer any questions that anyone has on Councilman Fahet's proposal.
Yeah,
Good
wherever you feel more.
So, thank you, Councilman Fahet. We appreciate the compliments. Really, they shouldn't go to the board. They should go to Julie Arias for being a outstanding manager of the facility. Two things. The 35,000 originally came from an estimate that I provided to council some time ago, like a dozen years, to cover utilities, landscaping, and the liability insurance that we carry on the property. It was $35,000 total at that time. That hasn't changed for all the years that the city has continued to subsidize. You brought up two items, and unfortunately, I don't think your numbers are correct. I was just looking at our past year, and the utilities were $22,000 for the year, and landscaping was 13,000. Those two items alone now add up to the 35,000. So it's not a matter of 15,000 covers those two items together.
Can we get verification from Chris about those numbers?
I don't have the invoice in front of me that they provided to us.
So can I address that specific?
Yes.
Right, so I did bring, because I know that you didn't have this, before today. So I did bring specific numbers to identify what it is. The way that I've always handled those funds is obviously by using them in our weakest months which tend to be during the summer months. So basically what I've done is instead of using them from the beginning throughout the entire year, I reserve them until I know they're going to be needed. And on those months, I'll go out and pay out whatever is needed in those months that are required. However, if you look at the year to year, you will see that it's 35,000, give or take. I actually brought the entire report that shows all of the numbers that we've actually spent on landscaping and on utilities throughout the year. May I present?
Sure.
Wonderful.
Chris, where did you get those numbers that we had when we were?
The numbers that we were reviewing was the latest invoice that Julie provided to us for the last quarter of the year. That wasn't looking at the other months, the 2 invoices prior and this file that we're being looked at right now.
You will see it's, I highlighted it for you. It's on that second page. And you will see basically the full expense, but if you look under 62,800, you'll look under landscaping, you'll see it was 13,935. And then on 63,000 under utilities, you'll see it was 22,257.
Wait, Julie, a little bit slower for me. It's been a long night. So the first one you said
Sure.
under 60, what was it?
62,800. So second page, facilities and equipment. If you go down to 62,820, it'll say landscaping. And if you go right there, you'll see it's 13,935.
I see it clearly.
Just a couple of points of clarification so you can, the last 2 or 3 years have been interesting for everybody with COVID and things like that. We actually had some good years because we were able to continue with our venue throughout some of the COVID time period, and we were actually able to receive some grants that provided additional revenue during that time. So when you look back 2 years ago and say, wow, they had a great year, well, we did, but what we're seeing at this point is a drop off in, I won't say interest, but a slight drop off in revenue because I think we caught up with that COVID delay with those folks that were getting married and came back, and there aren't the grants available at this point through the federal money that you referred to, Mayor. So it comes down, very straightforward. We've got a $4 million facility that we're trying to maintain. We've got some significant expenses that we're looking at to, we mentioned the roof before. We have a generator purchase and installation that we have to take care of. It's got to come from somewhere. Yes, we have reserves. We've looked forward to that. I guess you could deplete those. And then next year we could be sitting here and saying, now we've got a serious problem. So just encourage you with a $23 million budget that a $20,000 cut is, I won't say it's not of consequence, but I don't think it's the right direction if we're trying to recover 36th Street and the economic development and everything. Let's support where the volunteers are spending their time and money, which we all do. So anyway, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Chris, in looking at these numbers, the numbers we had earlier were incorrect?
I wouldn't say the numbers were incorrect. They were a portion of an annual
Because it was
spend.
only, it was a quarterly reports?
Yeah, they've only given me 3 reimbursements. So that was the final one, I guess, coming to the total of the budgeted amount of 35,000. These 2 numbers are well in excess, just in those 2 lines. They're 30,000 in total.
Correct. So if
Between landscaping and electricity.
Gotcha.
So they're basically almost spending the entire 35,000 on these 2
Well, I was gonna
amounts
say-
and only submitting to us some other things based on the timing of what bills they have to pay to get to the top budgeted amount of 35,000. And one quick question for Julie. Where's the liability insurance on here?
The liability insurance as in Philadelphia. We have Philadelphia. Give me 1 second. I'll find that for you.
Is that something you submit to the city? I'm just asking because I've never seen it yet. That's
No, we pay directly, like we pay it, but I mean, I can definitely provide you all those invoices. Absolutely.
10 grand.
okay.
I see, I had, 655.
It's 65,500. It's all the way on the
That's
bottom, last page.
But that's,
Like 10,000.
Yeah, so
do we insure the building?
No,
Or
yeah, we
Tammy,
insure it.
we insure the building, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
So, Mayor, given that now we have a more holistic picture, because obviously we have a P&L here that's showing the fiscal year, and the $35,000 is what it costs for landscaping and utilities. I mean, that's different from, you know, the numbers that I was going off of when I came up with that proposal. I think one thing that I would add, though, the currently CMI, their contract lapsed, right? They're currently don't have a contract with the city.
They do.
We are currently on a month to month.
Okay,
Correct.
so I mean, I think that would be important
To do the
Yeah.
contract, yes,
I mean-
and you mean to request the new contract?
Yeah.
Yes, and I think Mayor Wheeler and I had talked about it, and you were going to reach out to the new city manager, right? To meet him when he was on board and discuss that
Okay, so then
with the
having-
new contract.
This
Right.
is a
I mean, this doesn't have to do with the budget, but, well, it does, but,
Clarification, we don't have a month to month. We have no contract.
right, there's nothing.
The new city manager doesn't yet have an email address, so
Alright.
we really can't reach out to him in any significant way, but we will.
Yes.
So Mayor, say, given all of this, I think that the $35,000 subsidy that has traditionally been
Given to them.
given to them, I think is warranted and should continue,
Well, and
which leaves us in how we fund the Centennial Committee.
okay, so, and that's something that I think we're all gonna fund, but before we move on to the Centennial Committee, I want to say thank you, Julie. You're doing a great job. And to Mayor Wheeler and everyone on that board, on the CMI board. These are people like similar to our historical society. These are people that are just, these members are so passionate about our community and the time that they give over years and years and years, not just, you know, this one year, but over years and years and years to preserve and protect, you know, our history, our, you know, how many cities have something like the Curtis Mansion? Something so unique, you know, we have so little history down in Miami-Dade County, and we happen to be one of the few cities that can claim that with a historical golf course and Curtis Mansion. But the board, I know you do it without pay, you do it just for years and years and years. Their life's blood is in this. So, and you know, it only seems fitting. I mean, if it's something that we treasure and that we want to preserve for our city and for our future residents, we have to subsidize it, you know, where it needs it. And hopefully one day you won't need the subsidizing, just like with the golf course where, you know, all of a sudden it went over, right? But there were years and years and years where, you know, the city was subsidizing that until, and knock on wood,
Thank you.
we're past that. Thank you so much.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
Julie,
Okay.
don't go too far.
All right, for the Centennial Committee, I guess we all agree. Well, are we all in?
We haven't
agreement that
agreed
need
on
to-
an amount.
to
It's- it
fund-
just- That we should help them, but
Right, but we're all, that was another thing on your item, because we're gonna go
Yeah.
through and just try to, I don't know how else to do this. On the Centennial Committee, are we in agreement that we're gonna have to come up with some seed money? We don't have
Oh,
to say
yeah,
how much right
no.
now, but I'll just put it down
Yeah.
oh, definitely.
all-
I'm in agreement with that.
Yeah.
as 5-5. Is that correct, Councilwoman? And for the Centennial Committee
What's that?
of
I mean,
Okay.
providing some seed money? We haven't decided how much. I mean, but that they're gonna need something
To
to
go.
to,
start for marketing and all that.
is,
Well, it was on my list, the wish list, but
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
at
that's-
a different number though.
Right, we don't.
but we
what
don't
the
have a
yet.
number right now,
Well,
But we have consensus that
wish list.
that it's something that we would all
Look into.
Agreed.
agree.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just trying to go through the wish list and figure out the things. Okay, Centennial,
Right, but can I throw out a number?
seed money.
I mean, that's what,
We-
you want
we
to talk
got her
about
here
it
and
now,
we-
Marie?
Well, let's go in order of when we did.
Oh, I'm
the,
sorry. Sorry.
Okay, so
My bad.
Councilwoman, you were next after things that we haven't already covered on the wish list
Oh,
that you wanted to.
Parks and Recs.
Chris is having, I can tell he's just going, where is this coming from? You know,
He's running.
you're gonna
he's
fund
running
this
the
for,
numbers over
right?
there.
Parks and Recs for me is the pool heater and the main pump. That is super important, and a new vehicle,
Okay, so the pool heater and main pump is how much?
120, 120,000. And
Now the pool heater is, Omar, the pool heater is okay now. You just put that in case it breaks, right?
I think the life was done with. That's why.
So the pool heater is working. However, our biggest issue is that it's completely obsolete. So there, if it does go, which it could happen, we can't find parts. We can't replace what we have. We need a new one. So we're thinking ahead, because if we lose the heater, then we
Close
have
the
an issue.
pool.
We're going to close the pool down. And to get one, it's going to take months. So we're looking at shutting down an operation for
We can't operate
90
the
to 20,
pool
120 days.
without a heater?
People don't even
You
use
were
the
right.
heaters. Most
It-
people who own pools do not.
It depends on the months. If you're looking at, like, right now, we can get away with it. As soon as October, November, December, January, February, you need a heater because to
Yep.
balance out that you got to have it.
You gotta have it. I
Gotta
know,
have it.
'cause only because
Is it
I'm
because
not a
of the
pool owner,
water
but most
quantity?
pool owners never use
Yeah.
it.
You need a heater, guys. Trust me. It's imperative. If we don't have it, the water's gonna be very cold, and
Lose
you're not gonna have people
revenues.
who want to swim,
On the
and
deep
it's
part,
gonna be
yeah.
uncomfortable.
lose
And
the
we're gonna have to
revenue.
shut the pool down.
Okay.
So the issue is that the right now the heater itself it's obsolete. It's just
Okay.
if it goes tomorrow,
But it's only like, what, 8 years old or something? When did we build a pool?
yeah, something like that. Unfortunately, whatever
Obsolete.
was purchased at that time and
Tear.
whatever is available now is not at all the case. We can't even find parts for it. It was a nightmare just to get the parts, to get it fixed. That took us almost 3 months. And then, like Tammy explained earlier, if we have to get a new heater and we have to do an RFP process, and we have to do that because it costs over $100,000, we're looking at, 90 to 120 days to get a new heater.
And the main pump.
I'm a little confused then. Okay, with the pool heater, we
Mhm.
have a heater, it's working.
Correct.
So this would be if it should break, not to buy one now, it's that.
No,
if
if you
it
guys
should
fund it,
break-
I'm getting a new
No,
heater.
Yes.
Oh, if you fund it, you're going ahead. and
Well,
pay.
absolutely, because that
But
way
if
we
we
can.
don't fund it, you will just cross your fingers and wait until it breaks and then we have to fund it.
Correct. I'll come back to you and tell you we need a new heater, and it's gonna take 4 months to get a new one.
Okay.
Okay.
That's where we're at. Yeah, right now it's running, but
Okay.
The life
we need to start going to
expectancy
church on
is-
Sundays and
Heater
praying
and
for
main
epic
pump?
pops
Or the main
Yeah,
pump
the
something
main pump
different?
would,
without being so direct.
Is the pump part of the pool heater or that's something separate?
Sorry?
the main
The-
pump.
I'm
No,
not-
the main pump, actually, ironically, we're discussing this. We actually had an issue with it this week. Public Works did help us with getting and Arandis were out there to basically try to fix it. And we're having the CES, what's it called? CES is coming out to fix it, but they're already telling us we need a new pump soon.
So how much is the
25,000. That's why I put it in the
25,000.
budget as a wish list item, because we need that.
I think 20, but that's.
We need,
I'm guessing these are things you took out of the budget and put on the wish list,
Correct.
trying to, yeah. Okay.
All right.
So the pool heater and main, okay, so let's do pool heater and pool heater for, yes. Pool
125.
heater, 100,000 and pump 25. Okay.
Yes.
Huh?
Yeah, 25. Yeah.
Okay.
It says 20 there, but it's fine. He's
Consensus
telling you
to-
25 is fine. But
Yes, no, I am definitely for the pump because that you need,
We
right?
need
You have
that.
to pump that.
yeah,
I am leaning toward the pool heater. If it lasts another year, look, my refrigerator the ice maker on my refrigerator broke. My husband wanted to get a new one. I go, let's wait. It's going to break soon. It's been 10 years and it still works fine. It's like, we're not going to replace the refrigerator. So either way, we're going to pay for it when it breaks, but right, it might last
Right.
another year.
It very well could, yes.
Okay. So I would say the pump and not the pool heater
I'm
for now.
for the same, the main pump only and
Is that okay? I mean, we'll pay for the heater when it happens, if it happens, but if we don't have
I
to,
think he was saying that it might take 4 months to,
it did with this last repair,
okay.
right?
Unless we have an emergency purchase order that I'm not gonna approve that. It comes down to these individuals. But yeah, if we do the process of the proper bidding process of doing it and doing an RFP, it's gonna take time to get that approved. And
Hopefully if it breaks, it'll be in the summer when we're in spring. I'm so optimistic.
It never works like
Right.
Yeah.
Not December.
Caitlin says heaters never break in the summer.
I know.
Very-
To the chair.
AC break in the summer.
Well, I guess you're not using the heater in the summer, right? So,
No.
To the chair.
yes.
Omar, in your experience, do you get any winter birds during the winter?
For swimming, yes, we actually do.
Because that's
Mm-hmm.
that's a revenue resource, and I don't want to,
Yeah.
like again, I stressed it in the beginning that I don't want to be stressing about having to take care of essential items.
We do. And the seniors use the pool a lot, actually.
Yes, they do.
A lot.
That's true.
That's our biggest crowd in
Yes,
the winter months. It's the seniors, and then the swim team in the high school, they use it. So obviously it's not as used as much by the public like we do now in the summer that we're completely sold out. But we have our seniors, we have our triathlon athletes that use it in the mornings. We have the snowbirds that come down that use it. So we do have a crowd that comes in during those winter months. That's a little different than our summer crowd. But yes, there's
To
people.
the- to the chair. So Omar, you're saying that basically if needed, and we have to go through the regular process, it's 3 to 4 months. But if emergency occurs, you can get this thing within less than 30 days.
Possibly.
There's a way.
I mean,
to
we'd
do
have to, I guess we'd have to get 3 quotes on it and see. if
But it
we
could be
do
done.
it that way, yes. Or maybe we could piggyback if we could find someone that has a heater. So there might be other options, but yes.
Like 400 hot water bottles
So
thrown in the pool.
what am I getting as far as the pump? Everyone's for the pump?
Only for me, the
Yes?
pump right now.
Okay, and what about for the pool heater?
I'd like
I'm
to
for
see,
the pool
I'd like
heater.
to see the pool heater.
Okay, so who's for the pool heater? How many?
I'm for both.
2 for the pool heater? Yes or no?
Yes.
Keep running it till the wheels fall off.
Okay,
That for
I'm
me
not-
is
no.
irresponsible.
all right, so I'm
Yeah.
gonna,
I mean, I will give it to him because he needs it when it happens, but we'll have to wait till it happens.
okay.
It's fair. It's a wish list, right?
And
I'm for both, Mayor.
yes, I got you.
Thank you.
Okay.
I just jinxed it. It's going. Give it 15 minutes. It's gonna
All
stop
right, no,
working.
watch it tomorrow.
Of course it is.
Okay.
Murphy's Law.
Let's see, wait, anything else while we've got
yeah.
Omar and Caitlin? Well, Councilwoman, you
Oh.
were saying the other things on your wish list.
Yes, I did mention a new vehicle too. I had circled it, but
Vehicle for rec department?
right, I think they were you were in a dire necessity on the,
Yes.
that's my last one here on the list
So-
for Rex.
I mean, like Public Works has said, we're all in need of vehicles. Just like police needs vehicles, we need vehicles. I would encourage you guys to go by the community center and take a look at our vehicles and what our staff drives around. And we've had a vehicle that would turn off on the staff driving all over the city. Just turn off.
A liability. Okay.
No power
so yeah.
steering. It's just a disaster. So yeah, we need vehicles, but I'm sure I'm speaking on behalf of every department that has vehicles. We need vehicles. Yeah.
Okay.
And the one that we ordered last year hasn't even come in yet. But we have a vehicle I would love to give you guys a tour.
I've seen your
Through the chair.
there, little trucks, but wait, so you have a vehicle that's ordered that hasn't come in, but that's already, is it in this year's budget?
Yeah,
or
that's
is it-
already,
Already
that's not on us. It's Ford that's taking forever to build the vehicle.
Okay, so
So we approve one today, they're not
it's
gonna
gonna
get to
take a
next year,
year.
maybe. 6 months from now.
Maybe the heater will come before the truck.
Through the chair.
You guys heard what-
I know,
Yes,
it was-
Councilman.
I know it was Councilwoman, Bravo's turn to talk about the wish
Yes.
list, but
Sorry.
if he's gonna be leaving, I just wanted to mention that, you know, from your list, what I saw, if I only pick one, I would pick the batting cages. But
Well, you're finishing.
I guess yeah, I know, but he's gotta leave.
Yeah, We're
Oh,
gonna, we're
then I
gonna
got-
clarify something on the batting cages real quick.
The batting cages are already included in the ARPA
Amen.
Good.
funding
Gonna be
Great.
done.
from a different
No.
source. It doesn't need to be on the wish list.
Okay.
Okay,
Perfect.
all right.
All right.
I think we've done that.
Woman, did you have anything else?
On
your wish list
recreation, no.
Or on your wish list?
Well,
Well, let's do this while Omar and Caitlin are here. Vice Mayor, do you have anything on the list that's related to recreation that we haven't
Well,
discussed?
it's not there, but I'd like to do the $10,000, the assessment for the possible pickleball on the tennis courts. Just figure out the different phases and Mark could kind of explain what he had in mind. So we can have an idea, but that's my, and then the other thing, obviously the batting cages, I scratched it out. And if I had to add, obviously the chairs are there. And also I'd like to add the sign in the circle.
Why are
which-
why are 20 chairs so $4,000?
Well,
That's for the senior center.
that's
For the seniors.
that's
Oh, their
for-
chairs are,
But the recreation's under them, under Omar.
they're under us.
They're under the senior center.
Yeah.
No, it's under the senior center.
It's under the senior center.
Yeah.
Well, I just think of them as you're taking.
No, there's,
care.
yeah, it's,
It's part of
Can we ask
you.
Tammy why?
Yeah.
200
That's
bucks.
for sure.
Expensive.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, what is-
Tammy, can you answer that? Why 4,100 for 20 chairs?
The quote that I got was from the company that we use to furnish the senior center, and that's what the chairs are. They're exactly like the ones that we currently have, and the company is fairly expensive, but the chairs last forever. It isn't a necessity. It's a wish list item. The only reason we put it on there is because we started a lecture series and they're packed now. And we are getting more and more people. We're doing a health series, a health talk series. We're doing one on osteoporosis. We're doing one on breath work. We're doing one on Tai Chi. So we just started that recently and the attendance is huge for that. We can manage. So it's not a necessity. It was just a wish list item.
So the reason that they're
Worry
so
about that.
expensive is because they're the ones you have and you wanted to match those.
Yeah.
Do you think you could look to see if
Sure.
it seems like just a lot, 4,000 for 20
Definitely.
chairs.
Actually, that's lower than the first quote they sent
Oh,
me.
really?
Oh,
Mhm.
Okay.
But this is a company that makes furniture for like hospitals and everything else that's very, very long lasting.
Okay.
So it's.
And it may be the weight, I know like normal chairs, I think that
Mhm.
asked me is like for 200 pounds, and there's a lot of people that are over 200 pounds.
Right. They're a bariatric
It's
chairs.
like, right. So, I think
Mhm.
a lot of the newer chairs have to.
I'm not concerned about it. It's not a
Um,
necessity. It was just a wish list.
I'm
item.
fine with that.
So
For
Okay,
me
so
personally.
You don't
You're-
have
You
to.
can leave it there, then hopefully she can, get it for cheaper. But this is my
Yeah.
list. I will do.
But
the
you're
chairs.
okay right now without them too. It's not a
Right.
urgent.
If you want to take that money and give it to the police, that's good too. Fine with that.
Let's get 20 chairs for the police.
You.
Yeah. Thank you, Tammy.
chairs over.
Police chairs,
Every time they go back, there's
What
fewer
kind of
chairs in
place?
there.
no cars, but
Area.
chairs.
Okay, anything
Yeah.
else for
What's-
the wish list for recreation?
Don't be-
Oh, no, for
Okay,
recreation.
you said-
chairs.
Well, I said the assessment, which you don't have it there, but the assessment on the tennis
Okay.
court from the Bermello for pickleball.
Okay,
Yeah.
I
And Omar would be.
really, I just think I mean, we have to resurface the tennis courts again, and part of it, the reason that we have to resurface them every other year is the location too, right? That it's just a really poor location for, by the canal banks, and that keeps deteriorating because our canal banks aren't getting the funding to, right? So I would really rather see pickleball courts if we're going to spend money to pave something new. I'd rather see them in a new space.
Well, you can add to the assessment that you have made.
Yeah, it's a fair assessment, Mayor, to be honest with you, what you're saying. That's why I think what we're trying to ask BNA to do for us is provide us with a design criteria to that facility that would renovate the whole thing, which would include raising the current tennis courts, to a level where they won't crack or they won't be in that position anymore. So we're talking about soil sampling, all these things that will go into a bigger project, let's say, long-term in that area. in lieu of us not being able to move those facilities to the golf course like we once had vision, years ago. So now we're looking at, since that's not an option, we're looking at what could be an option with the current properties that we do have. That's one place that we actually physically own the property. And the tennis courts is, we've renovated the community center, we've renovated the aquatic center, our senior center. So the tennis court is like one of those next places that needs some attention. So the 10,000 would go to possibly giving us some of those answers that we don't know by doing soil
But
sample
only for that
surveys, things like
property.
It will be for that property. It'll be able to tell us how much it would cost, whether we could even maybe get 5 tennis courts and maybe 3 or 4 pickleball courts identified just for that. A new pro shop, new restrooms. We talked about doing it in phases first, potentially, eliminating the racquetball courts and then adding 2 to 3. We could almost get like 3 in there. Pickleball courts with an entrance on that side from the library. So there's some options, but we would need approval for the 10,000 so we could start to look if those options are even viable or what we're looking at.
The racquetball courts are being used,
Correct.
correct? People use the racquetball courts.
Yes.
I mean, I see them there when I'm. at the
People
tennis
do
court.
use them. I'm not gonna sit here and not say that they don't. But it's a handful and to what we have with pickleball.
And what about the pickleball at the location that we had looked at near the golf course so that there are restrooms there and it
It's
can help?
a lot of the options that we've discussed are viable. The thing is, it comes down to dollars. At the golf course, you still have to consider renovating that whole area, adding lighting. You got to take that asphalt out. You got to remove the current lights that are in the middle for parking. If you add a ADA compliant crosswalk, you have to get with the county. That's going to cost money. That's going to cost money. So yeah, is it an option? Of course, the same way Stafford Park is an option, but we'd have to wait 2 years. The same way Reagan Park could be an option for pickleball courts.
But the same thing is, if we're talking about the same thing, because we were talking about knocking down the racquetball courts, there's a cost for
Correct.
tearing down, demolition,
Correct.
which is a significant cost. Because that, when you tear down something like that with concrete and stuff, the cost to dispose of that is very high. So there's a cost for that. So there's really not any, and you have to level the ground and prepare it and everything. So
Right.
the other 2 possibilities,
From what we're
the parking lot by the on Curtis
from what we
Parkway.
discussed with BNA, the cost is about the same.
Uh-huh.
As far as demo, and Tammy, correct me if I'm wrong, he said demo and putting new course might be about 150,000, something in that range.
Can we,
But the parking
Yep.
area by the golf course, you just talked about leveling an area that's completely underwater. So the
Correct.
cost will be
That area is
more.
really low.
Plus,
If-
we're gonna take away, not just add that the parking will be utilized by a big group of, pickleball players, but it's also gonna take away from, I don't know, Mr. Odell is gonna tell us,
Got no parking space out there. Golf course is operating at full bore. Every one of those things are taking on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Paul, the ones over by the bike path are taken?
The walking path.
Huh?
The
Yes,
walking
but
path.
that's what I'm saying. The ones, the parking that's usually empty, that parking lot near Curtis Parkway gets full.
Stop there Friday, Saturday,
Okay.
and Sunday. Got a brand new golf course.
Yep.
You can pack these courts. It's got a bigger driving. Well, we're over for driving. Part, you have to do is park. So you're out of park.
Through the chair. Funny. Just to piggyback on Paul, and if our vision is really to do a new country club, I think we're gonna need all the parking. I mean, it's a good idea in retrospect, but we're for future.
Pickleball courts to the golf course.
To move the pickleball courts to the golf course.
If I may add, I've actually been pretty heavily involved in the pickleball community.
Let's
And
talk about-
Come up to
wait,
the
wait.
microphone, please.
You're the resident that is.
yeah, I'm like one of the ones that's kind of spearheading the whole pickleball movement around here. I'm a real estate broker, so I know what the value that it brings to the community to have everybody involved. I've never seen so many such a diverse group of people together hanging out and bringing in such a good thing to the community. So I think the golf course is a great location. I did try to dissect areas that we can actually look and analyze and see where it would make sense and not get hit by a golf ball. And I think it is possible. I mean, there's room. Another possibility I thought that was very, very feasible is Reagan Park, just because it has a good parking all around the perimeter. And there's a lot of space there. There's also shade. There's a tot lot, which is, I think that park is being underused. Although most cities right now do not charge for pickleball, I'm all for some kind of membership for the residents that will bring revenue for the city. And especially if you have it at Reagan Park, I think it's good because you can bring your kids, spouses can take turns, alternate play, and that park will get a lot more use where there's really no use there. And right now, basically people are going there with their dogs and not picking up after their dogs. So that's what we have now. And I think we could definitely make something out of, yes, absolutely. Yes. It's actually, so if you look at the Miami Beach Country Club golf course, they fit 6 courts in a way smaller area than that. So yeah, you can fit 4 in there, and which is basically what I think we would need. So you would have like somewhat of a beginner's court where the elderly or the ones who've never played can get on and play. Because I think that's a big challenge we're seeing right now. A lot of the people they're a bit intimidated because if you have 2 courts, you really can't really get on and play because you've never played before. So the best setup is probably to have a beginner's court where the young and the elderly can get in there, or just beginners in general can get on there. Then you have 2 mid-level courts, and then you have like a challenger court, which is where basically if you win on the middle court, you start trying to progress your way into the challenger court.
How would that location, you're right by some residences.
There is 2 houses there, and there's a huge parking lot, which I don't know who owns. It used to be a Pan Am parking lot, I think.
Yeah, those are.
There's some aviation department.
That's an aviation.
Yeah, so right there's only 2 neighboring houses. That would be really, and then it would be basically just that I know of immediate neighbors. But there is already a park there, and I mean, you knew you moved into next to a park when you bought, right?
Through the chair.
The residents there don't even want that.
Yeah, and they didn't move next to a pickleball court, so.
Yeah, no, that's what I was gonna say, that the residents there, and then I do think there is some limitations on parking there because there's parts of the street there where you're not supposed to park overnight, and there kinds of, I like the park, don't get me wrong. And now with the work that's being done on South Royal Poinciana, it's going to change the landscaping there a little bit, but I like the idea of the golf course. And if Paul is in agreement to this, then I think that's really.
Well,
I'm off of the golf
no,
course.
but he's not, you're not in agreement to what I had talked to Omar about, is that parking lot that's unused. I see it unused near the,
There's
the-
other
It's the
areas.
northern part. It's the northern part of the center parking lot. That's what
Yes.
you're speaking about.
No,
And yeah, that's what they're speaking about. They're speaking
Yes.
about the northern portion of the
the
median parking,
golf-
basically.
golf balls won't hit you because, I mean,
Right.
it's parking lot and I see it empty all the time. I didn't know
But then
certain
you
times
don't
of
it's
the year
well
that it gets
used.
very used. Pardon me?
What-
No. I mean, all the time when I go up and down Curtis, but
Could,
um,
through the chair,
you know.
couldn't we just like budget that we need to do something and start the process? So
Um,
we can budget, I'm not, maybe in another meeting.
then
we
figure
can
out the
agree
location.
Where to
I
location
think
wise.
what I was going to mention, Mayor, is that, so the proposal we got from BNA was how can we do it right in the location of the tennis courts right now? But I think that what we need is we need the for BNA to tell us how to do it right wherever we decide is the best place to do it right now. And I don't, it's
it's
going to be
wonderful.
expensive to do it right there. It's going to be expensive to do it right wherever we're going to do it. But I don't think we have decided yet where is the best place to have it. If there is space on the golf course, we need to, so maybe we budget,
Yep.
but just not that particular proposal,
that's
because
fine,
that one's
budget.
specific to the tennis courts.
Yeah, we don't. it
But
could be
now,
more,
is the
but-
price going to be different for them to
Well,
do that?
perhaps
proposal
let's
for
do
a
this.
different
Look,
location?
we're not, maybe what we need to do is ask BNA to look at all the different sites that we're talking about.
Well,
And I
whatever.
think they can
Give you an-
eyeball, tell us, look, all things considered, this is probably the best location. And then when they tell us how much it would be to design that, to really figure it out, then we can decide on that. How's that? Because I think we're all over the place, with all the. and-
Yeah,
And
so I
realistically, there's a lot of options, which is good. None of them seem really perfect. I have an issue with our current facility. because I just, that location for courts, I mean, it's just a constant maintenance nightmare. And I'd rather put them, ideally, if we could subsidize the help, the country club with, the food and beverage there. for them
100%.
during the
I agree.
crowd.
I think I started playing in Key
Pickleball
County
people are
Beach.
very friendly people. You like to
100%, yes.
socialize
Yeah,
and
it's a social sport. Yeah,
get,
it's a recreational pickup social sport, and I think it's great. I started playing in the Keys, and there it's on a golf course. And I think it would be beneficial to the
The food and
golf
service
community to have it there. I'm all for it. We would just have to sit down and see where would be the best location to fit it on the golf course.
And
And
the
I think
only
if Paul,
thing-
I'm willing to work volunteer time or whatever.
work
to
with
work with
Omar
Paul.
and y'all kind of look around. And I think one of the concerns I had, and that's why I thought of that parking lot area in the center, is anywhere else where there might be the hazard of golf balls
Correct.
going there. I don't
Correct.
want to create a new hazard,
Correct.
so the parking lot is a parking lot. I mean,
Right.
cars park there and I've never heard
So,
of anyone.
so the other location that we thought about, but apparently it's already been taken over by the short game that they want to implement, is right behind the country club. I don't know if there's any way we can squeeze any room there where it would still
to
be
our
safe.
director.
Would
But
that
go
be
ahead
something,
and-
Paul, that we can?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
But can at least we get a commitment that there's going to be a some form of budget for that this year?
I
Can we
don't know.
get a vote on it at
Oh,
least?
not right now. We're still discussing, but go ahead and sit down, please. We'll let Paul, come up. Did you have? Okay. And I'll let. Yeah. Uh-oh.
Stuck.
There we go. Okay, well, it's been fun listening. I am not glad I'm on with you guys. I've done that with PAB and, I'm in planning advisory board and stuff like that. And, the general public watches you guys. They don't understand that you go home and you agonize over this stuff and your family gets beat up over
100%.
this stuff. So I hope they're listening because it doesn't stop here. It continues on. With that being said, I've listened to you bring up revenue, need to increase revenue. Under this budget, you're going up $1 million on your golf revenue.
Pardon me?
You're going up $1 million on your golf revenue. So there's there's answering your revenue problem. Other thing, you just built this thing. So we have on what I consider the prayer list that you guys have seen today. It's not the wish list. It's everybody's praying to get this stuff. Police needs vehicles, but they can't get vehicles. We need golf course equipment. We need to roll ours over. But we're on a list. We may get some this year. We may get some next year. We may get some the year after. The bottom line is we need it to maintain that investment you just made. Pickleball, there's area out there. Yeah, we put 6 practice holes out there, but maybe we can do with 4 and put pickleball in there. It's a better location for you. But you need to have B&A do a study on that land. But it's a good location. You got a restaurant there. You got a pro shop. You got restrooms. You can run that. Our pro shop's open until 9 o'clock right at the driving range. So you don't have to build anything there. You put, we have somebody in there to collect fees. So there's another revenue. But that's a golf course function. So, we run that. But, that's pretty much it for us. We're only requesting one thing, and it's an operational item. That's to maintain the golf course.
Yes.
Which is.
You mean on the wish list?
Well,
No.
on the prayer list.
Prayer.
What?
Which item was that?
Say it again. I didn't hear you through the microphone.
Which I,
What was it that you
We
said?
talking about the club car vehicle?
No.
No, it's not on
You
here.
don't have those, you don't operate.
The equipment for the 1,274,000.
Yep, and that's over a 5-year period.
Golf course fleet maintenance equipment over 5 years.
That's over
the
5 years.
The 1 million.
Correct.
1.2. Yes.
1.2.
Okay.
Some of it you'll get this year. Some of it you won't get this year. We're in a queue that won't get answered till November of what we're going to get. May get 4 pieces, may get 10 pieces. But they won't tell us till they know what they want to do. And it goes back to COVID, and I really hate using that, but it goes back to COVID. Everybody in town's waiting for equipment. We can't get police department. They're waiting on cars. They can't get them.
I know.
Sanitary trucks,
Recreation,
you can't
you know.
get them. You guys are in a precarious situation because Nobody can really tell you when they're going to get their stuff. You may get it in this budget year, you may get it next budget year. But that's a tough situation to juggle because none of us really know. So that's where we're at.
Right. Thank you, Paul. So since we have you here, the item that you have that got moved to the wish list of the golf course fleet maintenance equipment, you're saying that that is,
A necessity.
but right now it's 1.2 million now that we'd have to budget.
You need to budget for it. Can't tell you we're going to use it all. Certainly can't tell you that because we don't know. We don't know when we're going to get it. Cora won't even tell us till November, maybe December,
For the equipment.
how many we're going to get or
Right.
what we can get.
50 a year if you want to do the math.
Right, 250 a year. But come on up, Lori. Would we pay for this now? Or we pay for them when we receive them, when we get them?
So
Mayor,
this is how this works is how I've done this in the past, because it's always been this number in the past. I've done this 2 times. Once we get our equipment, we host an auction. Last time I made about 180,000, a little over 180,000, somewhere around there. I can't remember. But it was something like that. So it offsets this cost. So this is the cost, but we do an auction, we recoup the money back. So obviously with used equipment, we're gonna, well, how the used equipment market is.
Saying an
we're gonna
auction
get-
on the used equipment to get rid of, to
we're getting-
replace
We're
the,
gonna get
of the, re-
some
You
good
recoup
money
some of the
back.
cost.
We're gonna get some of that good money back, so.
okay. All right. Does anybody have any questions for Paul and Lori while they're here? Okay, and as far as going back to the pickleball, then I would say let's
Budget assessment.
let work on looking for a location. I think there's a whole bunch of possibilities possible. But until we have that,
So we're going to budget for the assessment of.
well, I'd
Yeah,
rather,
Environmental to give us another number and reassess the whole. Because they're not going to do it for free, obviously.
no, right now, this was just to say what it would take for
I got
that,
that, but I'm
but
saying we want them to make a full assessment of where's. the
no, not a
best.
full assessment. I think what we want them to do is for them to look at each play, all the possibilities and come back to us and say, look, all things considered, this is probably the best location because infrastructure wise, it has, the least investment in infrastructure. It has enough space for, the 4 courts or 6 courts or whatever. I mean, I think 4 courts, we're going to quickly outgrow 4 courts. I would rather, if we're going to do it, let's,
Do 6.
let's do it grand, if we're going to do it. So I'd like to look at all that and not come back and say, well, we squeezed in 4
They could
courts,
give
but
us
it's
an
not.
assessment. There's only three sites. One of the golf, which they've spoken about already. That's the only.
Well,
section.
several on the golf.
No,
If-
well, 2 will be back to the short game,
if the golf course is willing to cut their
short game.
short game to
That
4
changes everything.
holes, I don't even think there's another option.
Okay. I'm
I'm gonna be 100% honest with you guys. That would be the perfect location. Everything else that we've talked about is we're just trying to find a solution to a problem that we have.
Correct.
If Paul and the design criteria of that golf course, they're willing to do that,
Yeah.
which I would never ask them to do that. That's not my position. But if that's something that they're willing to do,
Okay.
I don't think, in my professional opinion, is another option. But
Let's
that's
I-
something else.
I'd like
that they
Lori
need
to speak on this, please,
they
for
need to
just a
speak on
little
that.
bit.
But that's
Okay.
We are building that right now. So you need to tell me
Irrigation.
today,
Yes.
because they just shaped those greens. So
We're,
that work is done. They're good. They can bill us for it. I can stop. I won't order the grass. They're push-up greens. That's fine. I
That's what-
just,
that what-
they're
what-
push-up greens. So they just
they're
shaped them
push-up
today.
greens?
Push-up greensmen are just dirt. We don't have any infrastructure in like you on the rest.
but they've started, they've mobilized.
I'm going to say, stop.
I
Okay.
think if we're going to, invest in, look, the racquetball courts, people use racquetball courts. I don't care if it's, every single resident here is important to me. And if there's a sport that we're providing and they're using, to take it away from them is, when there's other options, why? So the other thing is that location is just not, I mean, the maintenance that we've had to do on the tennis courts, and I see us quickly outgrowing it of, well, we spent this money, but ideally, we would want more. The food and service, food and beverage vendor at the country club can use the added volume of visitors and, you know.
That wasn't an option before. So to me, I was looking for other options to resolve a major need. No brainer, done deal right here. We just talked about it. Omar just said that was a no brainer to think about,
No.
and talk about.
We're not committing.
No, we're talking about just stopping.
Doesn't understand how this works.
Yeah, it's just
We're not
stopping the,
committing. We're
stopping the
just-
process.
So I let you speak, but that's it. Please don't speak from the audience again.
We're
Okay,
just, I mean, for
Um,
now, it's just a process of obviously
yes.
figuring out that's a viable site. I think it's a no brainer to start thinking about it.
okay.
Just so you understand, that money is spent. You are not recouping that from this budget.
And what have we
They
spent?
are allowed to bill for that because we've shaped.
And what have we spent,
Much.
Lori?
I'm saying that's $180,000.
How much?
Through the chair.
$180,000. I'm
chair.
just saying,
So we
like,
can't,
we
I mean,
can't.
this is not something we can just,
You
you know,
just-
I'm not prepared to make a decision
Oh, no, just
at
give
all
you a
on
number
this.
that she
So-
just told you not to.
Right.
think
That's what I'm saying. So here's also what's in that wish list from us is that design plan that's in there. Now, again, if you reach out to BNA, the folks that are going to be the engineers and architects and everything that goes on with that,
Maybe not.
maybe not, I don't know, whatever you want to do. I'm just saying you need an architect and engineer to do that. We cannot, nobody in this room can answer that question. You need them first. So it has nothing to do with us. It has to do
Well,
with
no,
them
I
first.
think that's why I'm saying, let's ask them to look at the sites that I mean, I've got a handful of sites that we're saying possible,
Right.
you know, and obviously there's going to be a whole bunch of criteria off the top of my head. I don't think any of them are ideal because even the golf course, you know, there's something else that you have a use for it. So it's not like that's never going to be used, but there's a whole bunch of possibilities. I'd like to have BNA just ask them just to take a look at all of the possibilities and come back to us and say, instead of saying it's $10,000 for us to tell you what it would be at the golf course, it's look, all things considered, we think this is the best site for pickleball. It's something that we would like to increase, you know, add for, I mean, we already provided it, you know, but it's something that we would like to see if we can add dedicated courts in the future. So for them just to come back and tell us the sites. So if,
But
I
would
mean,
assume
stopping
would we
the
have to
work-
Do a whole survey and
I would.
it's not just say, this is the site.
no, they're going to look at
They're gonna.
just look at the sites and tell us, come back. I'm just saying the same thing that we said to golf
Right, right, I'm
course.
saying they're gonna have a cost
And-
to
and-
give us that answer.
And Vice Mayor was in the meeting with us when Omar, myself, BNA, and Vice Mayor were there. In addition to this $10,000, right off the bat, whatever site we choose, we have to have a topo survey. We have to. We have to start with that. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Vice Mayor was in the meeting. Omar was in the meeting. I was in the meeting. BNA was in the meeting. So we have to do surveys for whatever site we pick. So I think if we're going this general, we really need to come back, rethink this a little bit more, and maybe tonight's not the night.
Yeah.
And we start to think about this in the future to see where a viable place would be for this pickleball program. You know, and really pick it down, narrow it down, and then I have to go and we have to hire a survey company to come out there, because without that, BNA cannot do anything.
You can probably
Do
budget
the
a survey
chair,
for
do the
5,000.
chair, do the chair. In the original plan, because I'm trying to regroup, because I'm not aware about this, what do you guys calling these
Short
things?
game.
in
Short
chat?
game.
Short games.
Yes,
Was that part of the original layout for the plan?
that is
I don't
correct.
recall even talking about a short
Yes.
plan.
That is
It's part-
correct.
It's part of the whole
The
golf
whole
course.
thing. Now, with that area
But-
back there, we have 8 wells that don't belong to us. They belong to the county.
Right.
That's a whole nother project for a whole nother discussion for a whole nother day. They're all expanding. They're 10 by 10. They're all going to become 30 by 30. I've yet to get an answer as far as their infrastructure underneath. And those lines run anywhere from 36 inches to 18 inches. Those are water lines that run through underneath the golf course right now. I can't honestly stand before you and tell you what is the condition of those lines being 100 years old.
I can imagine.
So I'm just saying they're supposed to, they're going to be upgrading these wells and everything like that. And more than likely, they're going to have to do something with the
That's
water
part
lines
of
as
our
well.
assessment of deciding whether to do it there or not. So
So the
we'll talk about that.
infrastructure that's back there's the water lines as well as electrical lines that
And
run underneath.
We'll talk-
So that I have no,
And Lori and
Have
Paul,
no
if I remember
control over it.
correctly, I think when they go to do that expansion of the wells, they may tear up what we just finished doing.
Correct.
And then it'll have to be fixed. And I know that there was a timing issue around it, right,
And
Paul?
fixed
That
by
you guys were-
Miami-Dade
Let
County.
me let me go on a record here. We begged Miami-Dade County to get this done while we were under construction.
Sure.
I mean, begged them
That would have been.
to save them money.
Right.
So you've been talking about bills going up. Your water bill is going to go up because they drug their feet.
Yeah.
It's cost them about $250,000.
Okay, so now they have to do it and fix what
They're
they're
gonna
tearing
come
up.
out there and they're gonna rip up some of the stuff that we just did.
Mm.
So there's an issue there with Miami-Dade Water and Sewer. And what lays underneath there, we tried to get them out, last week? Well, we've tried to get them out for a month, come out and tell us what was in there. Unsuccessful. Unsuccessful.
Mhm.
Through the chair.
Yes.
My house was built in 1950. And I had a cast iron pipe break. And wet the whole floor, the whole house. It's all wooden floors. And I took a look at it because this is pretty old. So I can only imagine
We have wood.
what's under there. Number one.
We
and-
do.
And number two, I think it's gonna be a major headache for the management of the golf course when they decide to do this work. But they're gonna be digging all over the place.
Yep, on the back
And
nine.
It's gonna have back on the back line.
Yep.
Because I've seen those. I, rode around there.
Yep.
So, but if they start that project at one time in the future and they're going to reimburse you for the $180,000, they don't have to see that work done again. We just do what we need to do, correct?
It's, I can't begin to tell you how difficult it's been
Right.
to get Miami-Dade Water and
I
Sewer
can
to
imagine.
come out and do their job. It's ridiculous that the county doesn't respond to save them money, the county money, but you guys all pay for it too. All of us do. We pay water and sewer bills all the time. You think they would be responsible enough to come out and save themselves some money and the taxpayers' money, but they're not.
Through the chair, Paul, who have you tried contacting in Miami-Dade Water so we can get on
Everybody
top of?
from the
I mean,
director down.
Okay,
Sure,
well,
we had a meeting.
Yep,
I scheduled a meeting with the director for y'all to
Mhm.
talk and then you.
We did. We did.
we did.
Huh?
We did.
We did, but we've had their engineers working with those people when we did the drilling. Now, we've done drilling over the last year and a half. So all those wells have been drilled. And we had a good relationship with the people from that side of it. But to try and get the other side to come to the table, next to impossible. And let me tell you, I went after them when they came. The one time we got there. And they, that was a year after the fact. They finally showed up. And I chewed their tail ends out. They didn't want to see me. They don't want to come back.
But a few months ago, when I tried to get the meeting again with the director for y'all, and then you said
Yeah, we needed to back off.
you wanted to back off.
Yeah.
Okay.
But,
so we-
it still needs to be addressed. And they haven't addressed it.
But do you need to meet with them again? Then
Well, that's a call for you guys to do.
Not at this point. The golf course is done.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's actually correct.
What I'm
The
saying.
purpose
This
of that
point is-
meeting was
Was
before
to-
the
right,
renovations of the
right.
golf.
Come
course.
out while
Now
we're
the
under
golf course is
construction.
done. It's done.
okay, all right.
So,
Okay, so look, I don't see pickleball. I mean, we're going around and around. There's possibilities here, but we need to get
You need
more out.
answers.
We need
Need
we
more
need to think
information.
this more.
I was just
because-
saying to budget something, but I guess a survey is going to be necessary for sure.
Okay, so you're saying
For
budget,
$5,000, I think a survey is probably around that range, but maybe we still, maybe
what?
get Bermello to give us an idea or not
The
Bermello.
B and A do a survey of
theirs,
the
yeah, but
golf
the
course
other-
property, yeah.
All the golf.
All the golf course. They did a survey and then elevation levels too, right? Yeah.
Okay, so we would save money there, obviously, but in the other locations that we're talking about, but even if you do, if there's an area that they're gonna, on the golf course, they want to particularly use, they're gonna have to probably,
Well, they did,
do some
maybe
other
they
type
can get
of-
some information out of Miami Dade Water and Sewer.
right?
To the
We've been
chair.
unsuccessful, but maybe they can.
All right, let's,
All right, we'll leave it.
let's, while you're here,
Okay.
okay, the golf course, the 1.2 million. You're saying this is absolutely necessary for this fleet
Absolutely.
equipment so that, and my understanding is these are carts.
No, we have the
What
cart. The
what
carts
is
are
this
already
fleet-
in the
what is
operational
this
budget.
Fleet maintenance.
That's not a wish
equipment?
list.
What is
They're in the
this?
operational budget.
Okay, what is this?
Mowers.
Huh?
Yeah, these are the mowers.
Mowers to okay, to
Mowers.
keep, to
Maintain-
maintain,
maintain the
okay,
golf
okay,
Yeah.
and as soon as we get it up and going, you're gonna have to start maintaining it. So that's why you're saying,
Well, we're maintaining it now.
Yes.
We've been maintaining it the whole time. By the way, and let me bring up the other thing.
so why is it
When,
that
when we
need-
came here, Lori started off with 22 people in her department. We operate that with 12.
No.
So ask us to make cuts. We make them all the time.
It's, I, like I've said before, I hear it from people outside of Miami Springs all the time saying they had stopped playing golf in Miami Springs years ago because it was in such bad condition, and friends of theirs or somebody else said, no, you got to try it again, and they're going, no, that place is, and when they've gone, they love it and they come all the time now and they're just amazed at the quality of the golf course.
I had a little deja vu today because when the first meeting I had in these chambers 10 years ago, the police were lined up around the council chambers. Why? They didn't have a contract. Little deja vu tonight. The only difference is we were losing $900,000 a year back then. We made money the last 2 years.
Okay, so
But,
this 1.2 million is for lawn maintenance equipment.
Oh, golf course.
Golf
turf.
course
Golf
maintenance. You
course
don't
turf
call it, you don't
equipment.
call it lawn.
Not lawn, golf course.
Golf
turf
course turf.
Yes.
What is that? What is called? Okay.
But you said it usually auction out, you probably get some back.
180,
Let's just-
200,000.
Let's be realistic.
Right.
I want to help because obviously it's a big investment we did in the golf course and it's going to generate money and they're already showing that
Couple million.
it's helping all the headaches that we have. So ask you for, what's the bottom number to get started? Because just honestly, $1.2 million is something that it's not gonna.
Mayor and council, let me just give you a little more information on this.
Okay.
5 years ago, Lori and William, they did a capital lease on a similar amount of money for the equipment paid over 5 years.
Okay.
And there was a auction, the amount that we financed in essence was net of the auction surplus equipment, 180, 200,000, 220 to a certain number. We've signed a letter of intent to this point to start getting the process going to get the equipment. There's no guarantee we're going to get a single item in fiscal 24. So we would have to do a bid, an RFP to get financing, a bank, 90 to 120 days, which I think we could do and bring back to council at a future date. When we become aware equipment is going to be ready for us, we would have to get or dip further into reserves. But in the past, we've done a financing arrangement for the equipment. There's no guarantee we're going to get anything this year. Like everything else, cars, their equipment is no different.
So we could budget this right now, but we may not
Utilize it.
use it, but it's something that's needed.
Right.
for-
As
I mean,
needed,
we're
basically,
spending,
as we
what,
could get.
4 million on the golf course turf. I mean, obviously we need to do what we need to do to maintain that investment. Okay. So I'm guessing, what do I have a consensus for that? And again, that'll be budgeted and may not be used until it comes in for the golf course maintenance. Yes,
What was the answer to your question about how are they mowing it and maintaining it now
With
Is
old
that the-
equipment.
with old equipment?
With the equipment, yeah.
Yeah, with the old
So
equipment.
That
we
you're
would have to
going to-
buy some new equipment right now. What would be
Yeah, this is termed out now. This equipment's termed out.
termed out? But right now, if you ask, to give you a certain amount of money to get the ball rolling, we're around the corner opening up.
Right,
How much you need right now?
And we'll come back to you probably in like November, December, when the manufacturer
Tells us.
tells us what is available this fiscal year.
Okay.
That's what Chris was alluding to, because we.
That it
at-
may
for our
not
last
be even this fiscal year
That'd be-
because
okay.
it's going to drag out, but you need to
Right.
know that this is
It's
available to you if you.
There, just in case, but
Okay.
it's, yeah.
All right. What do I have consensus for who's for this?
Yeah,
I
I mean, we
am
invested, we need to
Invested a
retain it.
huge amount on this and
But
it's a
the-
revenue generating. This is going to be something that continues.
That's the bottom line.
It
to-
comes with
yes.
the territory.
Okay, Councilman Vasquez,
Yes. Yeah.
Councilman Fahet.
1.274 over 5 years, so that's like 254.
Well, no, that's not the net number.
No.
Remember, you're selling old equipment.
Right. So you said about 200,000 less than that.
Yeah, so
So
about
it's a million, so it's about 200,000 a year. So that what the number we're looking to budget for this year is 200,000.
No, we're budgeting the whole thing because if they purchase it all,
In a
right,
bundle.
it would be, they have to purchase
Yeah. I mean,
If
we
it all
purchase
comes
all,
in.
But the reality of it,
is not going to be,
not
okay,
gonna be.
okay.
We
But they're
financed-
asking us
But we
to-
financed it before, so that's just another meeting to have. And so for right now, I mean,
You added
and
to
so
your
how do
list
we-
of
I'm not
mortgages
going
here.
through the,
But how do we do the numbers of that? Now, we'd have to know what the debt service would be like,
Per year.
right,
Per
per
year.
year. Chris,
And then your budget that is
Chris?
operation.
it's hard to, I mean,
Chris, what are we looking at in terms of debt service per year on $1,000 net after the auction of the old equipment?
I mean, that's all
Subjective.
subjective. I don't know what, I'd have to run numbers. We'd have to have an estimate of the,
Interest.
the interest is at least double of what it was before.
we can probably, we still need to get, let's get that number
That's hard to budget things
Yeah,
like that when
we'll
it's
have to
so
get it
imprecise. I
as
mean,
soon
I
as we
don't-
can.
can we?
Can I suggest that we wait until we get that list in November of equipment that we may or may not receive? And can we come back in a November or December date with some true numbers?
I think that.
It'd be similar to a grant agreement. We would know at the point in time what number we need and why would we don't want to finance more than we're going to need at a certain
Right,
point in
but how do
time.
you- How do you budget it now in anticipation of knowing what the true
We
number
won't.
is?
Don't, but
You
We
don't.
won't.
budget.
We'll see where we end at the end of this fiscal year. We'll see where the numbers we begin at the new fiscal year. And, we'll
Come
we'll
back
come
before
back
you.
to you. And then at that point, we'll make a decision whether it's another amount that has to come out of the general fund, which obviously if we budget it today, it's going to have to come out of the general fund.
Right.
And then we'll come at a later time and determine that.
So can
But I
we-
think we need to wait until this list comes in November and then make a better determination because we're just kind of
But
So
putting
can we
that
let it
too-
ride like the pool heater and keep our fingers crossed and?
Yeah, because
the
we put
turn.
1.2 today. Now we're gonna go
All right.
potentially
let's-
going underneath the
let's,
25%.
Let's do what our city manager is suggesting.
Is that okay
think
with
we
you?
should-
Are you and
we're gonna have to
that
hold
seems
up.
reasonable to you?
Just keep it on.
Yeah, I would rather wait till we have,
Okay, let's do
an
that.
estimate,
that's why we put it on.
You
the
know,
budget.
we support the golf course. We've poured a ton of money in bringing it up. You've made it profitable for the first time ever. So, by a good amount, by hundreds of thousands of dollars. So, we'll do what we need to do.
Probably won't be able to get
November.
that number till January.
Whenever we get it, we'll come back to council. And at
January's a
that
good
point,
month.
regardless, it's got to come out of the fund balance.
January is a good month.
Why is that?
What are you saying? Are
You-
we not gonna
Uh-uh.
be ready?
Uh-uh.
I'm sorry, what?
Paul,
Why is that a good month? Am I suspecting what I'm
It's the beginning
suspecting?
of the year. all the
High
holidays
season.
are over.
No, I don't know. Something ominous
Pretty
there
hard
in
for
what
Chris
he's.
to get the number before. Has to go out to bid to get the numbers, right?
This is not.
Okay.
That's not.
Usually have.
There's one more piece of equipment on there if you want to, that's the range picker.
Oh, yeah, the range picker.
For golf, okay, the
we
club
have a
car
good
gas
gift there.
vehicle, have enclosure and,
Yeah, that's for the driving range.
okay,
So
that's.
we don't have that. We
to
can't
run the
operate
driving
it.
range.
That's right.
Okay, That's a
That's important.
necessity, I'm
That's
guessing.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
that's not a wish list
You're
item.
gonna open without
And-
cars.
Yeah, and then we sell that in the auction. Once we get it, we sell in the auction and we get it.
Have a current one.
So,
Right,
right, so we,
okay.
yeah, we sell it in the auction.
Okay, that's
Okay.
16,700, so 17,000 is, and the one that we have now is failing, it's,
Yeah,
Right.
The doors are off. The engine's been replaced once already.
okay.
The picker front end unit's been.
Well, if it
Oh.
helps, if it helps, it was on my wish list.
Huh?
That item was on my wish list.
Sounds
That
like a
it was-
Public Works
Plus,
vehicle.
was what?
Yeah.
17,000.
Okay, all right. Do I have a consensus for that?
That's-
Is
that's-
everyone
Yeah,
okay
you'll
with
get
that?
that one.
For sure.
5? Go ahead. Are you okay with that one?
I say we let it ride like we've done with the pool heater and
Okay,
I let it ride.
I
okay.
can't,
17,000?
I can't with you today.
say yes.
Yes,
Of
okay.
the 17?
Yes,
Tap out.
yes. All right,
Yeah,
so
yes.
4, yes, 1, no. Okay.
The no will come later when we add all these things up.
When you have to increase them.
It's real easy to say yes now.
It's not that easy.
But if we don't add it, then we're not gonna have it.
Okay.
Mayor and council, do we have consensus on the Parks and Rec vehicle?
Yes.
The 35?
Yes, did we?
No, I don't think we did the vehicle.
No,
Okay, no, you're
not the
right.
vehicle.
Okay. So the vehicle is to replace a vehicle or what?
Yes, we would replace our.
The clunker?
The Ranger. That's
have
about
one
29 years old.
One's gonna replace one.
What?
It's 30.
You'll take,
You'll take the Ranger?
wait, you can auction it to them.
Public
right.
Works,
I'm-
you
I hear
pick.
29 on the Ranger, do I hear 30?
Right there, across from the June.
Yeah, it would replace a vehicle and now we would hand it to
Good, all right.
Laz.
Sounds-
and Liz.
You really do need it, Liz?
And Public Works needs one too.
No, do you really need it?
Yes.
Yes. Are you joking?
Oh,
She was just trying to lighten
Just
up the
messing
mood
around
a
with-
little bit. Yeah.
It's late.
We're getting loopy.
Honest. As much as Public Works needs a vehicle, big time.
Please come up to the microphone.
well, we have a public works, right?
Yes, we do.
That's sanitation, was that everything? Enterprise?
I'm going to give you an example. Forget about all of our other vehicles. These are the ones that folks are,
Go to the mic.
these are the ones that folks are out there driving. So this is, like he says, this is what people see, right? I can't clean them up. I can't make them look pretty because they're just not pretty. There's no fixing them. The fleet that we have that our guys drive, no sanitation, not those flatbeds, any of those. They range from 2004, 2005, 2007, 2009, 2013, which collectively, they're all 140 years old. That's the truth. Or 144. My math is off tonight. But they're that old altogether. They're piece parted the same way that one that he has that's piece parted. The last vehicle that we got, which was in 2018, that's the newest vehicle that I have out of the 12 that are circling around the city with our folks in them, besides picking up garbage. Our garbage and our trash guys, which those are going to get dirty, right? Because that's what they do. So I have two options. I can slap a paint job on them and make them look pretty, but I can't make them run better. And it's costing us money to do so. It's your decision. And we've not asked for anything this year as a result of supporting our other departments. That's an agreement that Laz and I made begrudgingly to folks that have told us, put stuff on there because you need it. You guys are
The workforce.
yeah, I mean, we're out there. When I can't provide them with AC, when a door handle, and I wasn't kidding on Monday, when the door handles are falling off, when they can't roll down a window and it's 115 degrees out there, I have to worry about that. So there's a lot of concerns, and I'm sorry, I get a little, because I hear the conversation, but we're the ones that have the guys out there that we're concerned to make sure that they're drinking water, they're drinking Gatorade, that they're healthy, that they're taken care of. They're our lowest wage, aside from our part-timers and our folks in rec, which we work hand in hand. So we have a mutual respect for the staff that we have because they're young staff and they don't get paid very much. But these folks are the ones that cut your grass, pick up your litter,
Try and make it look as pretty as we possibly can. Put up your Christmas lights so that they're on around the circle. Spread the mulch. Cut around the canal banks, which is dangerous. And again, it's their job and that's what they signed up for. And we recognize that. But we need to provide them with what they need to be able to be comfortable doing their job and be safe doing their job. And if they can't have a vehicle that they can at least go into and huddle into maybe for a good 15, 20 minutes, it sets in 15 or 20 minutes and
Liz,
and
you're
these
not-
guys overheat.
You're not asking for a new vehicle.
Yeah, she asked for one vehicle.
Yeah.
But didn't Chris say that you guys, that
Enterprise.
there was good news because they were getting
was-
this vehicle,
well-
the F-150?
The enterprise.
No,
fund?
not for us. No, not for us. No, not for us.
Who's the one?
What was
for
the vehicle
enterprise?
that I could have sworn that
No, it's the fund, where the funding is coming from, but it's still money. Money is money. It doesn't matter what fund it comes from.
All right.
Sanitation fund,
The impression I
Was
got
coming out
was
of
that it
something.
was already funded in the budget and it was not a
Enterprise.
wish list item.
go ahead.
No, we're talking
No, we
about
had to
several
go-
different vehicles.
Okay.
Recently, we were delivered a vehicle for code 2 weeks ago.
Yes, that was.
All right. it was
That
for
was
code.
from
that was-
22's budget, I believe.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah,
We're currently anticipating 3 police cars that were budgeted for 175 and 23's budget that may or may not get here before September. So those will be rollover funds.
Right.
Both Public Works and Recreation have approximately 35,000 in this year's wish list for 2 trucks.
they've been able to
Okay,
acquire
'cause I
one.
see
I
that.
can't acquire one. It's not in this budget. There is one, it's 35
Right.
for this new
150.
coming year.
I see.
And it's
Yeah.
it's under sanitation.
But it's in
under
the
the public-
budget. It's not
public
in the
works.
wish list.
It's in the
right
wish
here.
list. It's
Wish list
the
under-
third item
under
down.
Public Works.
It is
The third item
F-150
down.
Public Works.
35.
And it's on my wish list. Speaking of which,
Meaning I put it out there and it was moved over, it was moved over.
Yes, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So this year, I wasn't able to acquire the vehicle that I needed to acquire because I needed something smaller, not as large. But anyways, it's,
Okay. I do know.
we're good.
You need it. So
You know, we need it, what we would like to, and I know that, we're looking towards the future. The other departments are getting vehicles, thinking forward. Let's give Public Works a little bit of love when it comes to our guys that are out there. And,
Okay, and I think what Councilman Fahet was asking, because I crossed it out too, that at the last meeting, it was paid out. I put a note, not out of sanitation,
enterprise.
but out of the enterprise fund,
well, sanitation is
And-
an enterprise. fund.
right?
I think
But
we
some other
discussed where it
grant,
was
I
gonna
guess
be.
we yeah. So
We're
I
trying to
thought
look-
it wasn't a wish item, the wish list item, but it is the
It is.
bottom line.
Yes,
It's
we
something
kind
that
of,
you
it's a
need,
wish
okay.
list item and there was discussion on whether it would be funded from the general fund or possibly the sanitation fund.
Okay, but either way, it's money
But
coming from,
the sanitation fund is currently
Part of the.
in a deficit position.
Correct.
And if you spend more funds from there, you're gonna have to look at your rates in the future.
Okay.
through the chair,
yes,
So
sir.
no matter what, that's what.
this vehicle was on my wish list
Okay,
because I remember the conversations and the exchanges that we had.
okay, so
And
we
me
have
too.
2 vehicles.
Yeah.
Public Works
Yes,
is
and-
requesting the F-150,
Yes.
right? And then Recreation is requesting
Another-
the same thing.
Correct.
Okay, and they're both the same price, more or less,
More or
35?
less the same. Yeah.
Okay, all right, so let's
We're
do
crossing our
that.
fingers.
Okay, so wish list item, let's do Public Works,
I'll go for
the
this.
vehicle, F-150, 35, consensus?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, yes,
And that's all we have on. that.
5, okay, and then, pardon me?
No, I mean.
And the rec center vehicle,
Yes.
same amount?
I say yes.
Okay, rec center, whatever, F-150 for 35. What, is there, everyone? Yes?
Yes.
Yes, yes, okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah, Walter.
Walter's kind of, huh?
Yes, at the end when we had this,
I agree, I agree, but you know what?
I would-
I agree, but I want y'all, well, all right, let's get there.
They need it.
No, Chris is the one going here, going like this, like.
I just want to remind everybody,
Adding it up a second ago, and they told them no.
I just like to point out
You
something.
know, when you're at the numbers where you don't.
Right,
Please
no,
tell me the
believe me, we
magical
gotta come
number
back.
at the
Happened
end
a
of
long
the
time
week.
ago, Chris.
Okay.
I'm waiting for
You're
you
at
to
the,
visit.
you're at the cusp.
Okay,
I just want to remind you. Almost everything besides the CGA and the Centennial, all of these items that we have discussed so far were in the budget originally.
and you removed them.
We removed them because we went back to every department 2 and 3 times, asked them to go through their budgets to remove these items, any items, not these particular items, any items that we thought we could do a little bit further down the road in order to balance better this budget.
Yes.
They were
No, I
primarily-
appreciate that, Tammy,
primarily
and I think we all realize that, I mean,
Okay,
even in
so-
discussing these, it's, and I understand that even with the 5 police officers, I know they were first on the budget and then it was the wish list, it's like,
Yes.
yeah, it'd be nice, but so,
And I'm not
I
saying that
think-
these are not needed. They're all needed.
right.
So maybe this wish list should have been divided, wish list.
No, no, I
No,
Wish
just
lists
wish and
No,
operation.
it's just
and
so we can
operational.
I think,
Making an assessment now. It's
I think you're
needed.
doing,
It's in our
I
face,
think
we
it's
know.
fine. We're
through the
deciding
chair.
right now, we're going through and figuring out what's on here and also deciding, between all of us, which ones, the consensus of which ones we, and then we'll still have to whittle away at this because obviously it's still too much.
Question.
Yes, sir.
I see our distinguished guests here. I don't recall I saw anything for the theater.
No.
31.
It's in the,
It's some.
it's in the recreation.
Chris has
Part
something
of
to
the-
add to
Oh.
to this.
Okay. sorry.
Pelican Theater is in Omar's
Yeah.
budget. I believe it's 31,400.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
That's already
It's
budgeted.
already budget.
So no wish list.
Can we
is
use
to
your
the-
car then?
To the 31.
They probably have some really good wagons, of those really in there.
Okay, all right, that was just a
You
question.
were in the budget already. You could have gone.
Two others,
Were you here waiting for us?
Yeah, thinking that we're gonna have to.
two others.
We would never.
Well, I thought you were just interested, because you missed Miami Springs. Okay, is there, come on up 1 second and let's, in case anyone has any questions for Ralph and Nancy Wakefield, the Pelican Playhouse. and-
I can see a play. coming up.
I just want to say to you guys, oh, it's going to get emotional because this is a fantastic city to live in. We had an open house for our house on a Sunday and we signed a contract on Thursday. And people want to live here for all the reasons you guys have been discussing all night long. You have tremendous departments, you have tremendous people running for you, and you guys are doing a great job up here. You
Thank
really are.
you.
So thank you very much. And we are going to miss you terribly. But Sam has taken over. He's done a fantastic job. And so we have,
All right.
Here.
we know the theater will go on.
Yes,
So
indeed.
thank you.
Thank God.
Thank you.
You.
Thank you.
We have our summer recital this
Oh, yeah?
weekend. If
Oh.
you're looking for entertainment, come on out. It's 7:30 on Saturday, Sunday at 2 p.m. Just come and say who you are and we'll get you a seat.
Thank you, Ralph. All right. God bless you guys.
Like,
Bye.
Maybe
Good
Sam.
night.
okay.
Mayor, can I just clarify two other items that were on the
Yes.
council's promotional activities? 'Cause
Yes,
There
sir.
was some, whether it was confusion, misinformation. The Historical Museum, a day or two ago, I received an email regarding them wanting $1,000 more than what we budgeted, from 6,000 to 7,000. And also in the budget for River Cities Festival is 14,000, where one year we gave them 14,000, a couple of years, last year was 20. I put the budget back to 14. So it's up to you all to decide if you want to give an extra 1,000 to historical and an extra 6,000 to River Cities Festival.
River City's
It,
asking for, where's Julie?
I saw Jaime was here for the historical. Did he say what the extra cost would be?
It just says storage.
And how about the River City?
I was under the impression that, remember, we always traditionally gave 14,000. We skipped a year because of COVID. Then Julie asked that we fund them 28,000. We basically we said yes, but we basically covered Public Works and Police. And then last year, because when we gave him the 28,000, we talked about like, hey, you're getting up on your feet and then we'll go back. We went to 20 last year and it was my understanding that we were going to go back to 14. Did you guys get a different under? Maybe I misinterpreted it, but I was under the impression that
Yeah, I've seen two
that we were
numbers, but
back
I
because she
remember-
was here for that meeting and it was on the budget, on the budget for 14.
I saw 14 and I think I remember what you're saying, but it was
Yeah.
20
That's in
grand.
the budget.
Yeah, she said, I know. that
No,
that
it
was
ended up being 14.
That's in
I
the budget.
budgeted 14, but
Yeah.
they've asked for 20.
They're asking for.
Oh, they asked for 20.
And Jaime, well, Historical Museum, I had budgeted 6, the same as last year, and I believe 2 days ago, I got the request for 7. It's
He
1,000
just
more.
left.
Is, I mean, if it's for the storage, they have to have climate controlled storage and we're
Yes.
paying for that. If
So-
that's the reason for the increase, Chris, do you know?
Guys, but it's hard to address a request for an increase if you don't have numbers
Texting.
and details.
Right.
Friday, August 18th, the email. Miami Springs Historical Society is seeking funds for the 23-24 memorabilia storage totaling 7,000.
So 1,000 more.
Just,
He doesn't
Just
say
that-
that it went up.
no, he didn't
No.
say, he just asked for 7,000
And
for
that's
storage.
unfortunate because it could have been that, those costs could have gone up, right? We don't have numbers. We don't have a rationale.
Can I brought this up when I had my meeting with staff. I think that going forward, when we start the budget process, because we have these organizations that we're always subsidizing, like we need to schedule them. Because I remember when we had our meeting, I said, okay, so I see where all the departments are scheduled to come and talk to us. And I was like, but what about them? I was like, well, they kind of show up, but like, they show up and then the meeting runs long, so then they leave. Like, I really think that staff has to help us. If we're gonna have these subsidies, we gotta, hey, you're coming this day and you're gonna be on the agenda and you gotta like come and kind of
Tell us.
come before us
Right.
and not leave it to them, because now how do we,
Well, even the Centennial Committee, how we're gonna set up a number when she's, there's nobody here.
yeah, like, I don't know.
I'm meeting with the Centennial Committee. We should get sponsorships for that that should be, I think the Centennial Committee, the money that's needed for promotions and all these things, there are a lot of opportunities there for sponsorships by, companies that are on Northwest 36th Street and business owners here and even residents,
Yeah, but I think like you mentioned earlier, seed to
some
get a
seed
study,
money,
so
I
something
agree,
has.
some seed money, but the whole 120 and stuff,
No,
I
I don't
would
think we're
say,
talking about that. I think
maybe
So,
like.
through the
let's,
chair.
Councilman mentioned 15 grand, so I just would like to know what is it
Okay.
that
I
would help
think
her?
if-
Maybe it's
you're
only
right,
5 for
and
right
if they
now,
need
10.
something and perhaps 10,000. I
Right.
mean, I think 10,000 is a reasonable amount of seed money to get started, but we're gonna have to ask the Centennial Committee to figure out a sponsorship, have a.
They're
name for
working on that,
sponsorship,
so I
yes.
think that's not
Or-
gonna be a problem, because they have other things
Okay,
in mind.
so.
Would
So the-
5,000 be to get them, so we're 3 years away. I get that. And we have a committee that's meeting and I'm glad, but can 5,000 be enough for them to kind of start doing some marketing, start
could-
doing some
I
things,
was
start
hoping Julie was
looking
still
for
here,
some
but-
sponsorship and doing like, maybe it doesn't have to be that. I mean, they had asked for a lot. And so, but again, in the absence of more details about things,
All right, let's do 5.
Through the chair, also, just really quick, I know that Chris did his due diligence and looked into, I guess, the funding account so that when we open it up to the public, because I did mention many times before, and you both worked on it already, on engaging the community and outside of the community to.
Well, I
to
think
make-
also
you
like,
already- you already looked into that, and that you actually explained to us, I think, in the last meeting, how those funds would be routed through the city instead of through the organization. It would go through the city.
No, but even
But I don't-
so, they would still get sponsors and the money would go to the city, for the committee or whatever, but instead of us,
No, what I'm
think-
saying is that they're supposed to be putting some sort of system together, or we're supposed to start. I don't know if it's the Centennial Committee or us, we start promoting the request for donations.
I think.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's 5,000.
Chair, I guess,
I think
little
telling
sooner,
them, you
we'll
know,
tap
we're not
into
gonna,
that.
we want you to keep meeting and plan this thing and, you know, we're not even giving any seed money. I don't see how that's, you know, even
well,
feasible.
I'm just curious, like, I don't know, maybe where you first started with 15 grand, is it something that they had talked to you about before or?
All right, they were asking for like
Oh, yeah,
50
no,
to
but I'm saying
start
just-
and then 125 in total.
It's 5, 15, 10, like I would have loved to have heard her.
I'm just going off of this.
No, I'm
right?
saying I
thought it
would've-
was A lot. but-
If it's 10, I'm fine with 10, but
Yeah, go ahead.
It's right here.
Can I, something that we're talking about, I'm just trying to remember, and you guys tell me if you remember it the same way. When we gave River Cities 28, they made, if I remember correctly, Mayor, about 8,000 in profit. Which is good, right? Because it was in the positive. Then when we gave them 20, I remember Julie saying when she came the first day that they made 3,000 profit because we gave them 20 rather than 28. So then do we give them 17 instead of 14? I mean, we had talked from the beginning about getting it back down to 14. Do we give them 14? Do we give, they're asking for 20, but they did it with 20 and they got a $3,000 profit last year. So I don't know that maybe 20 is the, why do 20 again?
try to get an
It's
answer.
gonna provide the police and the public works.
But police and public works cost like the whole 28 grand with the year we gave them that. Yeah. Huh? Yeah, I remember when we gave them, when she asked for double it, right? Give us the 28. I remember that William said, well, like, okay, look, let's just call it a wash. Like, we'll take care of police and public works. And it came out to the 28.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, I get it.
There's
I
no
get it.
profit.
Why don't we just start now getting, since we're getting closer to that number? Like right now, tentatively, put 20. And if, see where all that number comes out, so we know
We
where we're at.
definitely put 17. Let's
Or
keep it, let's
17.
keep it going instead of. give them
Whatever, I'm just saying,
28.
put a number for
They
now.
made a
but-
profit. We gave them 20. They made a little bit less of a profit. Let's give them, they've got some money that they made last time. Let's make it 17. We'll meet them halfway instead of 14. But like we talked about, we were going to get it back to 14.
Councilman, two quick clarifications. They did ask in July for 20, and that wasn't a mistake in the original budget.
Okay.
Because I was waiting for information when we did the millage caps, and I budgeted 14, looking back at prior years. And another thing that I agree with you on 100%, I believe going forward, much earlier than May or June, when we start the budget process, we should sit with them one by one.
Right.
So I know if historical costs are going to go up, or if we know how their financials look, the
Right.
River City financial P&L from the QuickBooks, we just received that tonight. That's not the
Right.
990 that I reviewed with you
Right.
in the city manager's office. So that was obviously more information that we just received at the dais here.
Right.
So we need more time. We could work better with them, communicating and meeting with them, and then we could make obviously much more effective decisions.
Yeah.
We're just
Thank
talking
you,
about the
Chris.
difference, right?
So
They
what-
budgeted 14, so we just.
So what do you think? 17?
I think 14 like last year.
I think
I'm-
we can do the 14 and, if
I
I
told
would
her
agree.
last time.
I agree.
they're going
Which is
to
budgeted.
mix.
It's already
money.
budgeted though.
It's
14 is already budgeted,
already
so we're not asking
Okay,
for it,
so
and
that's
we don't
fine.
need to
All right,
add
so let's
anything
do
if
that.
we're not.
Leave
if
it,
that's
let's add the
additional
difference to
six.
3,000. I'm for the 3,000, but
If I remember the numbers correctly, I don't think, I know they're asking for 20. I think we can go lower. We've already budgeted 14. I'd be okay with 17, but again, we have a bunch of yeses that are going to turn into nos. But
I say yes to 3,000.
I would be okay with 17, but again, with the understanding that we're trying to move, she's doing a good job and the River Cities Committee's done a good job. And we want them to be able to kind of sustain themselves a little bit more.
And the cost for the public works, the public works you said was 5 in the police and public works.
The police is more, right? A lot more.
20.
Police, yeah.
Close to 30.
I don't have those numbers in front of me, but
Right. I have no problem with the extra 3. I mean,
Let's say yes to the 17 and we're gonna have to say
It's
no to
3.
some
We're gonna
things.
say
now
3.
and again.
We're gonna be saying yes to 3 only.
Yeah,
Three.
to 3, right?
17,
3
same
in addition to the 14 that's already budgeted.
3 additional.
the Centennial Committee, we haven't agreed on a number.
All right. I would have liked.
Mayor, if I may, on the,
Hold
on
on,
the
let me see.
Centennial, I was just
Centennial
looking
Committee.
at their request, 125, because I didn't have it in front of me. Even though they're saying it's for this year, it sounds like it's over the next 3 years, at
Yes.
least some of those things. So I think $5,000 seed, and then, in the fall, they can come back and for additional assistance, but
Yeah.
I think
I
5,000.
think the city can help too. If we get something set up so that the money goes, I think the city can, on, average, our digital media and everything is just say, we're looking for sponsors for the
Like,
Centennial Committee and, I think they'll get.
I
some
know
money.
personally from some of the civic groups that they're already
would-
excited and they're
Yes, and
already
they
talked
would,
about it.
right.
We've talked about it in Rotary in
So
our
let's
board.
do
meeting, so
5 to get them,
to help
they have
get them
something.
started.
and-
and fundraise.
Is that a 5? Everyone's okay?
No, to the Centennial.
Is everyone okay with 5 seed money?
I'm okay with
for
5.
Centennial?
fine.
And then let's help them
Until we.
advertise. Councilman, you go to the meetings with the Centennial Committee,
Occasionally, yeah.
and let them know that if they have something we can put on our websites and,
I
encourage
take care of that.
businesses and
Yes,
and
I
stuff
will share
to,
that. Yes, absolutely.
to help sponsor the Centennial celebration, our city's
Yes.
Centennial celebration.
And report back.
Okay, wonderful. All right. What else do we have on the wish list that we haven't talked about
Well,
yet?
Mine is gone.
We can't afford to
So,
talk about
it's all
anything
gone.
else.
I brought up the sign for the circle. And
Yes.
nobody knows that that's our park and Glenn Curtis Memorial Circle Park. Every other park has a sign, so I think Omar, is actually getting 2 signs. He was able to get a different type of material that we're using on the other ones, but it's gonna be a lot cheaper. And I don't think that's, to me, is a minor number considering that we're continuing Centennial, showcasing our town.
So
You come into the circle and no one knows that it's, even
So-
a park.
So at a future date, we had a meeting with Mr. Watson. And at a future date, he's going to come back with the committee and he's going to share several different locations in which the signs were going to come back. It's going to be the Pueblo type of signs rather than the newer, more modern sign that maybe we were discussing with Omar. But there's going to be a recommendation to have one of the smaller Pueblo style signs from Jim Watson and the committee.
I
Are
thought those
you-
were the entries,
Yeah.
entry signs only.
But
on-
Councilman, who needs to know that that's a circle? You can tell that it's a circle park. It's I don't think anyone needs to read. I'm
Um,
being honest.
We're gonna go down the pack of, you see dogs in the doggy park. Why are we spending money on a doggy
No, but
park?
I'm saying to have a sign saying it's a park.
Just also, more importantly, on Glenn Curtis. Because Glenn Curtis, like I said, the majority of our people don't even know who
But what do
Glenn
you mean
Curtis is.
on Glen Curtis?
You're gonna write the name. This is Glenn Curtis Memorial
Circle.
Park.
Okay,
Why
why-
is why are there 3 here? Why do we need 3 signs?
No, it's not
It was
3.
just
Those are
two.
just options
Okay,
that,
all right, because it had a total at the bottom of 1,700, so like that's why.
Can we
Yeah.
add that to the Centennial Committee? I mean, it seems something to me that should be part of the Centennial Committee celebration of preparation that we name it Glen Curtis Park, that we, it seems like that would be, and so we can even have a celebration that we're naming it. Is it named Glen Curtis Park?
Yeah.
We're
It's,
naming
yeah,
it that.
technically,
So
no,
it's
it's technically,
technically that,
it's
but,
already there,
like,
just nobody
that could be part of the things leading
knows
up to
about it.
the Centennial. I don't know. I mean,
You're budgeted now, we're talking about, by the time we get it done for next year.
what is important, and I guess that can be part of the Centennial too, is these entrance signs at the entrance to the city so that welcome to, every city you go to that's a nice city says, welcome to whatever, or you've entered this, and we have one by the golf course. And I guess one over here by the railroad tracks, and that's it. And all these other entrances to the city where, we
Yeah,
have-
no, I think the only thing is gonna be is the cost, because any new sign, even one like that has Virginia Gardens it's cost them, I think, Mayor Dino told me it was like $45,000. So I think actually I haven't talked to Dr. Watson, but a local sculptor and architect in the community got a pretty good idea. She's actually from the women's club, that maybe just dressing what we have already there to give that element that we want to show that it's Pueblo style. It's going to be a lot cheaper and it's gonna resolve what we want to do at the
No,
end of
but
the
I
day.
think we're talking about areas where we don't have a sign. Like, for instance, if you come in.
Oh, I
the
thought it was
east
the
part-
old signs.
No,
removing
we
them.
have some already there. It's where we don't, like, you come in to the city and you have no idea, you know, that it's like, oh, this is Miami Springs, you know, you kind of have
I
to
thought,
wonder. I
according
think
to
we were
them,
talking,
aren't they they're doing the
Well,
entry side.
we asked them to do entry signs throughout the city, you know, at
They
all
removed
major
the ones we got there
locations.
now.
Is that what they're, no, that's not. And it was with the
Oh,
Pueblo.
if you look
Mission
at the,
stuff.
well, the samples, they put
Well,
the whole
we'll wait
design and
till-
the seal there. So they're basically changing the signs and making sure the seal is there. But if you look at all the designs they come up with, has a seal and then all the Pueblo style thing.
Okay, but maybe they're using the seal as part of the sign, not necessarily using the new,
Okay, I'm just,
we'll wait till we
There's-
come to the meeting and see. But maybe
There-
these signs can be part of the centennial thing of things leading up to,
okay.
Yeah.
you know,
Fair
I'm
enough.
not saying wait 3 years to do it, but pardon me?
We had talked about that before as part of a centennial
Centennial, leading
preparation.
up to there,
Leading
part
up-
of the
yes, yes,
preparations.
yes.
Okay.
So,
That's fine.
okay.
I think naming, now that the circle, we've called it the circle for years, has a name, actually is advantageous for us because it's considered a civic park, which we gotta apply for grants for things there, stuff like that. So having a park sign on it at some point in time actually would give us a little bit of leverage with stuff like that.
Oh,
There's
that's,
some
that's
Glenn
a
Cor-
whole
Glenn
different
Cor-
story.
Glenn Curtis.
For
Remember,
4,000, I
it's
think.
it's
I mean, I'm
any
thinking, who's gonna drive by and be trying to read the sign, but
any
Hey,
green
so-
space, any
Revenues.
green space that the city claims to be a park can be used as a linear park or anything like that. That is considered a civic park, which could be
Glen Curtis.
used for.
Curtis is a linear park with a bike path there.
Correct, but the county, yeah, so but the county owns that property, so it's tricky, but the circle, like, for example, like the gazebo, something that we've discussed with Public Works for years of potentially renovating it or rebuilding a new one similar in style, because Cardini built that years ago, but you know, building something out of that plastic material like we have at the playgrounds, but there's grants for that. So having that as a civic park could help us get those type of grants, things like that.
Okay, so Omar, you're saying if we name it, that we have a sign on it.
It
you
helps.
Could say it's a,
It helps.
A civic park.
okay, all right, well, that's a whole different.
It does help.
Story.
Now, I mean, obviously, if you want the centennial people to do it, that's fine. I'm just saying, these are things that
That's
would
just-
help
that's
us down
just-
the road.
$4,000 at this point. We got a lot of things, so,
Yeah.
and, more important, but you might say, but I think that's important too. So for 4,000, I would
Just-
leave it there, at least
just an
my
idea.
Okay,
opinion.
but we'll
We can vote on it, I guess.
definitely, yes, look into that. Okay,
No problem.
all right, anything else on the wish list?
I think we should
No,
color
I
our
wish we-
chips. Let's
Oh, but
I wish is
let's
that-
cash in
I'm
our
sorry, through the
chips.
chair,
Let's
let's
go
keep
to the window and
formality.
see
You're
what we
gonna
got.
help me out here.
My wish is that we end this conversation.
It's 10:15.
And have another meeting.
No,
Well,
a-
I
and-
think.
So just for clarifications, is the circle sign on or off?
The
I
circle
gotta
sign,
vote-
we're
so
gonna.
get the consensus.
Wait.
Centennial.
Well, let's get the
We're wait-
consensus. I'm saying, yeah,
How
now,
much is it?
4,100,
No,
42.
because there's two of them, one side and the other. But yeah, we could go down to one.
have to have two signs in order to have it
No, we
count
can
as
go
a
to
civic
one.
park.
We could go to one. That's fine.
I get, this estimate has 320 for the metal sign. There's an acrylic one that's $1,100, but there's a $320 metal sign. And it says installation, 2 posts, $250.
I,
That's 570.
So let's do one.
okay, but the thing is, if we're going to have a design for Pueblo, something incorporating the Pueblo mission style in the city, I would like that sign to have it too, and we don't really know what that is. So if we need a sign for the circle that says Glenn Curtis, I will find a sign for the circle that says that, if that's what we need to apply for. And then down the road, we'll make it a nicer sign.
But I don't think
wanna rush
we're,
into spending $4,000.
but we just said that we could do it half of that
So
and
the
just do one
Curtis
sign. But I just don't see what the entry signs are.
So if you ask me, like, I don't know what the Centennial people are doing, what their design
Forget it.
criteria is
That's
for the
it.
other projects. But if you could tie up the signs where they're uniform together, I think that's advantageous, is
One
beneficial.
park, so the same.
Why
That,
not make it uniform with the signs you already have from Parks
what
and
we're doing.
Recs in different parks? Like,
correct.
which is this, like. this
Well,
is
similar to that.
What you guys.
That's
are
what we're
doing.
Correct, correct.
And how much are those?
So there was one sign that's 320 here and the installation, they say is 250. So that's 570.
$100 for which sign?
I don't know.
One of those is
Oh, so-
500.
One of these?
No, I think, I don't know if it, let me see the quote.
Might have an old,
Through
but-
the chair, may I?
Yes.
May I
yes,
just comment
yes.
really quick? I like those signs for more of like our parks and our like sports parks, but maybe we could get something a little bit more subdued, like a bronze something or a plate that, you know, when you go to parks sometimes and you can read the park that you're at, or it's just
There's actually a couple there. I think
there's a circle park.
either side of the
A
gazebo.
plaque,
Right,
yes.
right behind, when you're coming in from the entrance of on the incoming
that's the one
bridge,
of the trees.
if you look at the
I remember now.
wall that's right there, if you turn around on the back side of that wall, it says the name of the park on that. There's a plaque on there and it
So
says the
those-
name of the
and
park.
those
Okay.
plaques wouldn't help.
One by the gazebo.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember now,
Sign.
but back to you, Tammy.
But so Omar, so we have two signs.
You wouldn't be able to.
That's
get
for
his
two, the
grandchild
price was
just
for
sat
two
there.
signs.
That's for one.
No, but
Oh,
we're
yeah.
saying we already have a sign designating that as Glen Curtis.
On the back of the wall, as
Correct.
soon as
It's about that big. It's a bronze plaque.
Yeah.
Is that big
But-
enough?
I remember now.
And it
But
doesn't
for
say Glen
purpose
Curtis.
of- But for the purpose of that, it's a civic park.
Right.
It is a civic park because we have designated it so.
Can you get your?
Is there
grants for that?
something that we need to do, like a
Not really.
resolution or something to designate
Not really.
it?
The park sign, when we do grants, you have to have pictures and things like that. I could take a picture of that plaque and send it, but if you have a nice sign, it's gonna make the circle look better, in my opinion. It's just, but it's up to you guys
So he looked at it. It's $1,700 for the sign.
for one sign
Okay.
installed.
Installed.
We're being penny
I
foolish
just
now.
feel like, I'm not sure, like we're picking one sign here, but then we're talking about other cohesive signs with the Pueblo Mission style throughout the city, but then in this one, we're just gonna put this one. It's kind of like, I mean.
That's why I said, if you're gonna have the Centennial
Right.
organization do signage, maybe we just
No,
incorporate that.
they're not doing signage. Is the historical
Let's make it-
preservation
It's not just, you
wants to do
know,
the entry signs, which are gonna cost a lot of money. So we're gonna go back to the same thing. We're already talking about a $4,000 sign. There's gonna be a difficult thing to us to decide right now. Imagine when the Historical Preservation Board comes here and tells us we need $250,000 to do this.
But we're talking about Pueblo, something incorporating the historical, I don't know,
Motif.
motif, good word, of the city in our sign so that Pueblo Mission style, and I think Councilwoman Bravo is the first one that suggested that, you know, we know it's Pueblo Mission style and, you know, and every now and then you see it, but that at the entrance to the cities, when we do new signs, that should be a cohesive thing of, you know, our signs and the ones that are existing there, I don't think we're going to touch for now because those are already there, but there's a whole bunch of other opportunities, including the circle, where we kind of bring forth that, you know, Pueblo Mission
History.
Yeah.
history.
I guess
of
the
it.
clarification is to me was they were designing it to replace what's there.
Okay,
Yeah,
I think
So
something
that's a
got
big
lost in
difference,
the,
'cause
yeah,
That's the entry sign to our town.
yeah, no, something got lost in the,
And that's why I told you that one of the ladies from the Women's Club, she did I don't have it here in front of me, but there's a way we can do it where it gives you that element. And we're talking about a fragment of the cost with the existing stuff we
that-
have there right now.
exactly, that's exactly, yeah.
Yeah, so, you know, we can think outside the box like she was thinking.
Can we? punt
Okay,
the
so
ball?
let's just say, I mean,
Okay,
let's,
that's it. You gotta
who's
say
for the
yes or no,
sign?
that's it. We
Who's
can move.
for the sign right now? Anyone?
Obviously I am. I did say
Okay,
yes, that's fine.
1 no, okay,
Okay.
all right. Thank you, Omar. All right, anything else? I think if we get to 11 o'clock, we have to vote to continue. The meetings have
let's
to, so,
take out the abacus. Let's start adding this all up.
all right,
Go.
okay, so this is what I have. I have 140 for CGA. And that was 5.5. 160 for the extra police officer, and that was 3.2. I'm still against that. I think there's way other than adding a new employee, there's a lot of other needs that we need to budget for the city. The taser is 109.
No, we.
No,
said
40.
We said 40.
40 for the taser, and then the body cam is 109, but you said we're just
Do it.
gonna leave
We're
that.
just
wait.
gonna do
Okay.
the
Fine.
tasers
Okay,
at 40.
so just the taser is 40, and that was 5.5. Centennial money was 5,000
And
and that was 5,500.
mhm.
Here, were we doing the public works truck or no?
Yes, I'm getting to that.
Oh, sorry, I'm going through my list, sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, well,
well, I-
I'm not on the same list
I
as
wrote
you.
it on here.
Whatever we're missing with.
Sorry.
Doesn't he have,
Okay, the pool heater
don't you have that?
Was
whole-
out.
was out. It was a 2-3. No, 2-3, but the pool pump for 25 was a 5,500. So for 25,000.
Yes.
Okay,
20.
the golf course, the fleet maintenance.
It's
equipment-
20.
Yeah, but Omar
The,
says.
the rec
20?
pump is 20. I know
Okay.
Omar said 25, but it's 20
It's
in
20?
the, in the
Okay.
wish list.
20, okay.
Okay, so then.
In the wish
um,
list, it says 20.
The golf course fleet maintenance equipment, that was a 4-1, yes.
And which one?
The golf course fleet maintenance equipment,
Okay, yes,
which is the turf maintenance. Okay,
60.
so that was a 4-1, yes, and that.
I thought
was-
we agreed that we were gonna come back at a later
You're
date on
right,
that one.
you're right, you're right. Back on that.
But he needs that now. Today.
No, he's gonna wait for,
Okay. For the lease. Go ahead.
okay, public works vehicle, the F-150, 35,000, and that was a 5,500
Okay, but you skipped over one for the golf, the picker,
for the golf course.
the golf
gas
course
carts.
picker, the ball picker
Yes, I guess. I
for
didn't put that on here.
16,751.
Okay,
I thought we were talking about the 16,750.
that was a 5-5 vote. Was everyone okay with that?
Mhm.
Right.
No, I
Or
was,
one?
I was in let it ride mode
Okay.
for the.
Right, right.
last
That's right.
couple.
That's what I'm saying. That's what we voted for.
One,
Yes.
yes. No. Okay, and that was 16,000. What was it?
751.
16,751.
Two
Okay,
for public works vehicle.
and then Public Works vehicle 5,500 for 35,000. The rec center vehicle,
We wrote. I mean, I say yes.
I have 5,500.
Mhm.
Did we?
I'm,
Okay.
I mean, I hate, I feel like we could maybe hold off. but
Let's
I've
come up
seen
with a
that.
number. It's, we're
All right.
adding. Let's
Yes.
add it
Oh,
all up.
he's adding.
He's at
Centennial committee is 5.
5.
Yeah, but don't duplicate
You
that
had
because we
already
talked
said it
about it already.
before.
So you might
Sorry.
have it listed
Okay,
twice.
thank
See
you.
him 1,000.
Okay, and then the museum,
The River Cities
the River Cities is,
was
3,000.
3,000, which was the
3,000.
difference from the 14 to the 17.
is that 5,500 on that? River Cities?
Yes, I think we said it.
Okay.
The museum.
And then the museum was 1,000 for, probably storage has gone up, I'm guessing. I wish we knew. Is that okay?
I don't know. I don't,
I have no
I
idea.
didn't want to say yes on that without
Okay.
details.
Let's just not do that and ask, let's budget what we have for there and
Okay.
I'm sure you can find $1,000.
we,
We'll find $1,000 somewhere.
Really?
Over the rainbow.
So
Can we get a drum roll?
in reference to the police, don't we have to put budgets, the academy?
You left off 12,600, 6,100 for training and 6,000
No,
for.
no, but that was part of the 162.6.
The mayor said 150, 100 for the.
She said
52, 162.
160.
I thought you said 150.
I heard 150, but
Sorry, no,
Add another
162, and that was a 3-2. I was a no and Bravo
61
was
is,
a no.
so the 6,100 and 6,500.
Right.
6,100 for the academy and 6,500 for the equipment.
Yes, that's what I have.
62.
For the new employee, new
For-
police
right.
officer.
New police officer.
Okay,
Okay.
God, this is only once a year.
Ay, I know, right?
Holy smokes.
What else do we have?
Okay, was there
For
anything?
the chairs, we
else?
said no.
Huh?
The chairs for the senior.
I mean, we need, I mean, I don't want the
You
seniors not
say
to
that
have
there's-
chairs.
Where are we at?
get more busy.
Howdy, brother.
What's the bad news?
Huh? You're okay,
broke.
Tammy?
After,
Okay.
That's why I
Tammy's
still have the,
okay.
we still have the.
Thank you,
after 10
Tammy.
o'clock,
No,
We're gonna.
Spanish, English,
you can
Spanish.
get by.
Go ahead.
Tammy doesn't
I
want
mix
it.
my languages after
Least
10
we could do
o'clock.
for Tammy, give her the 40.
It should be the other way around. As we get closer to 10, we're just saying, sure, pay for it, pay for it.
Go
And
ahead.
instead
The
of we're
total-
like,
The total off of adjustments and wish list item is 457,666.
So that's not bad. Right? So then we could still
Well,
lose a million.
plus
Additional.
727,
Let's-
Additional to
That's
760.
separate from those seven.
So I got the, But how much is it again?
And we
For
haven't
what?
talked about lowering the village.
457,666.
666.
So is there any of the unassigned fund balance left over the 25%?
I don't think so.
At what millage rate?
At 6.91,
Imagine question.
at 6.91. At the current millage rate.
We're at 1.174.
Gonna be a little bit. Could be.
Chris, have you taken into account the things that I mentioned? Well, this is with the 4% COLA, right?
Yeah, this is with the 4%
'cause
goal.
it's in the
Yes.
budget.
COLA. Okay. We have 30,000 from the assistant city manager.
Yeah, these are not factored into the numbers yet.
Huh?
They're not factored into the numbers yet.
30,000 reduction. you're saying?
We're approximately with the 716, adding in the 457 comes to a total of 1174, 291 with an approximate excess fund balance of 1.3, which is an estimate. You still have 125,709 above the 25%.
And with the 30,000, that gives you the 150,000 you need to lower the millage rate a tenth of a mil. Right? Because it's 152 to lower the millage rate.
That would be correct.
Could I ask a
I
question?
feel that we should lower the millage rate even if we got to go back and say no to something.
0.05,
Yeah.
I'm willing to, I just want to.
Yeah, no, we got to lower it.
And
We
and
gotta
one
lower it.
thing I want to make clear about how important it is, this millage rate, I cannot stress how important it is. One of the things that, the main thing, because, this kept switching every time we took care of it, but the major stuff that the Board of County Commissioners was looking at was saying that even though we were willing, we signed that resolution that we were willing to lower the millage rate to between 2.5 to 3 to match what the other municipalities were doing. Their concern, the attorneys, for the business owners that were suing us that didn't want, was that, and it's true, future councils, we cannot commit future councils to not raise the millage rate. And they said, I kept saying, we've lowered it all these years. And they go, yes, but there's nothing stopping future
it.
councils from increasing that. And one of the things that William and I were very clear about is I said, that's not going to happen because the first ones complaining would be our residents saying you're increasing our millage.
Right.
So I can assure you that that's not going to happen, that future councils, and it's true, we can't bind future councils. They can decide whatever, they can rescind whatever. And that was a really, really big issue. And if we increase the millage right now, I can tell you that we will never live that down. And it doesn't matter if we increase it by a minuscule $70 and that's all it is. What counts is, that whole idea of, you could say that you're not going to do that. You're past council, but your future council, which is this one, you have,
I'm not going to argue against you, Mayor, on that. I'm just, a question I probably should know the answer to. And how do we replenish the reserves? How does that happen? Because we're taking all this reserve out now. How does it get back? Number one. And number two is, while I agree with the mayor that the idea of lowering it, even a minuscule, it always goes back to me is like, if you're lowering costs, you're lowering revenue, how do you get it on the other side? Because I'm worried about the reserve, and I know this is an unusual year, but hey, next year could be even worse. I don't know. So
There's only two ways to increase your reserves going forward. You
Yes.
either have to have increased revenues
right,
or decreased costs.
exactly. So just so I'm clear,
Or you'd actually have to, you pass a budget of $23 million and you're extremely tight on what you spend and you monitor it on a month-to-month basis so that you do come in under and there's savings for things that we didn't need. Don't buy extra office supplies. Don't, you'd have to be extremely conscientious of your budget. Your budget's not meant to spend every penny.
Right.
Because you can't forecast you're going to get every dollar of revenue.
Okay, so.
If your tax collections don't come in at these millage rates of approximately 90-something%, you
Through-
won't
through-
get you won't get the 95% that we've budgeted for.
Through the chair, just so I'm clear, and this is my concern, but I'm not going to argue against lowering the millage, that 0.5 is that next year, right? We're doing it this year, but we're lowering that little bit of increase, a little bit of revenue. And we're working, and we're going to work very diligently, I believe, over the next year with CGA and others to try to increase revenues. And that's a long-term project, in my view, 3 to 5 years before we actually start seeing some things. We are going to get some revenues from 1 Curtis Parkway, correct?
Eventually.
Once it comes online within the next year.
Well, it has to get
I don't
there.
like saying that within the next year,
They
but
don't get the certificate of occupancy.
they need a certificate of
the
occupancy.
next following year,
And
so
that'll
not
be
20
reflected in the next
It'll
time
be
around.
25.
So I'm just saying that if we're gonna move forward with all of this, but I do have a concern that we're not gonna be able to replenish that reserve.
But there's nothing to replenish.
Through the
We-
chair.
We have to replenish if we dip under 25%.
No, I understand what you're
Right.
saying. I'm just saying that we're gonna take it to 25. But if we have some other unforeseen things, then that'll go down. I'm just sharing my thoughts on this, right?
I got you.
That, moving forward the next time around, and there's an election in a year and a half, so maybe there'll be a new council, depends on whatever, that it's incumbent upon us and those coming after
think
us
that's
to
why-
be, can I finish my thought, please?
Yes.
To replenish, to not to see the reserve as, because the reserve is a bank account, that's the piggy bank, right? And you do that in your own home. I mean, I do it, periodically, but as an MO, right, moving forward, I think that's something that we need to be more prudential, more prudent. As you said, if we don't have for next year, an increase in revenues that helps the reserve, then we have to cut costs, right? There's no way of balance. There's only 2 ways to balance it. You cut here, okay, then you need to cut on this side of the ledger as well. Am I right? I'm not wrong in this.
Of course not.
Okay, I'm just saying,
Done?
yes.
So that's why the wish item list, that's exactly what we're deciding on, because we can do it without the wish item list, but we've got this huge wish item list, even bigger, and we pruned it down. I mean, we've identified the stuff that is important to each of us. Chris, with this list, with these things that we have here, okay, go over it one more time for us. If we want to keep the millage at the current rate of 6.91, what, and include these wish item list.
So we're going to clarify the items again one more time.
Well, no, not clarify that, just where we'll be.
Okay.
With,
What's
what's
the
the,
balance? What's
You have a total of wish list items, approximately 458,000. The budget memos, the budget, leaving the budget as it was presented, 691 was 716, 625 for a total of 1174, 291. We started off with an estimated amount, an estimate above the 25% of 1.3 million. The net of the two is 125,709. Based off of, 2 numbers are real, the other one's an estimate, a projection.
And if you factor in the 30,000 from the,
Just
then that gets you above the 152,000 you would need to lower the millage a tenth, right?
based on that math, correct? And let me clarify that the manager's office as well. The savings in that office is going to be approximately $68,000.
68.
We have an adjustment to the interim city manager, and we also have an adjustment to the amount agreed upon
With
for
the
JC.
incoming city
There's
manager.
2 different numbers there, not just one that have to be adjusted.
So can we add a tenth, lowering the millage, a tenth of a mil as to that number of the wish list items? And I think it all rounds out.
Or 0.5, something to,
So it would
Continue
lower it.
that, we've lowered it again.
0.10, right?
Well, there, if you do a tenth of a mil, it's 152,000.
0.5, 0.0,
Like a whole, you know. we wanna s-
0.
What I think the mayor's
Zero.
asking is to bring it down to 6.905, just a 0.05, which is
Right.
only 7,006.
Lowered.
But we're
No,
not,
a tenth is the
like
whole.
you were just saying right now that
681.
out of the manager's office, you're gonna get about
$7,000.
68 and
something
change.
and change. I mean, we don't have to use every single penny, but if we could lower the millage by a tenth, I think that's a practical and symbolic good thing.
Do the
And-
chair.
And we're
So
not, and we're
681.
still above the 25%. We still have some money left over
So
above
681.
the 25%.
So our new millage
if
rate would
we
be
did
6.81.
other reduction, which we'll have to look at with the clerk's office of that, right, which, because that position would be administrative. Fill your position in
35.
Public Works.
Just
That's
as a
already
donation.
Budget
budgeted.
already.
I guess so, yeah. Through the chair.
Yes.
Chris, thank you. Chris, the 1,174,291 is what we're taking in total from the 25%, right?
No,
A
No,
little bit more than 25%.
from the reserve.
From the amount above and beyond the 25%,
Right,
which is
so
the
it's combined.
1.3 million.
so it's a
0.7%.
deficit plus our wish list. This is what we're getting. So this is what we have to pay back or no?
No,
What do we have to
over.
pay? What do we have to pay back?
We're over.
We ain't paying.
Let's, again, we'll clarify.
No, because we
Counsel-
have to come back up in 2 years, right?
No,
We
but
have
No,
to
no,
come
no,
back
no,
up.
No, we're not hitting any of the 25%.
This is an excess above and beyond the 25% requirement. There's nothing to pay back. You just will have less
In the bank.
reserves.
Less excess
Less
over the
excess reserves
25%.
in the future.
And
I
to
mean,
be,
it's not gonna be a ton.
to be
but-
exact, this is more with the 1.174. More than 25%.
Yeah, we're still gonna have.
27%.
So then, I mean, if we have more, then we should look at the wish list again, right? I mean.
No, you're
Come on,
talking,
we don't have
you
to-
have 100 and some,
we
you
don't
have
to
100.
nail it like that. I mean,
Oh,
Everybody.
oh, well, I.
Again, these are-
The numbers are looking amazing.
This is a living, breathing document. That 1.3 or $7 million these are projected numbers. If
Something
a
happens.
garbage truck tomorrow
Yeah.
is near the pickleball court, something collapses, it goes in the canal, and I need a new truck for 250,000, then the 7 million is down to 6.75.
Got you.
Anything can happen. Police cars, there's things that can happen here in the last month, which is also why it's hard to project anything in here that we're gonna have to add to the reserve. It can't project right now where we're gonna be at the end of September. Anything can happen.
The perfect is the enemy of the good. I think that I think you did a great job of leading us through
I
a
think-
collaborative
I think
effort to
we're
go through the
almost
wish
there.
list. We're gonna lower the millage rate by a tenth.
Well, I don't know about a tenth. I thought it was.
No,
fine.
point,
Did you lower
point
the
oh
COLA?
five.
Because I know Maria. was
Well,
not
no,
in
the
favor of
COLA's staying at
4%.
COLA, I think that we should leave the COLA at 4%. It's already in the budget.
Listen, and I said, all these things are not popular. I know everything, but I have gone through with a fine tooth comb and looked at things that realistically, I would love to leave the COLA at 4. I think our employees
Does this,
more than merit it. They're hardworking.
Mary, does
Okay.
this include police?
But
Does this include police as well? What we're gonna?
No, this is not.
wait, this includes but includes the extra
police
police
officer.
officer.
Yes,
With-
yes, no,
with
but what
the-
she's talking about is the police contract.
No, we don't know that.
Has nothing to do with,
Has
No.
It has nothing to do with the police.
No.
and it won't impact
There's-
this at all,
We don't know.
There's
Oh, we don't-
preliminary numbers there,
right?
but we don't know if it's.
Okay.
Tammy, so
I would
I-
say, again, I think we're pretty much in agreement with everything except the extra police officer. And I would like, again, the council to consider that. That is an extra very, very large expense of, we have a large police force. I would love to give them 5, but that's a huge expense. It's addressing
Mayor,
an issue that
just remember that negotiations are ongoing and
Yes.
no discussion about
No, about the other, yes, about the negotiations, but I'm saying for this, it's addressing the the hotel problem that we have that really needs to
drop
be
it.
addressed somewhere else.
Hmm.
I mean, we need to resolve that another way because
Yeah.
this of us keep, you know,
We gotta be clear, because that's a big number. We're gonna give back the $152,000 with the 30 or the 68 even more. It's gonna drop the millage rate even more than you desire, which is, I'm just saying,
Why?
that's why we're a group here.
Say that again.
If we give
I
168,000.
don't think we came to a consensus. Are we taking the millage from 691 to 6905, which is $7,600, or do we want to have 6.81, which is $152,000?
do
It's a
6.8?
point
I think-
0.10.
We have the 152,000. It seems like we're a little bit over. I think that we comfortably have the 152,000, which is what you need to lower the millage by a tenth. I
But I'm
say.
just saying it's a lot lower than with the mayor.
No, I get that. No, and I understand.
We're
She's
actually
trying
talking
to
Well, I
be
asked that
prudent,
question
but like,
and I don't even know what that is.
I can't even believe that
6.81
we
versus-
thread the needle. I say we.
I know.
codify
Well, I'm
this.
scared that it's just that we're so late that we're like.
I
dropping
No, we're
the,
dropping
you know,
it.
Should be
We're
too,
dropping
but
significantly to
I
what
think we made
we
it.
initially wanted.
Just for clarification, and again, it's a council decision. Obviously, if you lower the millage rate, you're gonna have less possibly in reserves or less to use in the future.
If we lower it to, Chris, what you just said was in the eights and I didn't know we had ever.
Tenth of a mill is from 6.91
To six.
to 6.81. That's a cost of 152,000 and change.
Right.
6.905 is
Is
$7,600.
It's like-
Let him finish.
it's a fifth. It's every tenth is $15,000. That's a half of a tenth, which is why it's only $7,600, but it is a decrease.
Right.
So there's a half of a tenth or a full tenth.
I think.
I'm at,
we
I'm
have
at
the
a half of a tenth.
152,000.
I'm at,
But do you wanna
just
go
for the
back on-
record, I'm at a half of a tenth. That's
You're at a
what-
half of a tenth.
half of a
I
tenth,
say
what you
lower
suggested
10.
first.
You say lower it
A
a tenth.
tenth. We have
So
we
what-
have it by.
But don't you want to look back now? I mean, you're talking about the wish list. Is there anything else that we really kind of?
No,
nothing?
I think we
I
did a
mean,
good job.
I
Just saying.
The
I
wish
feel
list
like
down.
Chris said, we shouldn't spend everything we have. We need to, I mean, things throughout the year, believe me, come up. We've all been here where, it's an expense we weren't planning on. And,
Well, but if we put the millage rate halfway, like
I think we've given
Councilman was
each
putting, we're
department,
still saving.
each
It's
department
going back to the reserve.
has,
Okay.
I think we're still going to be about $30,000 over the 25% on the reserves in excess. Let's give the residents, myself included, let's give us a tenth in lowering the millage. Let's do that for them. Everybody got something.
I
We got
guess.
vehicles.
You still get something at 0.5.
Let's do it.
I think that's not,
I'm-
you just told us that we could have potential stuff that we don't know, but I
Right.
mean, I don't have a problem with
Probably
lowering it. I
potential
always
that
told
we
you from the
don't-
beginning, to me,
Not-
it wasn't about just doing lowering it just to lower it. But when we did all the math, of course we could now do it. But do we need to do the whole, talking about a whole point now or tenth of a millage rate? If there's something else that we might need it, why are we gonna give it?
Do we need a
We
vote
went
on
through
this?
the wish
Saying,
list, though,
We don't need
it
a vote.
seems like we've
All right.
cut some other things.
I'm not.
Go ahead. You got to land this plane. Call for
um,
consensus.
look, what I'm thrilled about is that we're lowering it.
Right.
And when we started here, it's real easy to say, we're going to have to, there's way too many expenses and we're going to have to increase it. And I think we made the commitment that, that's not an option. It's not an option. The city, previous councils have worked too hard to bring it down all these years. And, we just can't do that to previous councils. We can't do that to our community. We can't do it for our reputation of the city. So we made it happen. 0.5% and 0.1, I would like to go the whole, and make it meaningful. But I don't want to next year be in a situation where, we're having to go up some. So let's do a consensus. We're talking about the difference in cost is 100,000, Chris, or
150.
70,000?
It's 152.
It's about 147,000 difference we're talking.
Okay, so the difference between the 0.005 and 0.01.
No,
No,
point
0.1.
one.
0.1
We're talking
and
about going from
0.0.
point one. Yes, it's one is 152,000 and one is 7,600.
Okay.
76,000.
No, 7,600.
But the
You
mayor
could go anywhere,
initially-
you can go anywhere in between as you would like, you know.
I mean,
Point one.
I would like
It's
half.
clean.
I would vote
Let's
for
do that
half
for the
away,
residents.
just because we could have, things come up. We don't know where we're gonna be at still with the golf course, public, I mean,
Police.
like I said from the beginning, if we could see it, but if it doesn't affect our services and a lot of this stuff, I wasn't just gonna do it. Fine, we did a great job. We're definitely lower I don't know what you guys lowered last year, but
We
This is
lowered
part
it
of
to
it.
the rollback rate last
So,
year. So
this is pretty impressive to even get it to the
Since we've been-
6,181, but to
think
just do it
so.
to do it, when we still have a lot of things that we cut, in my opinion, I would say half. That's all.
Okay, let's take a vote.
No, Mayor.
A vote on
No,
what?
no,
I
sorry,
was-
the
Don't take
workshop.
votes today.
Yeah, I'll-
Consensus.
I don't want to
Okay,
do a
but consensus on point
We can have
one?
consensus on,
So obviously any decision that the council makes, well, there are no decisions that the council makes at
Okay.
budget workshop.
because we have to vote on
All right,
it.
so we still have to
No
wait.
voting,
So let's
but
just,
this has mostly just been informational for staff to prepare a budget based on the millage rates that have been discussed today, based on the items that have been proposed
and
today.
they will propose-
Roger-
Just want to clarify for that.
And no, and thank you for doing that because that's a good point, because we can kind of
See,
digest this.
yeah.
And so let's go with Councilman Fahet, you said you'd like
Point
point
one.
one. Let's see if there's a consensus for that, keeping in mind that we're not voting on it. It'll still come up. And when it comes up for a vote, it can,
Yeah.
go up.
We
to
might
the
have-
Give us the
5.
options there for us to vote, like, give us
Well, there's
that
no
option
voting,
and the
right?
1.5.
Well, when we
no vote.
vote, because we're not going to vote now, when we vote, when it comes up that
But-
Roger prepares it for us to vote, it'll say this. And at that time, we could conceivably say, we're going to switch it
And
to,
Mayor, if we get consensus tonight for point one to give guidance to that, we'll have even more accurate numbers, right? Before it gets like finalized.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to change
Right.
a lot
But
of
I
things,
mean-
and a lot of things in the budget, adjust the city manager's office.
Right.
I'll have a lot
But
of,
like, we'll have a clearer understanding of the true numbers. It seems to us like we can do the point one with a little bit of overage. If we get consensus on point one, we'll have much truer numbers. If at that time we feel like, well, if something changes, but
that we want to go
I
for the
think we
0.5, the 0.05.
sure, we could
or
always fall
whatever we
back on
can.
that, but let's try to run the numbers on point one because it looks like we've got it by a bit.
Okay. All right. So yes,
September 11th is the
Okay.
hearing. So from
The 11th.
September 11th.
between
the
now and
first.
September 11th, we have time to
To-
look
to-
at this.
to read it.
We can get the, and see. So the difference is whether it's 0.1 or 0.05.
That's what I'm saying. They
that right?
give us both options, because if not, we would have to go to some other, like, if they just gave us the one option
Okay, let's do that. Can,
to vote that day.
let's say, at where the consensus is that we'll pick one or the other. How's that? Can we do that? We can do that, right?
I guess so.
And we'll
I'm-
decide
I'm-
on
I'm
September
okay with
11th.
that.
How's that?
I'm okay.
And that gives us all a little time
They'll
to
show
think
us all the
about it.
numbers
And
and we
yes,
can
no,
think
that's a
about it.
great idea. I think that's a great idea, Vice Mayor.
And we got 10
So the
minutes to spare.
consensus is that on September 11th, we'll decide whether to go with the 0.1 or 0.05.
Correct.
How's that?
6.86. 6.81.
This is, again, this is purely an informational
Yes,
workshop.
yes.
Just a
Staff
workshop, yeah.
understands what the council has
Right.
discussed today and. the
And
two
that on
options
September
that the
11th,
council
we'd
wants
like
see.
we plan to vote on one or the other.
So Chris would be
What's that?
6.86 and 6.81,
They'll send us. the
both
memo.
options, and
Mhm.
that's fine.
Okay.
There's some time to think
Anything
about it.
else?
And
I want to thank you guys. I know how hard you've worked on this. This isn't, it's like somebody said, this isn't something for a meeting. It's something that you dwell on every single day. And, it's an ongoing thing, not just this, but all the other issues in front of the council. It seems easy to come to the meetings and just vote, but it's like you're living this all the time.
Like Paul said.
So thank you
Take it
very
back
much.
home.
I think we worked really, really hard. And I know, and I want to thank our employees, all of you guys, and those of you that even stayed to the very end. Tammy, you're still here,
you
and
didn't come out with
Good
anything.
Each
Tammy
get one of, you each get one of Tammy's 20 chairs to
Oh,
take home.
Where did they give her the chairs?
you. But also, I wanted to tell our employees that you guys are so patient and understanding of the situation we're in. And, you know, and honestly, it's very easy to talk to you and ask you questions. We're all in this together. And I really appreciate that because I know that's not the case in other cities. So thank you very much. So this meeting is adjourned.
For us being civil at the end of the day, according to JC.